as timely as we can. We're about 15 minutes late right now, but please take a seat. Yeah, I know it. You don't need that. Now, do you want to open this, or do you want me to?
I will open.
Oh, good.
Just flow with me. N-am putut să pun pe seama.
Good morning.
Hello.
Robert Pittman.
Okay.
Good
Congratulations.
to see you, sir.
Dumneavoastră era dat afară din armată.
pleasure. Hello, sir. Robert Pittman. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your support in this. Thank you for all of your support.
Acolo, în capăt, lângă domnul general.
Da, mă, da.
Domnul Popescu, lângă domnul general. Perfect. În locul acesta. Da, acolo.
Please, everybody, if you can sit down, thank you very much. We will start in 3 minutes. Everybody on the hallway.
No, sir. Just come sit right here.
Is the lady saving the best seat in the house? Cool about it. Oh, he sent it over here? Okay, well, I don't know, this is where Pittman told me to sit, so I think.
Good morning, everyone. Please stand for the national anthem of Romania, sang by Mr. Ștefan Alexandru.
Deșteaptă-te, române, din somnul cel de moarte, în care te adânciră barbarii de tiran.
мною принято решение о проведении специальной военной операции.
Putin declared the start of a military operation in Ukraine just a short time ago.
As troops move in, right now there are reports of explosions in several cities as Vladimir Putin issues a stern warning.
This could be a long and difficult battle, but the American people will be steadfast in our support of the people of Ukraine in the face of Putin's immoral, unethical attacks on civilian populations.
Ukraine's cybersecurity authority says the cyber conflict with Russia is unprecedented, describing it as the world's first hybrid war.
Putin's latest attack on Ukraine was premeditated and totally unprovoked.
Emergency is growing at an alarming rate. More than 2 million people fleeing Ukraine in less than 2 weeks.
There is no doubt that Ukrainians in need can count on the Romanian people and government for as long as they need.
Romanians have given such a moving example to the world. You are a shining example of European solidarity, and I really want to commend and thank you for that.
Dans cette épreuve, la France se tient aux côtés de l'Ukraine. Leur liberté est la nôtre.
He thought the West and NATO wouldn't respond. He thought he could divide us at home, in this chamber, in this nation. He thought he could divide us in Europe as well. But Putin was wrong.
President Biden today signing a bipartisan $40 billion military and humanitarian aid package into law.
We are resolved to continue imposing massive costs on Russia.
And I'm pleased to announce that we now have an agreement that paves the way for Finland and Sweden to join NATO.
It's about Ukrainian democracy against Putin's tyranny, is why Ukraine must win.
We are ready. We are united, and that's what we did. We stayed united.
Please, let's stand for a minute of silence for the victims of war in Ukraine. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Romania. Before starting, I would like to give you some details, because we have a lot of questions. On your badge, you have a QR code. Scanning that QR code, you will have the program live, updated, because we have connections all over the world via VTC also. You will find the program through your badge, live, updated. If you need translation, in the corridor, the translation is available. Thank you very much. Mr. President of Chamber of Deputies, Mr. Vice President of the Senate, Mr. Minister Bode, General Jim Jones, Mr. Chairman Pittinger, Ms. Acting Chargé d'Affaires Karen Anstrom, Ms. Senator Tammy Baldwin, dear Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear Ukrainian friends, welcome to the 22 Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum in Bucharest. We live historical times, and there is no better timing for this meeting. I will quote, "Let me spell it out clearly. The security in the Black Sea region and on the entire eastern flank projects directly on the Euro-Atlantic security. Any deficiency, any vulnerability at the Black Sea turns to address the alliance as a whole and purely prompts hostile actions. This quote is from 2019. From 2014, these words were constantly repeated by President Klaus Johannes in almost every NATO debate he joined, representing Romania. 8 years later, today, some historical decisions were taken. The eastern flank is stronger than any time. NATO and Europe are stronger than any time. We are gathered here for the next 2 days to declare our common goal more clearly. To continue to stand with Ukraine in their fight for survival, to bring back the peace in Europe and protect our democracies. There's no question that what is happening today in Ukraine and this part of Europe, it is not anymore a rehearsal for Putin. It is his premiere. And after this premiere, future generations will remember one thing, that whatever we do today will become forever what we have done. Let's continue to do the right things. Let's find in each of us the courage to take the right decisions when we need to take them. I believe that we are united, and that is how we will stand till the end. Dear friends, I invite you to a 2-day trip of incredible panels with incredible experts around the world. We will come with practical solutions for this crisis situation. I would like to introduce now my good friend, a true leader, an exceptional person that had an impact in my life. The person who gave me the trust to organize the 22nd Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum in Bucharest. Congressman Pittinger is the leader and the chairman of PISF. And some years ago, sitting in the US Senate in DC, we were debating about the most crucial problems in terms of security for my country, for United States of America, and the whole world. From that time, we started a trip through more and more meetings, and here we are today in Bucharest, in the perfect timing, in these historical times, to discuss about the biggest crisis of the last years in the world. Congressman Pittinger, I would like to thank you for your leadership. I would like to thank you for everything you have done for your country, protecting your country here, and the influence that you gave us and the inspiration that you gave us to protect our country. Thank you for your friendship. And to our best friend, United States of America, at 25 years of strategic partnership, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for standing up and being our coach in the good team of the democracies. Congressman Pittinger, I invite you to take the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Popescu. What a great friend you are. What a great friend of America. What a great friend of democracy throughout the world. Your leadership has been extraordinary, assembling this tremendous forum, and we really commend you and are grateful for you. Distinguished guests, which I would like to say publicly how grateful I am for the leadership of the Chamber of Deputies Marcel Ciolacu, also the Prime Minister of Romania, Nicolae Ciucă, Robert Kazancu, the Vice President of the Senate, Lucian Bode, the Minister of Interior. General Jones, thank you for your leadership and being with us today. Karen Enstrom with our U.S. Embassy, and Senator Tammy Baldwin and Senator Larry Pressler. We have some enormous leadership who've come to be with us today, and we're grateful for all of you. But particularly, I would like to make reference to our dear friends from Ukraine that we're honoring today and at a prayer breakfast tomorrow. Then I hope you haven't signed up, you'll come. It'll be a great meeting. But could our members of Parliament from Ukraine please stand? Thank you so much. Extraordinary, dedicated, courageous people. We are so grateful and honored to have you here. I'd like to reference my board, two of my board members who are here, John Walsh and Ann Basham. Both will be speaking on illicit finance and also human trafficking. Thank you for your leadership. My friends, we gather this morning on, frankly, a very solemn occasion to stand in solidarity with our dear friends and colleagues in Ukraine. The sinister ravage of an unprovoked war, tyrannically started by President Putin, has left millions of Ukrainian civilians homeless. Thousands of innocent people have been killed, while peaceful cities and villages were left to their aggression and destruction. I've been to the Ukraine-Romania border and watched the hopeless and desperately sad faces of women with their children crossing the border, dragging their suitcases and leaving their lives behind. Thank God for the dozens of NGOs, nonprofits, and religious organizations who are there to lovingly greet them and provide immediate needs of food, clothes, diapers, etc. And I was also very impressed with their host, the Romanian government, as they received and processed these shattered lives and provided immediate housing, showers, and personal needs. After only a few days in camp, most were taken then to Bucharest or other cities or wherever they had friends or relatives. While we were all gathered here to support freedom and liberty for Ukraine, we're also very sobered by the reality of adversaries, not just in Europe, but around the world, who do not share our values or our God-given rights to freedom. The future belongs to those free nations like Romania and other countries that support Ukraine without hesitation, because it's not only the right thing to do, but it's also because they too see this threat to their own liberty and freedom if countries like Russia succeed. The fact is, Russia has already lost in its objective to quickly overrun Ukraine, while their troop losses have been estimated at 35,000. Its long-suffering people will have to pick up the pieces at some point and try to move forward in a post-Putin world. But even as we move forward, we are constantly reminded of the fact that freedom and free people are always under threat. We have today a threat that is even more challenging than the one across the border in Russia. Yes, that is China, under the authoritarian rule by the Chinese Communist Party, or the CCP, as they became economically strong, beginning with their being granted the most favored nation trading status in the early 1990s. China has gone from being a very harmless garden snake to the threatening and powerful boa constrictor, as oppression of human rights, abuses, canceled freedom of expression, and persecution for religious beliefs has dramatically increased. We need go no further than the total takeover of Hong Kong to see the path of denial of freedom of speech and representative government by their ruthless authoritarian rule. In my 50 years of supporting the Christian underground church in China, the heavy hand of the PRC is much worse today than ever before, destroying churches and imprisoning believers, notwithstanding the genocide against the Uyghurs. As China seeks to expand its global footprint to Africa, Latin America, Europe, and Asia, it brings with it its coercive and repressive practices. Yet America and the world is seduced by the vast market opportunities in cheap and often slave labor, not just in China, but in its abusive labor practices around the world. The DRC, with its significant reserves of lithium, cobalt, nickel, and copper, essential for batteries, are being mined by 4 to 12-year-old children under a contract between the DRC and China. Many of them died of cancer soon thereafter. In 2018, I wrote our Foreign Investment Reform Bill in the United States Congress, the Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernization Act, to protect our sophisticated technology companies from being acquired by China through joint ventures and limited partnerships in order to stop the outright theft of our intellectual property assets. We need to have reverse CFIUS legislation now to stop U.S. and Western investment capital flows to China. Private equity groups and other large and small companies have invested hundreds of billions of dollars in China, propping up the PRC economy. While returning from a trip to Asia, meeting with economic officials and business leaders, we stopped to refuel at our base in Anchorage. The commanding general took us out to the hangar where the Stealth F-22 is located, our most highly technical aircraft. The general told us that GE had given the avionics of this aircraft to China, all to gain a greater market share. Most every country is culpable in seeking economic growth and expansion with China while becoming entrapped in unfavorable alliances. I liken it to economically supporting Nazi Germany in the 1930s, which gave Hitler the economic prowess to launch a global war in the 1940s. We must decouple from China as we learn we must decouple from Russia. China is filling the supply chain and providing economic assistance to Russia. When we support China, we're supporting Russia. I'm sure you're familiar with China's Belt and Road Infrastructure Initiative, hailed as the key global infrastructure, developed strategy to invest in nearly 70 countries and international organizations, and the centerpiece of Xi Jinping's ambitious foreign policy, is now becoming an embarrassing investment and foreign policy initiative that is rapidly spiraling into immoral and financial bankruptcy. But China's most egregious and colossal foreign policy failure is its inability to deal with and rein in North Korea. For all its vaunted foreign policy acumen, China has been unable to deal with a much smaller country at its border that is entirely dependent on China from food to fuel. For a relationship described as one that is close to lips to teeth, all China has to show for its relationship with North Korea is being in possession of enough nuclear weapons to be a global threat. China has also enabled North Korea to masquerade as a nation state, all the while operating as an international mafia criminal outfit, using its diplomatic cover to engage in illicit finance, counterfeit currencies, human trafficking, and other large-scale criminal activities. And of great recent concern is that North Korea could potentially become a major cross-border and even global health threat due to its COVID crisis. As of a few months ago, it was the only country without a single case of COVID, much less even from death. Any day now, it has a potential for a full-blown famine and refugee crisis involving tens of millions of North Koreans streaming across the borders of China and South Korea. North Korea saber rattles by developing and testing medium and long-range missiles supported by China and Iran. We should not underestimate Kim Jong-un's interest in his potential threat, not just in Northeast Asia, but also globally. Lest we forget, we also have continuing threats in the Middle East. In misguided intervention, President Carter helped facilitate the downfall of the Shah of Iran in 1979, only to be replaced by Khomeini and the mullahs, who are building a nuclear weapons arsenal and are also today the primary financiers of Hezbollah and Hamas. And there also remains ISIS, Boko Haram, and other terrorist groups who seek to destroy freedom, loving people everywhere, waiting for the right moment to strike and kill hundreds and thousands of innocent people. Meanwhile, they build their coffers and recruit their armies, even through the insidious networks of human sex trafficking. We cannot be relaxed with business as usual. We must have clear thinking to avoid the mistakes of the past and be better prepared for the future, to address the security challenges of the day, with focus on non-kinetic warfare. Evolving technologies in 5G, cybersecurity, AI, cryptocurrencies, illicit finance practices, quantum computing, and other areas are transforming how war is fought and being exploited by our adversaries. That reality brings us to the strategic briefing today. We must be adept on all these and other critical issues as we write legislation and prioritize budgets to meet the security challenges of tomorrow. Thank you for joining us these 2 days. You will hear from some of the best experts in the world to help equip each of us to be more knowledgeable and effective for the 21st century warfare. May God help us all to be better prepared to protect our homelands. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm inviting to take the floor the President of the Chamber of Deputies of Romania, Mr. Marcel Ciolacu.
Domnilor și domnilor, războiul ilegal și nejustificat declanșat de Federația Rusă împotriva Ucrainei a schimbat fundamental parametrii de securitate cu care lucram până în prezent. De aceea am deosebită plăcere să vă urez bun venit la cea de-a 22-a ediție a acestui forum găzduit de Parlamentul României. Evenimentul pe care îl deschidem azi este organizat la puțin timp de la încheierea summitului NATO de la Madrid, unde s-au luat decizii istorice. Mă refer aici invitarea Suediei și Finlandei să adere la alianță, întărirea capacității de apărare a flancului estic și reflectarea pentru prima dată a Mării Negre într-un concept strategic al NATO. Vreau să vă anunț că Parlamentul României va parcurge cu celeritate tot ce ține de procesul de ratificare a protocolelor de aderare la NATO pentru cele două state nordice. Chiar vom convoca o sesiune extraordinară a Parlamentului pe această temă, pe care o vom anunța în perioada următoare. De asemenea, trebuie să remarc anunțurile făcute de Statele Unite și Franța privind creșterea prezenței militare în România. Suntem recunoscători aliaților noștri pentru această nouă confirmare a importanței parteneriatelor strategice pe care le avem cu Statele Unite și Franța. Doamnelor și domnilor, prin reacțiile pe care le-am avut după declanșarea agresiunii Rusiei, România a reconfirmat rolul său de aliat de încredere pe flancul estic al NATO, dar și statutul de partener strategic al Statelor Unite și, în același timp, de stat membru al Uniunii Europene, matur și responsabil, implicat activ la Marea Neagră. Subliniez totodată importanța consolidării sprijinului pentru partenerii vulnerabili, precum Republica Moldova, alături de Georgia și Ucraina, în vederea creșterii rezilienței acestora prin adoptarea unor pachete consistente de sprijin. În pofida riscurilor de destabilizare la adresa statului, angajamentul Chișinăului în implementarea reformelor și combaterea corupției reprezintă cheia primirii Republicii Moldova în familia europeană. Nu în ultimul rând, formatele de cooperare regională pe care le-a propus și dezvoltat România, cum ar fi București Nouă și inițiativa celor trei mări, și-au dovedit eficiența, contribuind la creșterea coeziunii regionale, la un răspuns comun mai ferm în fața provocărilor menționate și, în același timp, generând dezvoltare și favorizând creșterea prosperității. În încheiere, doresc să-i mulțumesc în mod special domnului Robert Pinninger pentru inițiativa de a dezbate astăzi la București subiecte de maxim interes pentru noi toți. Vă urez mult succes și discuții cât mai constructive în cadrul acestui forum. Vă mulțumesc!
Ladies and gentlemen, we will watch now the message of the Prime Minister of Romania, Nicolae Ciucă.
Mrs. President of the Senate, Mr. Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. The war in Ukraine has moved to a long war of attrition and destruction. This is far from a 21st century war, since it uses unguided bombs which destroy extensively buildings, shops, malls, hospitals and kindergartens. More important, Putin's war in Ukraine has challenged directly the rules-based order. The precedent created on the 24th of February by Russia puts pressure on the countries from the eastern flank of NATO and the European Union. Fortunately, the EU, NATO, and the collective West made important steps and showed unity, resolution, and common decision to help Ukraine to resist, defend itself, and protect its citizens. Together with our allies, we reinforce the eastern flank like never before. The NATO summit in Madrid established the suitable engagements in order to move ahead and ensure the defense and security of all the member countries, the continuous support for Ukraine, as much as it is needed, but also the support for exposed countries in the area, the Republic of Moldova, Georgia, and Bosnia-Herzegovina. The new strategic concept has underlined the real status of Russia, presented through a realistic lens. The document has reinforced the support for Ukraine and invited Sweden and Finland to become full members of the alliance. As important to Romania is the nomination of the Black Sea and the Western Balkans as regions of strategic interest to the alliance. We are all concerned with the perspective of the changes in the world that the Russian war in Ukraine is going to make. Challenges are already here through the interdependent and overlapping crises that we need to cope with: the pandemic, energy prices and scarcity, full-scale war in Ukraine, food security and economic crisis. No government is spread from a perspective of the impact of those crises on their citizens. But we proved to be more resilient and more united than some autocratic countries thought we would be. We succeed to overcome the difficulties of the war through the cohesion of the democratic countries. And that's the most important and best news that we can report to our citizens in our states. Romania has opened its border to the Ukrainians from the very first hours of the Russian invasion. Since 24th of February, more than 1,400,000 people, most of them women and children, have entered our country. Romanian authorities and citizens, we were all ready from the very beginning to show our solidarity with our Ukrainian friends and neighbors. Our houses, schools, hospitals, companies, and transportation facilities become parts of our engagement to offer protection and hope for more than 100,000 Ukrainians who decided to remain here, at least till the bloody war is over. The Romanian authorities offered all the support at the local and national level, providing the Ukrainian government with the concrete and strong support which we continue to provide, along with European and transatlantic allies. The International Humanitarian Hub in Suceava became a vivid hub that is pulsing with food and all other necessary goods for our neighbors. We intensified our efforts to help Ukraine export its grain successfully, more than doubling the quantities. And we continue to mobilize on our roads, railways, and ports at the Danube and the Black Sea, prioritizing the flows from Ukraine or via the Republic of Moldova. Romania remains one of the most active supporters of Ukraine's European path. The recently recognized candidate status for EU accession, together with the Republic of Moldova, is a concrete sign of hope for ones who assumed their choice based on freedom and democratic values. Let's continue to do that and defend our way of living for our children and our grandchildren. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very successful conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, live from Ukraine is joining us the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine via VTC from Kiev, Mr. Dmytro Kuleba.
Good morning, dear friends, colleagues, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to address you and to discuss the very pressing issue, the Russian aggression against Ukraine. It's a fundamentally challenging phenomena for global security for decades to come. It is upon collective resilience and strength in these weeks and months to ensure that the change is for the better, not worse. And the actions we take now will have long-lasting consequences for all nations of the region and the world. In fact, today we are dealing with an unprecedented challenge when a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council launched a war of aggression against a founding member of the United Nations. The magnitude of this security earthquake is much larger than anything the world has seen in this century. There should be no mistake about Russia's real aims. Putin is not only trying to redraw borders in Europe by force, he tries to destroy Europe as we know it. Having failed to develop his own country, Russia, as a progressive and strong force that would be competitive on the global arena, he resorted to brutal force in order to destroy the well-being and stability in other nations. His idea is simple. He wants to impose Russian rules and standards on European nations and the rest of the world. The rules of lawlessness, poverty, and permanent crisis. The truth is that Russians both envy and hate the well-being of Europeans. Putin's goal is to knock on the door of every European home with a crisis, be it energy prices, inflation, or any other form of instability. Sowing chaos and crisis in Europe will allow him to show Russians that people in Europe live no better than them, and their system is not worth copying. Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and the Baltic states are Russia's primary targets. But other European nations are already under Russian attack by various means too. Ukraine stands in the way of these malicious plans. This is why keeping up and increasing support of Ukraine is the most rational thing to do. Ukraine has proven remarkable resilience and strength in months of Russian full-scale invasion. We have proven we can defeat Russians and win important battles. The only reason for a number of recent painful setbacks and losses in the east of Ukraine is our lack of appropriate numbers of artillery and other types of heavy weapons. There are limitations to what courage alone can do if it is not bolstered by sufficient tools. In certain spots of the front line, Russia has been outgunning Ukraine by means of 1 to 10. This is why today we urgently need partner countries to increase and speed up the supplies of heavy weapons to Ukraine, namely multiple launch rocket systems, 155th caliber howitzers and self-propelled guns, armored personnel carriers, infantry carriers, tanks, as well as anti-aircraft defense and missile defense systems. We urgently need more heavy weapons to stabilize the front line in the east and turn the tide in Ukraine's favor along the entire front line. Ukraine is able to do it once again, once we acquire the sufficient number of military tools. I think that, in essence, Ukraine proposes a very fair deal. Partners swiftly provide us with everything we need to fight and prevail, so that we defeat Russia in our battlefield and spare partners the need to fight aggressive Russia themselves at a later stage. Every act of support for Ukraine right now should be viewed by partners as their most successful investment in their own national, regional, and global security and stability for decades. And it is not only about Russia as such. It is obvious that various forces around the world are following developments in Ukraine very closely now. If Russia succeeds in Ukraine, this will prove that the might makes right, and it is possible to get away with any barbarism. This would trigger a dangerous set of events and unleash all forces who are eager to change borders and rules by force. We cannot allow any nation to play with the rules instead of playing by the rules. Russia must be put in its place, and we will put it in its place with sufficient support coming from abroad. The Baltic Black Sea region is in the spotlight today because it is an immediate target of Russia's aggressive efforts. In the north, Finland and Sweden joined NATO and strengthened the security of the northern end of the Baltic Black Sea axis. In the south, Russia has severely undermined the security of the entire Black Sea region. We have warned for years of the threats of Russia's militarization of the Crimean Peninsula it occupied in 2014. We see those threats unfold in full now. The Black Sea is the key to the Eastern Mediterranean and the way to the Balkans, the gateway to Asia through the South Caucasus. Freedom of navigation in the Black Sea is critical to ensuring global food security. It is vitally important for NATO states to develop a Black Sea strategy, an efficient Black Sea strategy, in order to effectively respond to the growing challenges. It is equally important for Ukraine to acquire sufficient tools to defeat the Russian Black Sea fleet. We can do it and see this goal as strategic in this war. This will strengthen the security of the entire Black Sea region, restore the freedom of navigation, resume unhindered maritime trade, and alleviate the global food crisis. Ukraine's victory in this war will change the global security map for the better. All authoritarian regimes will realize that democracies are able to stand up for themselves and the well-being of their citizens. In other words, Ukraine is fighting for the global rule of law today, where all states are obliged to play by the rules and not allowed to play with the rules. The world has evolved since the 19th century for a reason, passing through the lessons of the two world wars. All this cannot be destroyed because of the will of one state. To prove it, we need collective resilience, strength, and courage to take swift action. A lasting and firm support for Ukraine is essential to win a lasting and fair peace for our region and the world. And before I conclude, I would like to take this opportunity to wholeheartedly thank Romania as a good friend and neighbor for everything it has done since the beginning of the large-scale Russian invasion, setting an example of how friends and partners behave in times of real crisis. Thank you, and I wish you a successful conference.
Thank you, Minister Kuleba. I would like to invite now Mr. Robert Kazanchuk, Vice President of the Senate of Romania. Please take the floor.
I'll try to be as elegant as Mrs. Vice President of the Senate. Domnule președinte Marcel Ciolacu, domnule ministru Bode, Congressman, General, Senator, cei care sunteți invitații noștri, ați aflat deja că ne aflăm în cea mai mare clădire civilă din lume, Parlamentul României, cea mai mare fiind o clădire militară, Pentagonul. Reprezentanții aleși de popor, parlamentarii, și cei în care poporul are cea mai mare încredere, militarii, se află astăzi împreună pentru a discuta despre război. Nu despre războaiele din trecut care au modelat harta lumii așa cum o știm astăzi, ci despre ceva ireal, de neconceput pentru lumea civilizată a secolului 21, un război de agresiune în mijlocul Europei. Sistemul constituțional românesc a consacrat un parlament bicameral, în care cea mai mare parte a legislației, Camera Deputaților, este cameră decizională, iar Senatul, cameră de reflecție. În materie de politică externă, securitate și apărare națională, Camera decizională este Senatul. Aceasta înseamnă că părinții Constituției au văzut o legătură foarte puternică între diplomație, politică și apărare. Pentru a avea succes în Parlament sau diplomație, pentru a-ți atinge obiectivele, trebuie să stăpânești arta compromisului. Și de multe ori, pentru a evita conflicte, trebuie să stăpânești arta dialogului. Marile figuri politice ale lumii au purtat un dialog intens, au încercat să facă compromisuri greu de acceptat uneori pentru prevenirea războiului din Ucraina. Structurile de intelligence au ieșit din matca lor obișnuită și au folosit cele mai inovative moduri de a atrage atenția asupra riscului izbucnirii unui război. Dar într-o dimineață, președintele Zelenski și-a luat la revedere de la soție și copii pentru că războiul începuse. Dumnezeu a vrut ca România să se afle la frontiera dintre marile imperii ale lumii, cu beneficiile de cultură și civilizație pe care le-au adus cei care și-au găsit un cămin sau refugiu în țara noastră. Evrei, greci, bulgari, sârbi, albanezi și mulți alții, dar și cu suferința adusă de numeroasele războaie purtate pentru a ne apăra țara și civilizația europeană. Românii știu de peste 200 de ani ce înseamnă agresiunea rusească. Chiar dacă generația noastră a fost ferită de război, amintirile ororilor Armatei Roșii, așa zis eliberatoare, sunt încă puternice prin poveștile părinților sau bunicilor noștri. Poate că lumea a părut surprinsă de solidaritatea uriașă de care au dat dovadă românii față de vecinii și prietenii din Ucraina. Dar noi știm bine ce înseamnă să-ți pierzi copiii, părinții, frații și surorile în urma unui război absurd. Există în limba română un cuvânt, pribegie, something between exile and wandering. El nu este altceva decât chintesența istorică a dezrădăcinării, a momentului în care omul este alungat din locurile pe care le iubește pentru a pleca necunoscut. Românii au ieșit în calea unor necunoscuți, alungați din țara lor de război, să le arate că nu sunt singuri, să le arate că există solidaritate, să-i ajute să-și țină vie speranța că într-o zi se vor putea întoarce acasă. Trebuie să recunoaștem că forța acestei solidarități vine și din încrederea apartenenței României la NATO și apartenenței strategic cu Statele Unite ale Americii. Oamenii obișnuiți din întreaga lume au făcut tot ce au crezut, tot ce le-a stat la îndemână, să-i ajute pe ucrainieni la ei acasă sau oriunde în lume. Trebuie să admitem însă că unui război se poate pune capăt doar prin luptă și diplomație. Astăzi suntem împreună, politicieni, diplomați și militari, să învățăm unii de la alții, să ne ajutăm unii pe alții, să spunem răspicat tuturor că lumea pe care am cunoscut-o înaintea de agresiunii Rusiei împotriva Ucrainei nu va mai fi la fel. Iar noi, cei care am fost mandatați de popor să le conducem și să le apărăm destinele, trebuie să tragem învățăminte și să facem tot ce este necesar pentru ca lumea pe care vrem să o construim pentru copiii noștri să nu mai treacă prin asemenea drame. Pentru aceasta este însă important să facem o analiză aprofundată a actualului context de securitate, să tragem concluziile strategice relevante și să definim, de asemenea, măsurile și acțiunile necesare. Mai întâi trebuie să recunoaștem faptul că suntem contemporani cu o criză mai profundă decât perioadele de tensiune din timpul războiului rece. O criză care a terminat țări cu o lungă tradiție de neutralitate, precum Suedia și Finlanda, să opteze pentru umbrela de securitate a NATO. O criză care are incontestabile efecte geopolitice globale. Alianța Nord-Atlantică a reușit să descurajeze un război cald în timpul războiului rece, printr-o angajare și prezență militară semnificativă în Europa, care a fost redusă drastic în anii 90, cu speranța unui parteneriat real cu Rusia. Din păcate, pentru Rusia a fost mai important obiectivul de recolonizare a spațiului ex-sovietic decât un parteneriat bazat pe respectarea suveranității și libertății de decizie ale statelor din vecinătate. Pe acest fond, asistăm la sfârșitul unei perioade de așa numită vacanță strategică și manifestarea unor noi etape anticipate în analiza cu titlul sugestiv al lui Robert Keegan, Reîntoarcerea istoriei și sfârșitul visurilor. Salut anunțul recent de la summitul NATO de a aduce forța de reacție rapidă la nivelul de 300.000 de militari, cu prepoziționarea tehnice relevante, drept o importantă lecție învățată pentru descurajarea reală și eficientă a Rusiei. Salut de asemenea adoptarea săptămâna trecută a noului concept strategic al NATO, care este ancorat în realitățile noului context de securitate, precum și adoptarea de către Uniunea Europeană câteva luni mai devreme a busolei strategice a Uniunii. Valoarea nivelului ridicat ale unității europene și transatlantice în adoptarea sancțiunilor împotriva Rusiei și în sprijinirea Ucrainei reprezintă o altă lecție importantă învățată, care va fi însă în continuare supusă unui test de anduranță pe care nu avem voie să-l ratăm. O altă concluzie este că sarcina diplomației în contextul războiului din Ucraina este colosal de grea. După încălcarea atâtor norme și principii ale dreptului internațional, inclusiv ale dreptului umanitar internațional, restabilirea unui climat de pace și a încrederii în principiile și normele de drept ale secolului 21 reprezintă o sarcină monumentală. Și totuși, diplomația, inclusiv cea parlamentară, trebuie să fie pregătită să se angajeze în acest efort. În sfârșit, să nu uităm că în paralel cu dramele războiului în plan militar, asistăm la un război informațional feroce. Și este important de remarcat că într-o mare parte din statele lumii, reprezentanți politici par a îmbrățișa propaganda rusă. Și în acest plan, rolul parlamentarilor din toate țările poate fi util în interacțiunea cu parlamentari și lideri politici din afara spațiului transatlantic, prin valorificarea relațiilor personale dezvoltate în timp și a credibilității proprii în estomparea, măcar parțială, a efectului coroziv al propagandei ruse. Războiul se va termina, iar România poate să devină un hub important pentru reconstrucția Ucrainei. Vă doresc succes și sper ca prin concluziile, ideile și direcțiile de acțiune identificate să răspundem așteptărilor cetățenilor și alegătorilor noștri de a ameliora actuala criză de securitate și de a contribui la stabilitatea și prosperitatea pe care și-o dorește fiecare. Vă mulțumesc!
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce now the man who was responsible for managing the biggest crisis that we had in Romania with more than 1.3 million Ukrainian refugees at our border. A good friend, a top politician of Romania and a good friend of the United States, the Minister of Interior, Lucian Bode.
Bună dimineața, dragi oaspeți, stimați invitați, bine ați venit în România, bine ați venit la București. Domnule președinte al Camerei Deputaților, domnule vicepreședinte al Senatului, domnule președinte Pittinger, domnule președinte al Comisiei de Apărare, doamnelor și domnilor, doresc să vă mulțumesc pentru invitație și mă bucur să mă adresez dumneavoastră în deschiderea acestui eveniment de prestigiu. În primul rând, doresc să salut organizarea în România a celei de-a 22-a ediție a acestui forum, dedicat dialogului interparlamentar și interguvernamental pe teme de inteligență și securitate. Cu siguranță, având în vedere contextul internațional actual, nu cred că putea fi un loc mai potrivit pentru dezbaterea acestor teme decât capitala României, Bucureștiul. Vreau să felicit organizatorii pentru temele propuse și pentru profilul vorbitorilor și al invitaților. Consider că acest forum este o platformă excelentă pentru dialogul strategic dintre decidenți și liderii din statele noastre. Prin dialog și schimb de experiență, contribuim fiecare la o mai bună înțelegere a provocărilor și amenințărilor cu care ne confruntăm și creăm în același timp un cadru propice găsirii unor soluții viabile pentru gestionarea acestora. În dubla mea calitate, din care vă vorbesc astăzi, consider că miniștrii și parlamentarii sunt fără îndoială un jucător esențial în această misiune. Doamnelor și domnilor, traversăm un moment critic pentru securitatea, pacea și stabilitatea internațională generat de agresiunea militară a Federației Ruse asupra Ucrainei. Ordinea mondială și ecosistemul internațional de securitate pe care l-am clădit și cu care ne-am obișnuit odată cu finalul războiului rece sunt acum greu încercate. Printre aceste efecte ale agresiunii militare asupra Ucrainei le vedem deja și sunt date de instabilitate economică, criza energetică, migrația persoanelor și criza alimentară. Generează afectarea lanțurilor de aprovizionare din vestul regiunii extinse a Mării Negre. Riscul exacerbării acestor efecte nefaste este unul real, putând afecta din ce în ce mai puternic securitatea noastră la nivel european. Însă, dincolo de acest lucru, trebuie să recunoaștem că nu de foarte multe ori ne-am confruntat în ultimele decenii cu situații care, fie la nivel global, fie la nivel regional sau național, au generat un context mai favorabil decât cel actual pentru a discuta despre problematicile de securitate. Este o perioadă în care ne confruntăm cu o intensificare a conflictelor, cu o amplificare a prezenței armate și a agresiunii militare, precum și a surselor de instabilitate politică și economică la nivel internațional. Aceste crize suprapuse pun la grea încercare mai toate sistemele noastre, însă există fără îndoială și oportunități pe care trebuie să le fructificăm ca atare. Deși nu sunt neapărat o noutate, amploarea factorilor și conduita elementelor perturbatoare trebuie să ne preocupe tot mai mult și trebuie să acordăm o atenție deosebită dialogului și cooperării în materie de inteligență și de securitate. Avem o fereastră de oportunitate în care, pe lângă revizuirea conceptelor strategice, trebuie să ne sporim capacitatea de a descuraja actorii ostili, să creștem disponibilitatea de a acționa în spiritul păcii și solidarității și, concomitent, să ne consolidăm reziliența și asistența reciprocă. În acest context, aș vrea să fac câteva observații punctuale și să lansez, de ce nu, unele teme de reflexie și dezbatere. În primul rând, agresiunea militară neprovocată și nejustificată a Rusiei împotriva Ucrainei ne demonstrează că atât prevenția cât și combaterea riscurilor de securitate nu sunt credibile în absența investițiilor substanțiale în modernizarea sistemelor publice. Mă refer aici atât la riscurile de securitate, atât la cele cu valențe militare, cât și la cele non-militare, precum cele provenite din zona criminalității transfrontaliere sau spațiului cibernetic. În fond, sunt în joc elemente critice funcționării unui stat, iar când vorbim despre investiții, vorbim nu doar despre dezvoltare și prosperitate, ci despre reziliență și securitate pe termen mediu și lung. Prin urmare, descurajarea eficientă a actorilor ostili de care aminteam, fie statali, fie non-statali, nu este credibilă în absența investițiilor. În al doilea rând, infrastructura este coloana vertebrală a unui stat, iar dezvoltarea acestea înseamnă, de fapt, facilitarea funcționării tuturor proceselor economice, sociale, politice și militare ce furnizează prosperitate și siguranță cetățenilor. Aceasta este abordarea realistă pe care trebuie să o avem, pentru că altfel ne vom confrunta cu situații nefaste. Dacă privim mai atent la contextul actual, nu ne putem permite niciun fel de disparități în acest sens, fie că vorbim de mobilitatea militară, fie de asigurarea lanțurilor de aprovizionare, pentru că în caz contrar, prețul plătit poate fi unul mult prea mare în cele din urmă. Nu în ultimul rând, criza actuală ne-a demonstrat disponibilitatea Federației Ruse de a utiliza puterea militară la cel mai înalt nivel, tactici hibride, atacuri cibernetice, dezinformare și manipulare, coerciție energetică și o retorică nucleară extrem de agresivă. Pe acest fundal, vulnerabilitățile noastre pot genera efecte în cascadă tot mai dificil de cuantificat și de estimat. Pentru a ne spori reziliența în fața acestor provocări, este necesar mai întâi să ne îmbunătățim mecanismele de gestionare a crizelor transsectoriale și transfrontaliere și, concomitent, să îmbunătățim comunicarea în situații de criză și să intensificăm combaterea dezinformării. În ceea ce privește România, profilul de stat european și euroatlantic, puternic atașat valorilor democratice și respectării drepturilor și libertăților fundamentale, reprezintă un garant solid pentru securitatea regională și nu numai. Eforturile noastre de consolidare a securității și stabilității europene sunt intrinsec legate de obiectivul strategic de a sprijini Republica Moldova în procesul de aderare la Uniunea Europeană și pentru implementarea de reforme în vederea consolidării statului de drept și a rezilienței, respectiv eficientizării administrației publice. Doamnelor și domnilor, criza din Ucraina a dovedit încă o dată puterea solidarității și unității în cadrul UE și NATO. Așa cum evocă recent adoptatul concept strategic al NATO, vrem să trăim într-o lume în care suveranitatea, integritatea teritorială, drepturile omului și dreptul internațional sunt respectate și unde fiecare țară poate alege propria cale, fără constrângeri sau sub amenințarea forței militare. Pentru aceasta, trebuie să rămânem proactivi, să acționăm anticipativ și să învățăm mai bine lecțiile pe care această criză umanitară și de securitate ni le furnizează. Vă mulțumesc!
Mulțumesc, domnule ministru. I would like to introduce now two representatives of the best friend of Romania, United States of America. I would like to introduce Ms. Karen Enstrom, the acting chargé d'affaires from the U.S. Embassy, Bucharest. Please have the floor and welcome to Romania.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to join you here today at this very timely forum. I'd like to start by thanking former Congressman Robert Pittenger, as well as Pavel Popescu, Romanian Chairman of Defense, for their work and effort in convening this forum, as well as former U.S. National Security Advisor, General Jim Jones, for joining us. Please also let me recognize the distinguished speakers from the Romanian government that are joining us this morning. Vice President of the Senate, President of the Chamber of Deputies, the Prime Minister, and the Minister of Interior. It is my honor to represent the embassy before this forum because this year we are celebrating, as was noted earlier, the 25th anniversary of the strategic partnership between the United States and Romania. Romania being one of our closest partners in the Black Sea region. And I cannot think of a better way to honor this special relationship than being here today. But more importantly, it is my privilege today to welcome U.S. Senator Tammy Baldwin to Romania and to this forum. Senator Baldwin has an extensive background in the U.S. Congress, having served 7 terms in the U.S. House of Representatives before being elected to the U.S. Senate in 2012 as a representative of the U.S. state of Wisconsin. And as a fellow Midwesterner from the United States, I can say that she makes us proud. Among several critical positions, she sits on the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee in our Congress and follows closely the needs of our partners in the Black Sea region. But I'm going to stop there so that you have the opportunity and the privilege to hear directly from her. Senator Baldwin?
Well, good morning, and I want to offer my appreciation and thanks for the invitation to participate in this forum at such a critical juncture. And I want to thank all of my fellow parliamentarians from around the globe for your participation, both in person and virtually here today. I also just want to start by recognizing the enormous sacrifice that average Ukrainians have been making for more than 8 years, but especially since February and the commencement of Putin's latest stage of his inhumane and illegal war. However, as President Biden has said, instead of a divided and fractured Europe and Western alliance, Putin got a stronger and more resilient NATO. The alliance is stronger than ever before, and we have all rallied to provide the support Ukraine needs to defend itself. And that support will continue. Since the beginning of 2022, the Biden administration and Congress have provided more than $54 billion to help Ukraine and our NATO allies, and has committed more than $6.1 billion in direct military hardware transfers from the United States inventories. In addition, we welcome the news of progress being made on Finland and Sweden's NATO accession process. And I also welcome the announcement from President Biden that he will be enhancing the U.S. presence in Europe by rotating a new brigade combat team to Romania to help secure NATO territory in the critical Black Sea region. This is a great announcement, given that our 2 countries are celebrating our 25th anniversary of our strategic partnership. While the U.S.-Romania relationship is based on many other areas of mutual interest beyond security, Romania's geographical position alone makes it an especially important strategic ally, and one which we can never afford to take for granted. We cannot overstate the importance of Romania's role in responding to the war in Ukraine. The U.S. and Congress in particular has a keen interest in assisting Romania in its goals of achieving energy security, strengthening NATO capacity in its southern and eastern flank, and specifically the need to increase Black Sea security. The U.S. and Congress must continue to find ways to ensure that Russia is not the dominant presence in the Black Sea long term by increasing security assistance and foreign military financing. This is something that I look forward to continue supporting as a member of the Defense Subcommittee of the Senate Appropriations Committee. We should be also looking at what surplus U.S. equipment could be refurbished and transferred to Romania to boost its naval and coastal defense capabilities in the Black Sea. We are currently in the process of drafting our new bill for the fiscal year 2023. We are taking seriously the needs of the Black Sea region, as you saw with critical funding for partners like Romania, which was included in the Ukrainian supplemental funding bills and last year's spending legislation. However, as we look to bolster security in the Black Sea region, we cannot afford to only look at this in the context of the war in Ukraine. For Putin, this is not just about Ukraine. For Putin, it is about cementing his legacy as the man who restored Russia to its former glory. Since coming to power, Putin has consistently disregarded international norms and conducted war crimes. From Chechnya to Georgia, Ukraine, and Syria, he and his military commanders have repeatedly violated international humanitarian law. He has used chemical weapons to assassinate political rivals. He has weaponized natural gas, and he has meddled in the political process of numerous countries, including my own. I'm afraid that he will continue to sacrifice countless lives, including young Russians and the very same Russian-speaking populations in neighboring countries that he purports to protect, all in order to achieve his personal goals. His desire is to cement his legacy by erasing the independence of neighboring countries and impeding their right to self-determination. And the biggest black eye to Putin will always be free and open democratic societies. And I look forward to working with all of you in the years to come as we work to achieve our goals in this arena. Thank you again for having me join you.
Senator Baldwin, I would like to thank you for your work in the Appropriations Committee and for the key decisions that you took there together with your colleagues. And thank you, United States of America, for your true friendship to Romania. I would like now to introduce a great friend of Romania, former National Security Advisor, a former SACEUR in Europe, and one of the most experienced military careers that I've ever met, General Jim Jones. I invite you to take the floor. Welcome to Romania, and thank you for joining this event.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Popescu, for such a generous introduction. It is indeed great to be back in Bucharest on the 25th anniversary of the American and Romanian partnership. and good morning to you all. Let me also express my appreciation to former Congressman Pittenger and to the Parliament of Romania for their hospitality and for hosting and orchestrating this intelligence security forum. I must take a moment to especially salute former Congressman Pittenger for the work he's doing around the world to keep the issues of our time in the forefront on various continents and in different countries. And thank you very much, sir, for that. It's a wonderful life's work. So it's great to be here among old friends, great to be here in person for the first time in a long time, and including, of course, the President of the Parliament, Marcel Ciolacu, in addition to Minister Lucian Bode. And also, I'm grateful for the messages transmitted by the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister of Ukraine. Sadly, ladies and gentlemen, we convene here today at a time when war has returned to Europe and in the days immediately following the NATO summit in Madrid, and I'm particularly honored to be here among Ukrainian parliamentary members. This morning, with your permission, I'd like to share with you some personal thoughts regarding what is at stake in Ukraine's courageous and inspiring defense against Russia's aggression, NATO's response to that unprovoked invasion, and what seems to be needed in an era where the scope of international competition and conflict is becoming ever wider and thus more complex. Regarding Ukraine, the situation, as we all know it, is ominous. The Russian government's rhetoric against Ukraine, against NATO, and the West in general, has intensified. And although Russia's territorial advances have slowed, their offenses in the east have taken on a new and dangerous intensity, and they recently seized control of the Luhansk region. The root cause of this carnage is found within the soul of one man, Vladimir Putin, and his refusal to recognize Ukraine as a sovereign nation, his hatred for NATO and its expansion following the collapse of the Soviet Union, and his deep-seated belief that the United States did not do enough, to use his words, in Russia's hour of need. And as some of you know, Putin believes that there was an unwritten agreement at the time that NATO would never expand its membership to include former Warsaw Pact nations. There is no evidence to support his belief, but it is a documented fact that he believes this fable to be true. There should be no question that this aggression was not triggered by any event or issues inside Ukraine. That is Putin's false narrative, and we should never buy into it. This is a war of unjustified aggression driven by the imperialist ambitions of an autocrat whose rise to power was weaned by corruption, sustained through brutality, and is now marked forever by a savage war of conquest and criminality. In fact, Vladimir Putin's historical revisionism and territorial ambitions aim to eliminate the very existence of Ukraine, its history, its distinctive ethnicity, and with it the Ukrainian people's right to independence, liberty, and democracy. I'm certain that we all agree that much is at stake in this conflict and how it is terminated. And, of course, Ukraine's sovereignty and survival hangs in the balance. It is jeopardized for the second time in a decade by a regime whose ambitions, actions, and atrocities herald back to the darkest times of the last century. Ukraine has become today's defining collision point between democracy and autocracy, between the rule of law in international affairs and a world whose future is shaped by brute force. If Vladimir Putin is allowed to prevail, we will find ourselves back in a world dominated by spheres of influence and military coercion. This time, one that features not only new forms of aggression, such as cyber attacks and disinformation, but also the more active and destabilizing exercise of the use of nuclear power. We can all agree, as has been said earlier, that every aspiring autocrat on multiple continents is watching carefully to see whether or not Vladimir Putin succeeds and survives in the diplomatic sense as a legitimate head of state. They are also keen to learn whether or not the combination of indiscriminate military force, nuclear threats, economic disruption, and time will weaken the resolve of democracies to reject his crimes and assign him the pariah status he has earned and deserves. Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine has also highlighted the centrality of the Black Sea region to transatlantic security. The Black Sea region is quite literally the zone where Putin's Russia has most violently confronted the West over the last 2 decades. And I'm not just referring to the 2 invasions of Ukraine and Putin's transformation of Crimea into the hub of anti-access area denial zones spanning the Black Sea. I'm also referring to the continuing occupation of Transnistria, the invasion of Georgia, and Moscow's exercise of the full spectrum of hybrid warfare across the region, including trade and energy embargoes, cyber attacks, information warfare, and even sabotage, and of course, assassination. In many ways, the Black Sea region is being pounded into the soft underbelly of the security in Europe. He is determined to transform the Black Sea into his personal military lake, one which he will use to further his revisionist agenda if Western allies do not take adequate steps to deter this aggression. Only recently have our policy and military planners at NATO and in the US begun to focus needed attention and resources to reinforce the Black Sea region. It's a very welcome development. Indeed, it is a combination of the stark brutality of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine and the courageous and inspiring resistance of the Ukrainian people that has precipitated this long overdue transatlantic response. And this includes our support to Ukraine today, which is significant. The West is sending huge amounts of military equipment to the nation, as well as other forms of assistance, impose a growing array of economic sanctions against Russia, and of course is bolstering NATO's own eastern flank, including the deployment of a new NATO battle group here in Romania, led by France. We should all applaud Washington's recent announcement that we'll send a rotational brigade combat team to Romania to bolster the eastern flank. And I'm confident that this BCT will help further deepen the US-Romanian bilateral relationship in addition to its regional duties. And I hope it will be a step towards a more robust, permanent US military presence here in this nation. These are important steps in the military domain, but Russia's belligerence against Ukraine and beyond has long been a multidimensional assault. Russia blends the application of its conventional military power with threats of nuclear weapons, but also disinformation campaigns, cyber attacks, the weaponization of energy exports, among other non-military fronts. To be fully effective, the West's response must be equally full spectrum. In this regard, Romania and 11 other Central European nations are to be applauded and encouraged for launching and driving forward in what is now called the 3 Cs initiative. If you haven't heard of the 3 Cs, it's an effort to accelerate the development of cross-border energy, transportation, and digital infrastructure in the region between the Baltic, Black, and Adriatic Seas, hence the name 3 Cs. In this innovative undertaking, the nations are harnessing the power of collaboration and also the free market. They're using their combined geoeconomic potential to leverage private capital to address a long-standing deficit in regional cross-border connectivity, a legacy from the era of Soviet domination that totally inhibits economic growth and is a source of vulnerability, as demonstrated by Russia's recent effort to pressure those nations by cutting energy supplies. In the realm of energy security, the 3 Cs promises to build the infrastructure needed to diversify the region's sources of supply, enabling it to tap more effectively into global energy markets. The 3 Cs is all about the power of infrastructure to generate growth, strengthen economic resilience, and above all, provide the foundations necessary to complete the vision of a Europe undivided, prosperous, free, and secure. Next year, and for the second time, Romania will host the 8th 3 Cs Initiative Summit and Business Forum. And this is, as I said, the second time President Iohannis will be hosting this gathering. Romania is to be applauded for stepping up to this very important initiative. And we're all grateful for the constant leadership Romania has brought to the 3 Cs initiative. Recently, we've been heartened by another realm of collaboration, a form of transatlantic collaboration, the launch of a new strategic partnership between the National School of Political and Administrative Studies in Romania and the Atlantic Council in Washington, D.C. Our work together focuses on common interests between the U.S. and Romania and how the two can and should foster regional collaborations to strengthen and secure the Black Sea region. Such forums allow us to discuss topics that oftentimes don't make it to the top tier of subject addressed by NATO summits, like cybersecurity, intelligence sharing, critical infrastructure protection, the harness and securing of 5G, and I emphasize secure 5G, and the leveraging of artificial intelligence and quantum-enabled technologies. So allow me to dig into 2 of these areas where intensified transatlantic, and since I'm in Bucharest, let me add US-Romania collaboration is urgently needed. And that's the integration of secure 5G technologies into civilian and military networks and cybersecurity for critical infrastructure. 5G is rapidly emerging as a central nervous system of society, harnessing the sensors, communication links, computing capacity, and learning that will make everybody, everything, and every place smarter and more functional. That is why the U.S. military is investing hundreds of millions of dollars testing and integrating 5G, and I emphasize secure 5G, into its secure operations. And there's a clear reason for this. On the battlefield, my old domain, the 5G leader will be more interoperable, coordinated, agile, and lethal. The ramifications of 5G dominance are both tactical and strategic, and they are economic as well as military. The 5G leader, the country or group of countries that most effectively and quickly operationalize the potentials of 5G, especially secure 5G, will enjoy a first mover advantage in developing the innovation and related goods, services, and solutions 5G will enable, and the jobs and growth that will generate. Ladies and gentlemen, today it's still too early to conclude that the US and the West have an upper hand in the race to secure 5G and follow-on generations of wireless communications already in the offing. The winner of this race, be it China or the West, will have the upper hand in setting global wireless communication norms and standards. Nothing could be more consequential in how the global future takes shape. Under the China model, the authoritarian model, precedent informs us that 5G capabilities will be employed, as they do today, to steal intellectual property, monitor and control populations, and to surveil and coerce others beyond their borders. Under the US and allied model, 5G will be a platform to empower citizens, protect their privacy, and enable growth and development. So the transition to 5G provides the United States and its allies a golden opportunity to leverage the societal and economic potentials of secure 5G and to build greater security into our networks by applying new technologies and creating more responsible and enforceable global norms. Making these improvements and investments is crucial to protecting U.S. and allied qualitative military edge, securing command, control, and communication networks, protecting a nation's critical infrastructure, and safeguarding personal privacy. So 5G collaboration is very much both an opportunity and an urgency. Another topic for immediate action is the protection of critical infrastructure, which is increasingly reliant on cyber networks. Regardless of whether transportation, energy, telecommunication, or other forms of infrastructure are private or state-owned, they face the same threats. We are all aware of the cyber attacks endured by Ukraine over the last 5 months and the earlier attacks on its power infrastructure and banking systems. Another recent example is the widespread disruptive cyber attacks on Georgia by the Russian GRU. My point is that cyber attacks on critical infrastructure have become a regular pattern of aggression from a widening array of actors, ranging from our geopolitical adversaries to basic criminal gangs. Addressing this challenge requires heightened vigilance and proactive measures at the national and multinational levels. These should include regular assessment of infrastructure security, exercises, information sharing, collaboration, and developing advanced cybersecurity technology, and coordinated plans for incident response. 5G, cyber, and infrastructure protection are but a few of the factors that are widening the breadth of what defines security today and tomorrow. These are only a few of the reasons why NATO and the transatlantic community both broaden and intensify their scope of intelligence cooperation and sharing. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the Black Sea region. Russia's war against Ukraine has demonstrated the value of sharing real-time intelligence and enhancing shared operating pictures. This war is a lesson on the mutual benefits of intelligence collaboration for all NATO allies. By fostering broader and deeper intelligence cooperation, this forum, the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum, is playing an increasingly important function, both in terms of facilitating needed exchanges among legislators and in driving towards essential collaboration between governments. Let me close by noting that this year marks, again, the 25th anniversary of the strategic partnership between Romania and the United States. This bilateral pact reflects our two nations' commitment to shared values and our determination to protect and promote shared interests. This strategic partnership is more than its words on paper. It has been made material by real action. In the military domain, this has included Romania's contribution to NATO and other joint operations in Europe, the Middle East, Central Asia, and elsewhere. It underscored by the actions that Romania and the US are taking to help Ukraine defend itself. And for all of this, Americans are most grateful to our Romanian hosts and look forward to a US-Romania relationship that continues to deepen and widen, contributing ever more to the transatlantic community's security, prosperity, and freedom. I deeply appreciate the honor of addressing you in my capacity as a private citizen and as Chairman Emeritus of the Atlantic Council. Today, Romania stands on the front lines of the 21st century European defense. The United States has committed its renewed support to that defense through its NATO and bilateral pledges. We have no better ally than Romania, and we will be successful once again. Thank you very much.
General, thank you for your kind words. We started this partnership 25 years ago. Through friendship, we reached security, the next level, and now we are reaching the next level between that relationship, into this relationship, the prosperity. And we, Romanians, we are looking forward to that. Thank you very much. I would like to introduce now a great friend of Romania from our sister country, Moldova. And by the way, I want to say hello to our friends from Moldova, Chairman Lilian Carp and his team. I would like to introduce Minister of Interior from Republic of Moldova, Ms. Ana Revenco. Doamna ministru, aveți cuvântul și vă mulțumesc pentru oportunitatea de a vă avea astăzi aici în plenul PISF. Bună ziua!
Mulțumesc! Distinguished audience, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank my Romanian friends for the opportunity to join you in this conference. I would also like to extend my warm and friendly greetings to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Kuleba. My deep respect goes to the Ukrainian citizens, to the security and internal affairs forces of Ukraine, and definitely to the Ukrainian army. Distinguished guests, the war has made it hurtfully clear for all of us that we need strong intervention mechanisms in which the European Union security and law enforcement agencies cooperate and work together with the national security structures of the states for the proper and efficient functioning of the security ecosystems of Europe and the entire world. This in the context in which Russia's aggression to Ukraine forces us all to rethink, to reshape and to recalibrate the border protection systems and to prepare innovative action strategies to deal with the impact of war-generated threats and challenges atypical to us until very recent. All the nations are now discussing the need to extend the security belt of the European space by including Moldova in the European Union's integrated security ecosystem. Today, certain segments of the European Union's border security are exposed in the context in which the war in Ukraine has produced multiple threats and complex vulnerabilities. The control of state borders of the Ukrainian side is now reduced because many of the border guards went to the war. Moldova is the only non-EU country neighboring the war, and because of this, it is not connected to the integrated European security system, and it's an intervention mechanism which must be strengthened. The situation in the Black Sea region is unstable, as you all have mentioned already, which raises the level of military threats and also the level of cross-border crime, organized crime, trafficking in human beings, drugs, terrorism, and much more. In this context, Moldova is seen as a state which provides protection for the European borders, ensuring safer and more fortified borders. In order to consolidate Moldova's position as a factor of stability in the area, our country needs support to increase resilience so that it can manage the multiple challenges posed by the war taking place now in Ukraine. Since February 24th, all resources of the Ministry of Internal Affairs have been directly and indirectly involved in the assistance and management of the refugee flows, and they continue to stay alert since. The population of the Republic of Moldova has increased by 4%, and there is by far the highest concentration of the refugees per capita. Every fourth inhabitant of the Republic of Moldova now is a refugee. We have processed 20 times more people at our borders. About 500,000 of Ukrainian refugees have already entered the Republic of Moldova, and after 4 months, we are now having around 80,000 Ukrainians remaining on our soil, over half of them being minors. This phenomena has certainly generated a significant pressure on all our systems. Right now, our health, social, education, security systems are being put at serious tests. In the Republic of Moldova, responsibility for the control of the situation on the border, but also inside the country, primarily lies with the internal affairs system. For the safety of refugees and citizens of the Republic of Moldova, the Ministry of Interior personnel continues to work 24/7 in all the fields confronted with this crisis. Border crossing points, the National Public Order Integrated Center, the triage centers, the call centers, tripling number of joint mobile patrols and missions with special focus on the border, in the proximity of the border, but also in the inland safety. Also recalibrating the teams that are charged with preventing and combating organized and cross-border crimes, but also activating in much higher scales the policing actions in the communities with higher concentration of refugees. Definitely, all these challenges brought by the war highlighted the fragility of our national and home affairs security, but also the need to strengthen its resilience, including as a protection shield of the ecosystem and the European Eastern security flank. In support of the Republic of Moldova, the Berlin Platform was created by France, Germany, and our dear Romanian colleagues, where the ways in which states and international organizations can intervene to support Moldova and were discussed. On July 15, a new conference is to be held, the Bucharest Platform, where the states of the world will hopefully intervene further with concrete intervention mechanisms to help us build a wall in the face of these challenges. In March, with the intervention of the European Commissioner, Madam Ylva Johansson, DG Home managed to sign the agreement with Frontex in just 7 days. And currently the border police of the Republic of Moldova, my dear friends in field, are strengthened with Frontex officers in securing the borders. Thus, in just 4 months, we have all managed to mobilize and create greater resilience mechanisms to war challenges. They started with an executive mandate, interagency cooperation, bilateral cooperation, and reached the strategic thinking of strengthening the borders through an extended European Union security belt and the establishment of the European Union hub in Chisinau, able to act in real time from a place where all challenges can be fully understood. This approach, with concrete development agencies, will be discussed on 11th of July at the Justice and Home Affairs preparatory meeting in which all the European Union interior ministers will participate. In Prague, for the first time, the interior ministers of the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine are also invited to directly identify the intervention mechanisms. This strategic decision on the creation of a hub in Chisinau will be discussed by all interior ministers of the European Union member states. The aim of this new structure, new security architecture, is to improve the law enforcement and judicial cooperation, as well as to strengthen the European Union extended border, better anticipating the dangers which have not yet materialized in its full complexity and capacity, but which we definitely anticipate based on the past European conflicts experience, but also on today's experience. As we all say, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. The Ministry of Interior of the Republic of Moldova stays further committed to uphold its mission and values aiming at protecting the safety of our citizens and our borders. But succeeding in the accomplishment of this goal for ourselves, Moldova also grows into a protector of European frontiers due to its safer borders. Today, at this conference, I have presented to you how Moldova has managed to mobilize under conditions of maximum unprecedented pressure, together with European bodies, together with European colleagues, and rethink the European security map so that together we can resist further to the challenges and threats posted by Russia to the whole world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because we have a very active program, we will proceed now to do a small modification in our program. It's usually happening in our PISF forums because we have very interesting remarks. So I would say that we will extend the next 30 minutes for the interventions that are still on the agenda. And around 11:35, we will get a 10 minutes. 11:45, we would get around 10 minutes break. And 12 o'clock, we can start the first panel. and we will have a gap from the lunch. So we will start the first panel around 12 o'clock in order to give space for everybody, to give the floor for everybody who wanted to talk. Next intervention will be from Romania, and the next speaker is Sabin Sărmaș, my colleague Sabin Sărmaș, the chairman of the Information Technology and Communication Committee, and I'm going to do an introduction about my friend. Sabin is will chair actually the most important event in telecommunication in the world, which is taking place from 4 to 4 years. Romania this year will host the ITU, International Telecommunication Union event, and I will let Sabin to tell you more about it and why this event is so crucial for these times. Sabin, you can have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Pavel, and thank you for the brief introduction. I'll be brief, so you can stay with the agenda. And of course, my talk will be focused on communications. We are facing those days the first really hybrid war in the world, the Ukrainian war. Because the battle are not just on the ground, but they are both in digital realm. But from the beginning of the war, when speaking about the fight in the digital space, we are not just talking about the cyber war. We are talking also about the battle that every Ukrainian people are having on the social networks and on all the communication channels and applications. You had the chance to see thousands of videos that got viral because of the fight of the people, Ukrainian people in this war. And it was not expected that the Ukrainians to completely dominate the global battle from for the hearts and minds of the people. But it has, and this is only because of the people of Ukraine. The videos that got viral captured the world's attentions are the ones that are telling the stories of the personal story of the victims and of the heroes. We can remember, all of us, the first video of President Zelensky, who said, I need ammunition, I do not need a ride. That gone viral with the help of Ukrainian people. We can all remember the viral videos presenting the Ukrainian people thank-jacking Russian armed vehicle or ordinary people heaping verbal abuse on armed invasion. All these were possible because of the communication infrastructure. Does any one of you know what 385 means? It's the tallest infrastructure in Ukraine. Is the tallest structure in Ukraine. It is the Kiev TV tower, which on 1st of March was bombed, or was hit by a missile from the Russian side. They also undertook a lot of cyber attacks on the communication infrastructures, and all this because their intentions were to destroy the critical infrastructures as they understood the importance of communication. Communications are today as important as water pipes, and a resilient communication infrastructure is one of the pillars of any powerful and secure state. As my colleague said before, Romania is going to host this year the ITU Plenipotentiary Conference here in Bucharest. The ITU is the most relevant worldwide organization, is the specialized agency of United Nations. And in April this year, the United Nations adopted a resolution in Geneva, which asked for the countries of the world to help Ukrainian government to rebuild their own infrastructure, their own telecommunication infrastructure. I think that Romania, as a good neighbor, and as one of the countries in Europe with the greatest communication infrastructure, can help Ukraine to rebuild their communication infrastructure, and not only. And on behalf of my role as designated chairman of this conference that is going to be held here in Bucharest this fall, I'm inviting you to participate and to be part of the delegations of the countries which are involved in this conference. Because ITU, as the strongest promoter of connected unconnected, is the most relevant organization at the worldwide level that can establish communication infrastructure in any country. And as I said, and I'm going to say it again, communication infrastructure is one of the pillars of any secure and resilient country. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Sabine, very much for your remarks and for your important job. I would invite now Ms. Irene Rosberg, who's a Program Director, Executive MBA in Shipping and Logistics, Copenhagen Business School. She will speak about food security and logistics. And after that, I will propose you to go through the list with the people who wanted to take the floor and who still want to take the floor, and you have two options. One option is to come here on the stage, and the other option is to use one of the two mics in the plenary session. We have cameras from the top and from the sides, and you decide how you want to speak if you do not feel comfortable here or you feel more comfortable there. Please.
Thank you very much indeed. I am very humbled to be in this very distinguished company. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I normally talk about this topic about 3 hours, but I'm just going to condense it in 10 minutes and even been asked to even shorten it, and I will do my best to do that. Now, talking about food security, let's first define what is food security. Food security is defined as all the people having physical, social, and economical access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food to maintain a healthy and active life. Now, the common aspect is that food has to undergo certain processes. And there are different stages, including production, processing, transportation, storage, and consumption. Now, all these processes are then considered the logistics of food. In academic literature, we refer to that as the stages of the value chain. It's common belief that hunger is caused by lack of food, which is this, actually in a lot of situations this is not true. This is not the case. Africa, Asia, and even in the US and Europe, there are nearly 800 million hungry people because food is mainly out of reach. It's not that there is lack of food, but the food is out of reach. And therefore, the actual problem is about the distribution of food to all the people that they need it. Researchers from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations has shown that around 50% of the food is wasted in distribution. And it is therefore understood that logistics and transportation management has an essential role in ensuring food security. Now, before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we also had other situations, the man-made problems, which really made the cost of the food went up, and we started with the crisis. We had also then the climate situation. We had the COVID. All these are the elements which really added to the increase of the prices. And they had the devastating consequences for the low-income countries and developing countries. Now, Ukraine, which is supposed to be considered the breadbasket of the world, has deepened these crises to a whole different level. I know that I'm preaching probably to the converted when I'm saying that the global food markets are extremely concentrated. To solve the problem is that we have to look at this concentration of the food markets. They are both concentrated, both in terms of supplies and also in terms of reserves. 7 countries are making 86% of the wheat exports, while 3 countries hold 68% of the world's wheat reserves. These figures are similar when it comes not only to the wheat, but also comes to the coarse grain, to corn, to rice, to soybeans. And Russia and Ukraine supplied about 30% of the world's wheat and before the war. And of course, you can imagine what is the consequences today. Such concentrations and thin markets means that when crises strike in one region, like it has happened in Ukraine, the global supply of food can be derailed quickly, and it's going to be leading to high prices. And we are talking about the entire supply chain, the entire value chain. Transportation by sea is the vital part of the distribution of food. The war has made this more difficult than ever. It's very costly. When you look at the costs calculated for the transportation of food, you see that 80% of that cost is actually the cost of the logistics of the food. And today, we see that these costs are even increasing. For example, look at the insurance premiums has skyrocketed for vessels who are operating in the Black Sea, which this further increases the price of food, of course. So many countries are now turning to alternative sources. But there's also a cost increase there involved. Countries in Europe and Middle East are now who relied on the Russian and Ukrainian wheat, now are going to Canada or Australia. What does this mean? That means more expensive transportation costs because you're going further away. When you're going further away, you're going to be facing more use of the bunker. Bunker is very expensive. And then, of course, now we are not even thinking about the impact, the global environmental impact that is causing, which is also very devastating. And of course, this war is going on, it's dragging on, while it drags on, the record levels of food insecurity are expected to sharply rise. And in the 81 countries where the UN World Food Program, WFP, works, they say that the acute hunger is projected to increase by an additional 47 million, from 276 million to 323 million. That means 17% jump. That's a lot. More people are going to be really starving. Now, we have to ask ourselves, can we afford to continue and go about business as usual? Because we cannot really wait to invest in resources until the crises are going to hit our shores and borders. We really have to act now. War and its consequences, like food security, insecurity, and supply chain disruption, is no longer localized. The global community is deeply interwoven, and it's becoming more so. And therefore, a war in one corner is going to be escalating quickly to the other has global consequences. Now, I have worked all my life within the maritime industry, and all my professional life has been in there. One of the things I have always said is that if it was not for the shipping industry, half of the world would be starving to death, and the other half would be freezing to death. I think this Ukrainian war and the situation we are in right now proves to be exactly the case, to believe that. So the added surging cost for the shipping companies, which are trying to move products around the world, which are then these added prices are passed to the consumers. We have to make sure that to keep the trade open for food, fuel, fertilizers, and crucial to contain the rise of the prices. To prevent further disruption, we need to have WTO, for example, to use its power, its might, to reduce the barriers for companies, to restructure their supply chain for cargo carriers, to adjust their transport routes, which helps to ensure the goods can reach countries where there's a high demand for it. So today, you see companies there who are really ready to get involved. Even they're ready to take the risk of facing operation in a war zone, Perhaps perhaps the way forward would be to form a task force where these companies can have a central coordination where ship owners, ship operators, freight forwarders, liners, they can all participate to work together to improve the situation. I think politicians should look at the transportation of goods for the helping overcome the food crisis as a commercial activity, because it is a commercial activity. The food crisis is not only resolved by political actions, but also by facilitating the work of commercial transportation segments, and therefore the policymakers need to help with putting a mechanism in place where these players can take the risk to operate in a war zone. Maybe there should be some sort of a subsidy from government, maybe, for instance, covering the fuel surcharges or at the cost of it entirely, because these people are risking to go to the war zone to make sure that the food is secure. This will help the rates of transportation of food and material for the reconstruction to be significantly lower for the local governments that are receiving that or are providing this service. If this could be achieved, there would be a window to transport not only grain, but also construction material in bulk, in, let's say, cement, sand, steel rods, steel frames, concrete support for bridges, which is very badly needed right now for reconstruction, from all over the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we really need to do is to really take action and help start moving this into some sort of a ongoing activity. Why am I here now? You may ask yourself, what is an academician from the... Yes. What is an academician from Denmark has to do with this? The reason I'm here is that I have managed to train 300 executives all around the world who are willing to help. And these 300 executives are sitting in senior positions all around the world, worked with this more formidable group of people who like to contribute. So we are ready to do that. The question is, are you? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rosberg. I will give the floor to former Senator Larry Pressler now. And I would start after Mr. Senator with our friends from Ukraine, which are waiting to take the floor. And I would read after that, name by name, who's going to come here on the stage. Senator.
Thank you very much. I get the feeling that it would be appreciated if I'd be very brief, so I will be. But I did want to make one point, and that is how important it is that you are all here, because we have to stay alert to these problems that are coming up, especially regarding 5G, as regarded General Jones' speech. And we can't fall asleep at the switch. I just came back from speaking at Oxford University to the Rhodes Scholars at Rhodes House, of which I was one many, many years ago. And I found a weariness of these young Americans, a weariness, are we going to take the lead on all these matters? We're going to pay for all these things? And there is a weariness that's settling into people to address some of these problems. So that's why it's so important that you are here. And the work that Congressman Pittenger and this group does, it keeps the ball moving forward. It keeps people alert. And especially the speech that Jim Jones made about 5G and how important it is that we take some action rather than just let things happen. So I want to thank you very much for this chance to say a few words and say that this conference is very important, and it will serve the international community very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator. I would invite to speak Miss Olga Vasileva on the stage. Welcome from Ukraine. And I look forward to your speech.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chair, honorable participants, I came here from Bucha. I traveled by car. It took me 2 days to come to join you here, even though I could not miss a chance to address my speech to you today. As of today, as you know, Russia has used almost 3,000 different cruise missiles against Ukraine. The number of air bombs and rockets hitting our cities simply cannot be counted. Waging of war requires enormous resources. Just in 1 day of war, Russia spends more than $200 million. Given this need for resources, buying or transporting Russian oil, maintaining contacts with Russian banks, paying taxes and custom duties to the Russian state means financing act of terror. Selling Russia goods means giving terrorists weapons components. Russian war machine is still heavily dependent on Western technologies and components. For instance, just in Bucha, which was occupied by Russian militaries, we found the Russian cruise missile with at least 35 US-made microchips inside. An electro-optical system of the Ka-52 Alligator contained 22 chips manufactured by USA companies. In destroyed by Russian forces Borodyanka, it's a village near Kiev, we found 5 US-made chips in the Panzer Air Force system. Russian military equipment found on the ground was also filled with the semiconductors that they took out in dishwashers and refrigerators. The way Russians got these microchips is far unclear. Being aware of this dependency, Ukraine's international partners prohibited to sell, supply, transfer, or export, directly or indirectly, dual-use goods and technology to any Russian or to use in Russia. However, our enemies applies various intricate schemes to avoid sanctions. Most recently, Russia has adopted a law providing for the legislation in parallel imports into the country to bypass restrictions. Simply put, to continue gaining access to the inventions of Western civilization and use them to turn Ukraine into unlivable territory. Attempts to support Ukraine cost its allies a very significant financial investments. Russia's access to the global financial system by the hands of our allies gives the aggressor opportunities for acts of terror, the response to which requires more resources from the very same allies. Of all international organizations, we believe that FATF is the best place to cut off Russia's access to finance resources. Regrettably, during its June plenary session, the AML-CFT watchdog failed to expel Russia and blacklist it. Without a proper response from any given international institutions, Russia naturally got an incentive to become more aggressive in its actions. How many Buchas, how many Borodyankas, how many Mariupols should suffer from the attack of this FATF member for the organization to dare to punish its member who violates all core principles of this organization? The latest FATF decisions had not removed the urgency of the problem of Russia expulsion and blacklisting. It's everyone who is now paying the bill for the FATF's decision to turn a blind eye to Russia's outrageous infringements. Urge your governments to support blacklisting Russia on the October FATF meeting. Urge your governments to provide no-fly zone under Ukraine. and provide us more weapons not to allow Russia to continue its terror. I personally, and my Ukrainian colleagues also, we personally ask you, all of you in the next security forum may take place in Ukrainian Crimea or Ukrainian Donbass. You can support us to win this battle. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. And you will have to know that we stand with you till the end. The next speaker would be Halina Vasilchenko from Rada, member of the Committee on Finance, Tax and Custom Policies. Halina, welcome on the stage.
Honorable Chair, honorable participants, first of all, I want to say thank you to all who make possible this forum, to all who raise this important question about Ukraine. Of course, Ukraine is very grateful to all states that united in assistance. You helped us with military support, with humanitarian support, with financial support. And thanks to this assistance, we were able to win the battle for Kiev. But to be able to win the war totally, we need more support and we need more weapons, appropriate weapons, especially heavy weapons, air defense systems, fighter jets. We want to win this war. This war is not just about territories. This war is about defending the values of democracy. You know that there are millions of temporary displaced people that had to leave Ukraine because they were saving their children. And especially Romania is also one of states who kindly made a hospitality to our children and women. We're really grateful for this, but we want to make everything to take these people back home. We are waiting for them, for all our people that had to leave our country for a certain time. And of course, to be able to win this war, except weapons, we need more financial support and more sanctions, more economic support. The toughest sanctions will be imposed on all Russian and Belarusian banks, on all state-owned companies of Russia. The sooner Russia will fail economically, and the sooner we will be able to win. The other really very, very important issue is issue of genocide, because Russia is committing genocide in Ukraine every day. Even now, when we are here in a safe place, Russia is dropping bombs to peaceful cities. Russia is killing innocent Ukrainians every day. And we urge all democratic countries to have joint commitment and to have joint state position, strong position, that Russia is committing genocide in Ukraine. We urge all democratic countries to be united in the issue of Ukraine till the end of war. We have to be collectively strong, and we have to support each other. Now Ukraine is in a very dangerous situation. And with your support, with your assistance, till the victory, we are sure that the victory will come sooner. Thank you so much, and please stand with Ukraine. Please continue your assistance and support.
Thank you.
The next member of Rada who's going to take the floor is Elisaveta Iasco, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. Welcome to Romania.
Thank you so much, dear friends, colleagues, dear organizers. I will try to be brief, and I really hope that you are not tired. Not only here tired, but generally, politically tired. Because this is exactly what Putin wants. He wants all of us to get tired from the war, to get tired from the internal clashes in different countries, and then he can win. He can win and show his power because he just wants to enjoy that weakness that sometimes is happening in that internal processes when we fight with each other. And now I want you to ask, my colleagues raised lots of important things, but I want to ask you to think globally. How did we end up here in the world order, in that security situation that we have right now? What wrong did we do that after the war and aggression in Georgia, in Chechnya, in occupation of Crimea and Donbass, after the situation in Belarus, we have war in Ukraine? Probably we could stop Russia before, but probably the answer was not enough. I want also to speak not only as a politician, but as Ukrainian and as a human. I often still hear some foreign politicians asking me, why are you not having a dialogue with Russia? You could have a dialogue and Putin will listen. I want to tell you and to say again, Putin is not listening. He's using all that we have when we discuss and we are not very fast in some decision making. He's just using that time to prove that he can do whatever he wants. I'm very happy that today, and I'm very grateful to our Romanian friends who hosted this conference, to see many people coming from different countries from very far, including Latin America, Africa. And I really want you to ask, please, look at this globally and think about the future. We know that in UN voting, unfortunately, not everyone is brave enough to call Russia aggressor. There is something wrong with that. If we want to have peace in the future in our countries, we need to name the real things with the real names. So I'm really asking you to think about that. And then we can not only recover Ukraine to have peace, but we will have a new international world order where international law would mean something also to Russia. But we need to make that security solutions and discuss that security solutions here that would make a difference, not only on the paper, but in reality. And please don't be tired, because Putin is waiting for that. He's waiting for that to make sure that his interests are secured in your countries, and we shouldn't allow that to happen. The evil should be called evil, and it should be stopped. Thank you very much.
Elisaveta, your voice is heard here in Romania and around the world, and we will stand with Ukraine. I will invite now Denis Vidvic, Deputy Speaker of House of Representatives of Parliamentary Assembly of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I want to ask you, dear friends, dear MPs, to understand that we postponed it a little, the program, because of all the interventions, and we will start the first panel around 12. We will get a 10 minutes break after everybody speaks. We'll start the first panel around 12. We will have it around 1:15. And I ask you all at 12 o'clock to come here, because the interesting part with the best speakers around the world will start at 12 o'clock. After the first panel, we will have the lunch for 1 hour and come back for the next two panels. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation and opportunity to speak about this very important issue. As we know, for almost 5 months, the Ukrainian people, led by President Zelensky, have been bravely defending their country against the brutal and unprovoked aggression of the Russian Federation. But we are all aware that Ukrainian people don't not only defend Ukraine. The Ukrainian people defend the international order as well as the freedom of the whole Europe. I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina, which was also 40 years ago subjected to brutal aggression, followed by mass crimes and genocide. So we in Bosnia and Herzegovina are completely relevant to talk about current situation in Ukraine. In this regard, I want to send 2 messages. My first message is that the Ukrainian people have chosen the right side of the history because they respect moral values and they never give up honorable fight for the freedom of their homeland. Having that in mind, the entire democratic world is on their side. My second message is addressed to international community. There is the same pattern in the case of aggression against Bosnia and Herzegovina and Ukraine. Unfortunately, Europe and the democratic world stopped the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina only after 4 years of mass crimes and genocide in Srebrenica. We must not allow the same scenario to be repeated in Ukraine. At the same time, we must be aware that the lasting peace and long-term stability have not yet been achieved in the Western Balkans region. That's why I want to emphasize, if we want long-term peace in Europe, it is not guaranteed if only Scandinavian countries become members of the NATO alliance. All countries of the Western Balkans region must become full member of European Union, and Bosnia and Herzegovina must become full member of the NATO as well. Without a stable and peaceful Western Balkans, there is no stability in Europe. In the end, I want to underline, European Union and the NATO must not hesitate and concrete steps towards the integration of the Western Balkans to European Union and the NATO must be taken as soon as possible, because waiting too long creates vacuum that someone else always wants to fill. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I would insist again to limit your interventions to 1-2 minutes as we announced. We have now Cheryl Gallant. Is it here? Victor Guido Gonzalez. Please, Mr. Victor, a member of Congress of Deputies of Spain, join the stage.
The debt toll and the heavy economic sanctions imposed on Russia, as well as the tens of billions of euros in military support poured into Ukraine, has put in peril Putin's international and domestic position. And the more complex the situation is for Putin, the more complex it will be for the West, and especially for Europe. There is a growing confidence in the Western Alliance about the course of the war in Ukraine. And although this confidence seems to have grounds to be justified, it is no less true that it poses a potential danger. Besides the increasing debt toll and devastation of Ukraine, the effects of the economic rupture with Moscow will begin to be felt much more acutely in Europe in the form of rising prices, energy shortage, lost jobs, and the social impact of trying to absorb as many as 12 million Ukrainian refugees, according to the United Nations. And Putin knows this. So that provided he can keep the war going. He knows time is in his favor. In particular, when it comes to economic exposure and social political unrest. I won't detail the economic exposure, and particularly the energy exposures, as I don't want to offend our German friends. But there is and will be social unrest and political turmoil. The public response in Europe and the US will likely be volatile and contradictory in some terms in the coming months. The current focus on Ukraine in media will probably fade away as the war loses its shocks volume. By October, the economic crisis could very likely dominate world politics, as well as social unrest that normally follows any economic crisis. As pressure mounts up, there might be a resurgence of Putin's understanders, as offers to dialogue with Russia while lowering the tone against Putin aggression. This has to be avoided. In Russia, social and political unrest is likely to be swiftly dealt by the tyrant. At the same time, Russia will make the most by meddling with our domestic affairs, as it has done in the past, following his divide and conquer motto. In most cases, Russia does not create divisions, but quickly latches on. In Catalonia, the separatist desire has long been part of the political life, with little eye from the outside. The same was true with the Scottish referendum in 2014. However, today there is evidence that Russia undertook to influence in the Scottish independence. The Kremlin also aided the Catalonian 2017 illegal referendum with both money and intelligence, and even contributed in 2017 to the Californian secessionist operation, Calexit, which was run by Luis Martinelli from Yekaterinburg in Russia. Russia funding and social media support plays a massive role in creating and amplifying political and creating social unrest. But the support for the secessionist movements is just a tiny part of a much larger goal of influencing global politics, showing chaos and creating division to weaken his opponents, attempting to control over the outcome of elections around the world and increasing citizens' distrust in our institutions. I have participated in all the electoral process that took place in the last 18 months in America, from the United States, and the last ones were in Colombia. And they're winning in the region. The influence not only of Russia, China, and Iran. Those are the three able enemies we need to oppose and defend human rights, democracy, and freedom. Now it's time to stand together until full, and I mean full victory, is achieved in the Ukrainian grounds and around the world. Thank you.
Dear friends, to save a little more time, I will invite now on the scene the following friends. Sonia Krimi from France, MP Khan Razaie from Afghanistan. Is he here? Please come on the stage. MP, former Defense Minister of Albania, Fatmir Mediu. Emanuelis Zingeris, MP Chairman of the USA Congress Caucus Parliament of Lithuania. and MP Filip Popov. He's not here. Okay, Mr. Filip Popov is not here. Then I would ask Maria Fernanda Cabal. Is she here? Please come on the stage. Olivier Cadic, member of the Senate, French Senate. Please come all on the stage, and I will ask you to, actually let's ask the ladies to take the floor first. Please.
Thank you a lot. So I have two things to share with you this morning. I have a good news. My English is not so good, so it's a good news. But I have another good news for you, that I will have a short speech, okay, as a sequence. I'm French. I was a former member of Parliament. I work and I host in the French Parliament the 19th Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum, and I want to speak about women. As I told you when I was in French member as a French member of Parliament, they said to me all the time that the defense or the army or the war, it's not an affair for women. It's not a woman affair. It's a man affair. And I think that the first victim of all the war that all the men did in the world are women. To start, are women and our children. If I can say, we will have some advices here and some advices for what we will do now and what we will do in short and mid-term. But I will speak about long-term. If we want to have less war in the world, I think we have to put more women in the power. We have to know how to share in your places, when you return to your country as a parliamentary. We have to give space more for women to be involved more in our political life. I think that as women, we can talk more about education. It's a long-term solution, of course. We can talk about industry, we can talk about culture, etc., etc. This is my point today. This is one of the most important points that I want to share it. I didn't hear this morning more people talking about women and the most important of the presence of women in our political life. Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez, you can have the floor. Please.
Thank you very much. I come from Colombia, South America. I'm very proud to be the most voted woman in Colombian history for Congress. I identified with the Republican ideas. I'm a fighter for freedom. And it's amazing to be here in Romania. We have been 80 years in Colombia, 80 years fighting communism. Amazing. Since Lenin decided to internationalize revolution, the name Comintern, maybe it's common for these Eastern European countries, we started fighting a violent communist guerrilla, not just one group, but several different guerrillas. And today we keep doing it after a peace process that has failed. But Santos, our former president, introduced a peace process telling the world that violence was going to end. Today we have former barbarians, guerrilla members, war criminals in Congress without paying any day because of its crimes. And they call it peace. And Europeans support it. And some Democrats, mostly of them, support it. Today we have another violent expression. Rural violence turned to be urban violence promoted by guerrilla. And Russia is on it. We discovered with our police that there were more than 7,000 fake accounts in the media, in the network, promoting violence, the same as they did in Chile, the same as they did in Peru. All Latin America today is turning red, the color of communism, not red, the color of the American Republicans. Today, we have failed now, this election, and we currently have, since just a few weeks, a communist president, a former guerrilla member, who never paid for its crimes, because always the Colombian nation deals and gives amnesty to violence. So we in Colombia have been confronting what is the other war. The war has changed again, and we have to defeat it. God made us to born free. There's no life without freedom, and we have to keep fighting. Russia paid rioters through a bank, the biggest bank from Moscow. All these monies were delivered to violent people in the streets of Colombia. It sounds surprising. It is not for me. This is a different kind of war. This is a narrative of war. This is the use of the media for war, and we have to defeat it. We had to defend human dignity. We have to defend freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For the ones who already had the chance to grab a coffee, I will ask them to come back into the plenary session. The ones who did not have the chance to grab yet a coffee for the pause, just go get your coffee, get the snacks, and 12:15 we start the public diplomacy and the diplomacy panel, which is a very important panel. So I'm asking the speakers, the 6 speakers from the diplomacy panel, 12:15, to be prepared here on the stage. I'm asking my colleagues now, the last who will speak in this session, to reduce to 1-2 minute interventions. And I'm offering the floor to Mr. Fatmir, who is a former Minister of Defense and a good friend of Romania. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It is a saying, if you want to be seen, stand up. If you want to be heard, speak up. If you want to be appreciated, shut up. So I will try to get your appreciation. We should not be naive that what is going on right now in Ukraine happened because Ukraine threatened Russia or NATO threatened Russia. It happened, I was Minister of Defense in 2007 in Munich Security Conference when Putin stood for the first time strong, saying that Russia is back, the world is not any longer unipolar, NATO is a threat, they will not allow enlargement of NATO in Georgia and Ukraine, and the Balkans are the backyard of Russia. And still after such assertion, it was treated charitably from the world leaders. Make no mistake, Putin did not start the war in Ukraine because he was threatened. Make no mistake, Ukraine is a target, but Putin's goal, in my belief, is Europe. And let me call your attention about my region, the Balkans, listening to my colleague from Bosnia as well. I want to bring some questions without coming to a conclusion. Why Serbia is spending more than 3% of its GDP to buy weapons and military equipment? What is the threat for Serbia? Where is the military support coming from? Why strong intelligence presence in the Balkans from Russia? How the situation in the Balkans will evolve if Republika Srpska will leave Bosnia and Herzegovina? Why the status quo in dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia? Does it serve to stability? And saying that, I hope that Romanian friends will consider to recognize independence of Kosovo as a way to more stability and security in our region. Who is behind all these religion disputes and conflicts in Montenegro? How is the Bulgarian position affecting the Balkans about the enlargement process? We need Balkans in Europe, and what is going on is harming the enlargement, but also the EU vision of the region. What is happening in Ukraine right now clearly shows that Ukrainians' resilience is based on their love, patriotism for their nation, family, history, culture, and their tradition. As we speak, men and women in Ukraine are giving their life for their country, but not just for Ukraine. Let's be clear. They are not just defending Ukraine, they are defending European values and European security. And we cannot allow Ukraine to fail. In order not to do that, we should win the war together, and we should ask the question, have we done enough? NATO came up with a new strategic concept, considering Russia as a threat to NATO. But as we speak about reshaping geopolitics, we should keep in mind what's going on in the long run. China. Who is violating the sanctions in China, in Russia? It is China. Uniplay, which is a state-owned company, is replacing MasterCard and Visa. Huawei, a giant technology company, is replacing Samsung and Apple. Dialogue and relation between China is extended. In Russia and China, they decided there are no limits. They built a contract to build a pipeline, $117 billion from Russia to China. So we should keep in mind that Road and Belt Initiative and also 17+1, now 16+1 initiative is a great threat to European security. We should keep in mind that penetration of Russia and China in our part of the world is going to create more issues of security and more issues of our economy. Stoltenberg in Davos mentioned clearly that our economic choices have consequences for our security. Freedom is more important than trade. Protection of our lives, of our values, is more important than profit. So I will conclude with what General Jones said about 3Cs initiative, the importance to include our region in economic development, a new strategic concept. But it should not be just for the EU countries. We should include Ukraine and all non-EU Balkan countries in that initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for your great remarks and for your great work in everything which means security cooperation with countries around the world. I would ask to come on the scene now, and there will be the last interventions for this panel, and I'm going to ask you again to reduce them because we start 12:15 the panel. I will ask Simona Bucura-Oprescu, I will ask Daniel Florea, and Andy Grossaru. These are the last interventions that were registered here on the stage, and now I will give the floor to our friend from Afghanistan. Following our friend from Afghanistan is going to be Mr. Kadic with his presentation, and my colleagues. Please follow after each of the colleagues speaking. We will bring the people from outside in, and we will start 12:15 the diplomacy panel. Thank you very much.
In the name of Allah, greeting ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here in this amazing conference and historical time. I used to be a parliament member of Afghanistan from Kabul city into the Parliament of Afghanistan. On behalf of the Parliament of Afghanistan, first of all, I want to thank the international communities for standing of the 2 decades next to the people of Afghanistan for building of institutions, infrastructures, human capitals, human rights, and capacity to the people of Afghanistan. We managed to grow diverse human capital from human rights defenders to the vibrant free press and the most importantly, women leaders and their participants in the social and political life. Of course, the people of Afghanistan were hoping to end the conflict and maintaining the sustainment of these earned achievements, while the pain on Doha peace negotiation it proved unsuccessful. My fellow MPs and I echoed the voice of our people to the international communities to please, we should not sacrifice our 2 decades achievements. Unfortunately, the Taliban leaders announced in Afghanistan gathering in July 1, 2022, their continuation of fighting against the Western countries still continues. Ugly facts on the ground of Afghanistan. The Taliban regime has created an umbrella of narco-terrorist states and the crimes anti-women's, anti-against human value, and the regimes. Examples, the women are not to continue their education, to work, and to participate in any social life or political life. The people of Afghanistan have bravely stood against the violent, extremist, and terrorist regimes of the Taliban. They demand the rights, women's rights, particularly they won't stop until they get their achievements and they get their rights and dignity. Dear colleagues, Afghanistan instability means instability in the region and possibly a threat to the world and possibly another repeat of 9/11. Before it gets late, we want attention of the world and international communities into the Afghanistan. According to the UN statements, the Taliban has still tied with the Al-Qaeda and ISIS in Afghanistan, and they are providing safe haven for them, for their militia in Afghanistan to actively do operation in Afghanistan. The National Resistance Front of Afghanistan, with a historical understanding of these dangerous trends, the NRF of Afghanistan continue to fight for our shared values for a democratic Afghanistan. NRF is actively and militarily defending the dignity and fundamental right for our peoples against narco-terrorist regime. The NRF includes with its rank and all ethnics, religious communities, as well as activists representing Afghanistan diverse peoples. The world should be engaged actively with the NRF and help to join this address before it's too late. The NRF demands social justice, dignity for all people of Afghanistan. They must be engaged. Recommendations. The world trusts the Taliban so-called Doha peace process. They believe Taliban 2.0 is different. We, the people, say that they transferred into more extremist various than previous. The hostilities toward ethnic communities and illustrate within their so-called government to compress over 90% of the government from one ethnic group. No woman, no other ethnic of Afghanistan. The Taliban must not be recognized. This message of the people I'm here to convey. The humanitarian assistance to the people of Afghanistan must be directly distributed. The people of Afghanistan is not receiving the humanitarian aids. The Taliban is putting pressure on international organization, UN organization. They are distributing the humanitarian aids directly to their own soldiers who are part of the terrorist groups. The war is not a solution for Afghanistan. We again emphasize on the international communities to look a solution of peace process for Afghanistan peoples, since we are from 4 decades in a war and we give thousands of casualties and migrants to the other countries. Thank you very much.
Hello. I think we were supposed to have some slides. Hi, we were supposed to have some slides. Okay, thank you. Thank you to, first of all, dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Congressman Robert Pittenger and to our colleague Pavel Popescu, who chairs this forum. French Senate expresses solidarity with Ukraine. I hope I take it. Okay. In March, a delegation from the Senate delivered a plea signed by 175 senators to simply demand that the Geneva Convention be respected. The Russian ambassador kept his door closed. From 20 to 22nd April, with 6 senators and 4 members of the European Parliament, we went to Ukraine. In Irpin, Bucha, Borodyanka, we saw a landscape full of ruins and devastation. We saw the places where the Russians slaughtered civilians. Walking through the silent streets, our delegation came to be a witness, but also to bring hope. Hope with children from Bucha. We opened the brand new Freedom Park by planting 12 liberty trees. Hope in Kiev. We opened the House of Europe with Mayor Vitaly Klitschko. The Ukrainian people are defending their land. They are also defending Europe. They are defending our values, democracy, freedom of speech, and human rights. Today, they stand on the front lines. Putin thought it would easily take control of Ukraine in days. 4 months later, thanks to these freedom fighters and their sacrifice, Putin fails. Ukraine resists. Ukraine and Moldavia are now EU candidates. EU has never been so unified. Sweden and Finland are joining NATO. US enhances its efforts to secure Europe. Power of solidarity between EU and NATO has never been so strong. The war in Ukraine consequences is affecting our global world. The war in Ukraine is reshaping the global security map. This is why it's important to be here. As President Macron stated, Ukraine freedom is our freedom. Let's stand with Ukraine. Thank you all for your participation.
The chairperson told us we have to keep it short and simple. I would like to be able to do this, but first of all, I want to thank you to each of you and to every of us because you are still here. And because you are so interested and you are present, and we know exactly that we have things to do together. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I am honored to participate to the 22nd edition of Parliamentary Forum for the Security, which is taking place in Bucharest in a very special moment, the celebration of 25 years of Romania's strategic partnership with the United States of America. It is no coincidence that this large-scale event is organized in Bucharest by the Romanian Parliament and the Commission for Defense, Public Order and National Security of the Chamber of Deputies in partnership with the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum. As I have already said, we are celebrating 25 years of strategic partnership between Romania and USA that is revealing its importance, especially in these turbulent times of great turmoil of the whole Europe, but especially for the Eastern Europe. Romania has now the strongest security guarantees in his entire history. And this gives us confidence and strength needed to become a key security factor in the Black Sea area. Romania is currently playing a key strategic role in this region in the context of the conflict of Ukraine, a conflict that takes place at the border of our country and involves major challenges in terms of UA politics and NATO security strategy. We must not forget that Moldova, our sister country, has already been placed on a firm European path, and Moldova is also close to the conflict zone between Russia and Ukraine. I welcome the presence of parliamentary colleagues and experts from over 40 countries at this forum, as well as US security experts. Such participation shows the importance that each of us attaches to the need to work together, to exchange ideas and good practices in order to find best solutions to increase security in this area, but also to face the strong global crisis in the whole world is facing. We need to talk, but also we have to action. We have to talk about energy security, about food security, about climate security. All of these are interconnected, and we must not ignore any of these components of the crisis that the world is going through. I hope that the work of this forum will open up new ways of collaboration, mutual support, and identify concrete, relevant solutions applicable to the security issues that the world faces. I don't want to use big words, but I wish each of us to stand together, shoulder to shoulder, in order to have a safer, a better world for us and our children. Thank you.
Hello, dear guests, dear colleagues. I'm very thrilled, I'm very honored, and I'm very proud to have the opportunity to speak here during this event. But I want to tell you that I'll speak Romanian because what I'll say has to be said in the language of my parents and of my children. În centrul tuturor este omul. Este foarte important pentru noi să vedem cum ne descurcăm acum ca oameni, pentru că fiecare dintre noi și noi toți ca omenire suntem loviți de ceea ce se întâmplă acum în Ucraina. Există posibilitatea ca lucrurile acestea să se repete și în alte locuri din lume și depinde numai de noi să nu se întâmple asta. Nu-mi imaginez o lume în care părinții mei să fie nevoiți să plece din casa pe care și-au construit-o după o viață împreună și nu-mi imaginez o lume astăzi, când eu și soția mea împlinim 17 ani de căsătorie, nu-mi imaginez o lume în care copiii mei și cu noi să ne luăm hainele și să plecăm de acasă. Cred că niciunul dintre noi nu-și imaginează asta și nu vrea să-și imagineze. Și totuși se întâmplă. Depinde numai de noi, ca principiile pe care le știm și le trăim de când ne-am născut și care sunt la baza Organizației Națiunilor Unite, a Uniunii Europene, a NATO, toate aceste principii să nu devină numai niște vorbe pe hârtie și să devină niște realități care să nu mai permită nicăieri în lume să se întâmple ceea ce se întâmplă astăzi în Ucraina. Vă mulțumesc frumos, Dumnezeu să ne ajute!
Thank you for having you here. We are hosting today the 22nd edition of the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum for the first time in Romania after sustained effort for several years. An edition that brings together over 400 participants on site and more others in online, parliamentarians, experts, military and businessmen from over 40 countries around the world and actively contributing to the construction of a better world in a geopolitical context of major importance. The challenges of the international security environment, the dynamic geopolitical context, require a systematic and multi-sectorial approach from all actors involved in security architecture, closely pursuing national interests and objectives, of course, respecting the values and fundamental principles that define them. As members of the European Union, national values are entirely European and are expressed both by characteristics and constitutional attributes of the state and by protected values such as the rule of law, national identity, and the last but not least, the solid and competitive economy. Lately, there are major deficits. As a member of the North Atlantic Alliance, we make sustained efforts to make NATO's eastern flankers stronger, Romania permanently demonstrating its quality and ability as a reliable ally in this area. The commitments entered into the treaties and conventions are carefully applied, thus respecting the principles of availability, responsibility, and last but not least, continuity. The strategic environment of action is constantly changing and the threats have become increasingly different and volatile. The advancement of technology exposes us to increasingly large and complex threats with state actors that must show increased ability, innovation, and measure resilience to these threats on multiple fronts. Cyber threats are already on the agenda of many institutions, threatening the trust of governments, states, but also the regulatory framework involving significant costs. Emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, automation, and high performance or quantum computing are also involved in major economic effort. Another considerable aspect of the stability of the security environment is the abundance of data and information and their efficient management, which provide increased opportunities for intelligence community. Collecting, processing, and disseminating them in an optimal way can greatly help the intelligence community to efficiently achieve these objectives of interest. Disinformation is also a current phenomenon and often difficult to manage, but not impossible, loyal and effective collaboration being the antidote against it. Equally, illegal migration and trafficking in human beings are vulnerabilities to national security and international security environment, especially now during the events in our immediate vicinity. The intelligence services have long passed the test of maturity, managing in a short time to adapt to current security needs by providing expertise and materials necessary to substantiate decision makers, and the construction of a modern service adapted to current needs is of major interest. Last but not least, the war in Ukraine is above all an attack on peace, freedom, democracy, and the rights and freedoms protected by international law and founding treaties of NATO and European Union, which, in addition to the criminal nature of aggression, Russia's unprovoked, illegal, and unjustified created opportunities, including to criminal networks. The unitary approach to danger demonstrates that we are united and do everything we can to manage threats in accordance with the principle of proportionality of the distribution of the response force there and when and where is necessary. It is also that the urgent integration in Ukraine and Republic Moldova into European Union be achieved in a short time, and Romania is already a supporter of these processes, the sustained efforts being obvious. I conclude by saying that the international community's pragmatic approach to these phenomena is the evidence of a loyal collaboration between nations, thus all being involved in building peace so necessary for building a new and better world with respect to our democracies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I invite you to go back to your seats. Thank you very much for all the interventions. We will go now to the first panel, which was a little postponed. I will invite here on the stage Honorary Baroness Neville Jones, member the House of Lords of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern. Welcome. We are honored to have you here. It is an honor for me to meet you. Thank you very much. Please take a seat. I invite a good friend of Romania, Nari Turkel, who's a senior fellow at Hudson Institute, and he is the chair of the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom. Welcome, Nari. Nathan Sales, welcome, Nathan. Former Ambassador at Large and Coordinator for Counterterrorism, former U.S. Undersecretary of State for Civilian Security, Democracy and Human Rights, non-resident senior with the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative and Middle East Program at the Atlantic Council. Richard Coles, Mr. Chairman, he is the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee at the Parliament of the Republic of Latvia. Welcome, good to see you, my friend. And we have two distinguished guests from Ukraine. Yehor Chernyahev, Member of Parliament, Ukraine, Chair of the Ukrainian delegation to the NATO PA. And Dmitro Natalukia, who's the Chairman of the Economic Affairs Committee, Advisor to the MOD of Ukraine. Welcome. Your colleague is joining us also. So let's give them a round of applause. Everybody on the corridor will join the stage, and I will tell you how we do this. This is a very relaxed environment. The PISF doesn't go with moderators, goes with free speeches, with interventions. So whoever wants to take the floor from here takes it from here. Whoever wants to speak from the chair speaks from the chair. If you have remarks, you can address them. And I want you to start to see the introduction movie for this panel to understand what we will discuss in this panel. The technical team, please start.
Diplomacy has failed in its endeavor to avoid a full-fledged military conflict in Ukraine, which is why a fair assessment of the causes is needed. Joined by policymakers and leading figures in the field, we will draw the lines of the current state of play and identify potential directions for foreign affairs in the new geopolitical context.
I invite now the Honorary Baroness Neville Jones, Member House of the Lords of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern. You can have the floor. Thank you very much.
Can I just, before I begin, thank those who've been responsible for inviting me to this forum. I'm very pleased to be here and feel very privileged to be able to address everyone. We are at one of those moments, I think, in history which will be regarded in the future as the turning point. Big things are happening of a significance that we probably haven't experienced since the reunification of Germany and indeed the fall of the Soviet Union. And perhaps one could argue that some of the things they're witnessing now are some of the longer term, not consequences so much, but the way events have turned out, which relate to the statecraft that we put in place at that time. And I take some responsibility for that because I was actually part of that negotiating team. I would say that in the last decade or so, unlike the time of German unification, the diplomacy has not had its best decade. No, the question has been asked, have we been drifting? And I think the short answer is that we haven't wanted to face up to the fairly unambiguous signs that the basis on which the post-Soviet Cold War, post-Soviet world was based were crumbling. You know, the process of undermining the European Charter, which embodied the fundamental principle that borders would not be changed by force, that undermining began quite early. Other speakers have mentioned notable events, the Munich conference, the invasion of Georgia by Russian forces. And did we, the Western democracies, did we really do anything? Well, nothing that taught enough of a lesson. On the contrary, I think the lesson that Russia learnt was that land grab could be achieved at low cost. And the war in Ukraine is a consequence of inaction over the seizure of Crimea. I think we must accept that. Now, Putin thought, I mean, wrongly as it turns out, that the Western reaction will be another light tap of the knuckles on him and sanctions which he could ride out. But he's proved wrong on that. We have woken up, one might say pretty belatedly. At the same time, at rather commendable speed, we've cobbled together a military and financial help for Ukraine, enough at least to hold the Russians at bay. But we have a much bigger task ahead of us to ensure that the help we give is sufficient to ensure that Ukraine wins this war, and that it is Russia and not Ukraine that sues for terms. Now, the execution of that will be in our ministries of defense, but be under no illusion, the policy initiative to identify the goal and the route towards it is a diplomatic task. No, it belongs to foreign offices, and foreign offices need to be very present. And one thing I think we must be very clear about. If Russia imagines that there's going to be another Yalta, which they keep on mentioning, then they have another thing coming. There will be no disposing of the territories or the peoples of other countries without them being present and involved. Nothing will be done to Ukraine without Ukraine. And it is, you know, the courageous resistance of the Ukrainian people that gives us the breathing space to develop an action plan and an action agenda to meet the challenge that we now face. So what is that agenda? Well, General Jones, I think, laid out a good deal of it for us, and I'm not going to repeat it. The security of the Black Sea region will be a companion, needs to be a companion to the strengthening of the eastern flank of NATO, which is already being undertaken. And the way in which we work out the future will have to be partly composed of the security guarantees that we need to give Ukraine for her future. This is of crucial importance. It's too early to say how we do it, but that we must give Ukraine security guarantees for her future is an absolutely indispensable part of any future stability in the European continent. We've also got, I think, a Russia agenda ahead of us. It's too early again to be certain of its contents. Much depends on our success in the war. But I'm clear that there will be no return to the status quo ante. It's difficult to see how we will avoid at least some reversion to containment. No, the reduction in the trade relationship that has developed in the last decades seems unavoidable. It's an extremely regrettable development, but I don't see how we will avoid it. And I'm not among those, I must say, who think that the Russian people should be made to suffer indefinitely for the actions of their autocratic leaders. But undeniably, Russia is going to be a poorer and probably a lonelier country after the end of this war than when her leaders started it. These are all extremely negative developments, and I say all this without any kind of relish at all, but I think we have to face up to some of the bleaker aspects of a future that we face, at least in the foreseeable future. Well, General Jones also mentioned various other things that we will need to do. He talked about the need for secure 5G and for much greater resilience of our domestic critical national infrastructures. And this is something that we all need to do. And he said, and I think we must assume, that Russian hybrid warfare and disinformation tactics and attacks will continue, as well as their exploitation of criminal activity in the cybersphere. And that means collectively that the Allies need to pursue a national security strategy, and I use it in the singular because I think it needs to embrace us all and on much the same terms, that integrates domestic security and traditional defense. And we have to develop in our respective countries the institutional structures that will enable us to do this more effectively than is the case at the present. We have to safeguard our own daily lives. Big task. We can't afford to be vulnerable. I think the war in Ukraine is also, sadly, one of the first of what I hope will not be a succession of violent events, but we have to ensure there isn't a succession of violent events, in the contest between the democracies and the autocracies. As I say, we need to bear in mind that this kind of event may not be the last. So we have to plan, as we did in the Cold War, we have to plan for war in order to prevent it. We have to face up to that as well. That's not something we've been doing for the last 30 years. And it's been marvelous not to have to, but I think we have now to go back to that kind of preventative planning and the diplomacy that goes with it. We also, I think, and this is an area where there are some positives, our post-Ukrainian agenda, or at least and our active agenda now, also intersects, not just with the battle between democracy and autocracy, but also between climate change and our duties in securing ourselves. And I'm just going to mention four points extremely quickly. The first is we need to do something about energy security. And what we do there, we need to end the dependence on Russian oil and gas. And that runs in the same direction as our obligation to decarbonize our energy consumption. That's not easy, but it is a positive agenda. And we will make it easier for ourselves if we really set our minds to it and get on with it and don't do it in a half-hearted fashion, which I think is fair comment on some of our efforts. Secondly, food security. That's also already been mentioned. But the war in Ukraine is showing that actually that our food supply chain is not secure. It is vulnerable. We need to strengthen it. And we need actually to have food and agriculture policies which are agreed, I think, across nations, which give us greater food security. The third is China. China's been mentioned. It's quite right to say that China is watching. China is also breaking sanctions. No, China is potentially also an aggressor. Potentially, it's not actually, but potentially. And we have to watch very carefully for Taiwan. That in turn means we need a joint, across the democracies, strategy in relation to China. Do we have that? No. Do we even have national strategies? By and large, no. And we certainly don't have a joint one. Well, we didn't win the Cold War without a joint strategy, and we must have one in relation to China, another big task. And the last is actually securing our values at home. I feel well qualified to speak about this. As I stand here, Boris Johnson is resigning. And one of the issues which is at risk and it is at contest in the UK is the values for which our government stands. And it has generated a full-blown crisis. But I don't think the UK is the only country falling short. There has been a decline in trust between governing and governed in democracies. And that's the element on which the good functioning and the good reputation of democracy depends. And we point out to the world, that this is what distinguishes us, which allows us our freedoms, and which makes us the superior system. And my goodness, we mustn't let it go, and we mustn't let it down. We need actually to work on ensuring that our democracies actually do function properly. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, there's a very big diplomatic agenda ahead of us. I think time has come to stop drifting and get on with the work. And it requires us to, in a sense, knuckle down and face the fact that we have some very hard work ahead. Because if we don't do that, our clout in the UN will decline, and our chances of really successfully meeting the challenges that we face will be reduced. But we can do it. We are capable of it. We just need to get on and accept that. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. It's a privilege to speak before you today. I want to by thanking the presidents of the Chambers of Romania, Congressman Pettinger, Chairman Papasco, for organizing this important forum at this vital time. Mr. Papasco's leadership on many of the issues that I will raise today, including initiatives and actions to push back against China's attempts to control and manipulate telecommunications sector, has been exemplary and instructive. I'd like to start by bringing us to focus on the elephant in the room, China. The future of diplomacy largely depends on how the world sees and deals with what is more than a mere challenge to democracy, freedom, human dignity. It's a direct threat in waging an all-out assault on these values. In my current work, I'm regaled with information that confirms the justification of my long-time alarm over the willful naivete of the global community concerning China. As many of you are aware, China has aligned itself, even though carefully, with Russia in the midst of Putin's brutal invasion. So what does this mean to us? While the international community rightfully engages in self-examination regarding the foregone opportunities to stop Putin and begins to unite in solidarity with Ukraine, we cannot afford to take our eyes off China. What the CCP has in store for the entire world will make the situation in Ukraine pale in comparison. Price of failure to contain this threat would be much higher than the cost of sending military aid to defend against Russia. The potential military conflict with China won't be resolved by deploying Javelin anti-tank missiles, Soviet-made military hardware, or Turkish-made drones. Xi Jinping continues to make threats against Taiwan and wages an ongoing genocide against the Uyghur people. The international community's tepid response has only recently begun to shift. China is watching the level of resolve regarding Ukraine and has felt secure in making assertions regarding its own imminent assault yet on another sovereign democracy. This alignment between Russia and China is beyond mere pragmatism. It is ideological. Under the framework and pretense of regeneration of the Chinese nation, the Chinese Communist Party has been engaged in its long game for decades. Management of the ideological battlefield that has been emphasized, including the number document, which is a party communique that outlines CCP's desire to continue to engage in ideological war with the Western democracies. From Mao to Xi Jinping, CCP leadership has been clear. From Mao to Xi Jinping, the Chinese leadership has been very clear. It's in vision and has shared its pretense, hide your strengths and bide your time. In essence, they have been waging a constant battle against Western democracies, ideology, influence that goes against CCP's core value, struggle, and for its struggle for existence. They have been recognized and made it clear that capitalism and democratic norms faced with socialist system are incompatible. CCP uses a term such as battle in the literary every speech, public statements in dealing with the United States and others, even on matters such as trade. It is a zero-sum game for the CCP. It's not mutual existence, and it's not about win-win struggle. It is a life and death struggle for the CCP and communist leadership in Beijing, in that the regime will do anything at any cost, and it considers all means justified. CCP's constant battle against the West is severe and pervasive. It is only becoming more aggressive regionally, but also globally. Acquisition of critical ports, control of the South China Sea, a critical supply chain and telecommunication, and materials in the areas as far as Africa. Today, this ideological struggle is moving towards the literal. In light of the atrocities in Ukraine, we cannot ignore Xi Jinping himself has said regarding intention for Taiwan. The Chinese leaders has displayed China's intent for chain of aggression. So it is unlikely that Xi Jinping will stop with Taiwan. China has both territorial and maritime conflict with all of its neighbors. Two of them happen to be America's treaty allies, namely Japan and the Philippines. So the stakes are high for the United States and its allies in the Indo-Pacific region. We know now ignoring Russia's invasion of Georgia, Crimea, and military operations in Syria have been costly and consequential. And Taiwan is not the only target overcoming the century of humiliation that the Chinese leaders believe they must seek vengeance for. The costly mistakes that so many leaders in the Western world are continuing to make is treat diplomacy with China as the end goal, when diplomacy is the tool that we should use to ensure global peace. This peace will never be achieved if the Chinese regime controls the world order. While engaging in horrific repression at home, increasing authoritarianism aggression abroad, undermining international rules-based order has been largely overlooked and ignored. The exportation of China's present governance model, which threatens democratic systems, and norms, it is technological authoritarianism, pollution of the global supply chain with products produced by slave labor, as well as growing influence operations in Europe and beyond, are truly alarming. In February 4th of this year, joint statement by Xi Jinping and Putin, one part in particular stands out as worth highlighting, that both sides attach great importance to the issues of governance in the field of artificial intelligence. This is an area China far ahead of the Western world, most notably in surveillance technologies. By using state-of-the-art AI surveillance, advanced biometrics, mandatory DNA testing, Chinese communist regime managed to hurt millions of Uyghurs in the concentration camps and forced labor facilities while turning the entire region into an open-air prison. While observers were shocked by the old world feel to Putin's invasion, hacking by the World War II era, sites that our present generations never expected to relieve, we must note that China is likewise resurrecting concentration camps and slavery, but with a digitized update that far masters anything that Russia could muster. China touts that facial recognition software can pick up individual faces of 1.4 million in seconds, and software that identify ethnic groups and emotions are also being tested. Dystopian reality of Chinese surveillance is now spreading across the entirety of the country and around the world. Shanghai is a good example as a reminder. Eric Schmidt, the co-founder of Google, said in 2018 that he predicts that the internet would split into two by 2028. One would be the Chinese internet, one led by the United States. When we examine the present realities of censorship in China, we can only imagine what severe environmental global response to this would lead when combined with the misuse and exploitation of technologies by the Chinese regime. Ukraine has given us a small window into the truth that we're not living in an age where so-called foreign atrocities will not touch us. The Chinese and Russian regimes are actively trying to inject authoritarianism into the global bloodstream. The tools with which they accomplish these goals includes bots on the social media, selling smart city technologies around the world, and Belt and Road Initiative. Our world is indeed interconnected in a way that it was not during the Hitler's reign of terror. While an American father in Iowa in 1933 might have felt that Germany was a world away, and just a decade later his son would die in Europe. Today we don't possess the distance which we did at the time. Any bargaining chip that the Chinese regime has at present has been provided to it by the international community. China has used forced labor, dirty coal to make solar panels, continue to approve state-subsidized coal-powered plants. China's aggression has been also full display over the past couple of years. Wolf warrior diplomacy, for example, with all of its aggressive overtones, will be dropped quickly as the party identifies a need to portray itself soft again in times of particular vulnerability. The international community have already suffered to this new type of Chinese diplomacy efforts. Again, I emphasize that diplomacy in and of itself should not be our end goal. So what do we do to pull democracy back from the brink? First, we must fully recognize this threat for what it is. One of the common mistakes that the United States has made in the past 5 decades is to focus, for the most part, on what our strategic foreign policy approach should be, specifically with respect to China, rather than focusing and countering China's traditional and strategic approach, which is a zero-sum game. As noted about it, it is a battle between liberal democracy and autocracies. Capitalism and Leninist socialism in the case of US-China. Evidently, China has been very clear and consistent, whereas the West has been naive and ineffective in our approach with respect to communist China. So one other area that we have to figure out is how do we push back against China's coercive diplomatic efforts that has become a new norm, that has been implemented and practiced through influence operations. Hoover Institute published a report clearly and correctly summarized the Chinese influence operations in 3 words: corrupt, coercive, and corrosive influence operations. Europe has been also suffered China's ongoing diplomatic influence operations. The regime deeply insecure and spend more time and energy on controlling its population. They also worry by doing so they can prevent the Western ideology and democratic ideals will be affecting the population. We must act swiftly to counter Chinese influence operations everywhere around the world. The United States have taken a lead on this, and I hope to see this has become a new norm in European capitals. We must also proactively promote and defend democratic ideals, as we have recently initiated in various capitals. This involves swift cooperation to prioritize these issues, made even more pressing by Putin's assault on democracy. Nations must align and partner with the United States to counter China's attempt to control and create new world order. We must learn from the lessons of disastrous engagement and appeasement approaches. In fact, today, the international community paying a high price for its appeasement in the past. So we also should push back for China's coercive diplomatic efforts. It's not that difficult. So one of the common mistakes that the diplomats make around the world is to repeat Chinese propaganda statements, such as we're not against China rice, we're against Taiwanese independence. That plays nicely into the Chinese propaganda, and it will be used against our diplomats. So that kind of conciliatory statements allows Chinese to effectively push back and put our diplomats in a straitjacket. The future of democracy is at stake, and weight of history presses us to prevent the free world order from falling. We're already engaged in a battle for freedom and democracy, and one that will not be fully equipped to fight unless we fully recognize and acknowledge the gravity and urgency of the threat and act swiftly. Thank you very much for listening.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'd like to thank Chairman Popescu as well as Congressman Pittenger for inviting me to be here and for organizing today's event. And I'd also like to start by wishing a special greeting to our friends who are with us here today from Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. I want to start by giving you two numbers. The first number is 100 billion, and the second number is 60. 100 billion, as in $100 billion, that's the amount of money that Western nations have given Russia for oil and gas over the first 100 days of the war in Ukraine. $100 billion. 60 is the exchange rate of rubles to dollars. 60 rubles to the dollar. The ruble is today stronger than it was on February 24th, the day that Putin launched his illegal war of aggression, indeed of extermination in Ukraine. And I want to suggest to you that those two numbers are not unrelated to one another. The bottom line is that the West is not doing enough. I think we have the proper strategy in place, and that is, to put it very simply, Ukraine wins and Russia loses. It's what Ronald Reagan said during the Cold War. His theory of the Cold War was the West wins and the Soviet Union loses. That's the right approach, I suggest, in Ukraine as well. Unfortunately, I think that the tactics that the transatlantic community has adopted are not well calibrated to bring about that strategic end state. We seem to be providing Ukraine with exactly enough military support and other forms of assistance to ensure a prolonged stalemate rather than outright victory. And the question becomes why? Why is it that the United States and our European allies and other freedom-loving people around the world, why is it that the transatlantic community is fighting with one hand behind its back? We don't actually have to look that far because policymakers have told us we're afraid of escalation. We are afraid of taking provocative actions that might in turn cause Putin to escalate. So we see this, for example, in the proposal for Poland to transfer MiG-29s from its inventory to Ukraine, with the United States providing diplomatic top cover and also backfilling Poland's Air Force with F-16s of our own. That proposal, as you well know, is still stalled. We see it with prolonged and public hand-wringing about the provision of long-range weapons that might have the capability to strike targets in Russia itself. We've even seen public hand-wringing about whether or not to sanction Putin's mistress. Maybe Putin would be offended if we did so. We can't afford that. Does it look like Putin is afraid of escalating? Look at Bucha. Look at Mariupol. Putin's not afraid of escalating. He openly embraces it. And so how did the West come to find itself in this position? A position where Putin has established deterrence over us, rather than a situation in which we are deterring Russian aggression. Well, what should we do? I think the answer to this is fairly straightforward. I've painted what I now recognize to be a rather bleak picture. But I don't think that the bleak picture that we face is inevitable, nor do I think that it is uncorrectable. What we need, I think, is more of the same. We need to double down on the existing strategy that is in place, but simply display the political will and fortitude necessary to bring that strategic end state of victory for us and defeat for our adversaries to fruition. So what exactly does that mean? I'd like to suggest 3 specific steps that the Western Alliance should be taking, further steps the Western Alliance should be taking to put us on a path to victory. First of all, this war is going to be won or lost on the battlefield. Ukraine needs everything that we can get it. That means more long-range artillery systems. So far, the United States has provided 4 HIMARS systems, with 4 more in the offing. 8 is not enough. We need more. Ukraine needs more to enable itself to outrange Russian artillery in this war of attrition that is beginning to develop. It also means additional aircraft. It means radar batteries. It means anti-ship weapons. And it means more of all of the above. While military assistance is the most important thing the West can do to assist Ukraine, we also have to up our sanctions game. What that means in particular is sanctions on the Russian financial sector. Up to this point, the West has been content to single out particular banks for cherry-picked and targeted sanctions. That's a good start, but what we need to do is adopt comprehensive sectoral sanctions on the entire Russian financial services sector. We need to sanction every Russian bank, not just some. If you leave a number of Russian banks, and as we have, the majority of Russian banks untouched by Western sanctions, that allows Putin's bankers to play a shell game, moving money around to prop up the value of the ruble. Again, 60 rubles to the dollar. Sanctions on banks also need to include full blocking sanctions. That's sort of a technical term of art in the United States, but what it means is that banks that come across prohibited transactions are obligated to freeze the funds in question, not just report them to the US Treasury Department, but actually freeze those, to take them out of circulation. And third, the sanctions that the United States and our Western partners adopt on Russian banks need to be backed by the threat of secondary sanctions. Again, a technical term of art. What that means is we sanction not just the primary participants in transactions, but also third parties who might try to evade US sanctions, who might collude with Russian prohibited parties to evade Western sanctions responses. And then next and finally, the energy sanctions need to be stepped up dramatically. Energy exports account for 63% of Russian exports. That is why the West has been providing, on average, $1 billion a day to Putin's war machine. Let me be perfectly clear. Ukraine is not going to win if the West spends more money on Russian oil and gas than it spends on military assistance. Now, we also have to be realistic, and we recognize that many countries, including some of the United States' closest allies in Europe, have allowed themselves to become dangerously dependent on Russian oil and gas. It may not be realistic to flip the switch and turn off those energy flows overnight, but there are a number of workarounds that can be used to take Russian energy off the market while avoiding massive disruptions to global energy supplies. Let me share 2 ways that this can be done to deprive Putin of the money he needs to prop up his economy and to finance his war effort, while at the same time minimizing disruption to the West and to global markets generally. The first approach is domestic escrow accounts, and the second approach is price caps. Without going into the details here and belaboring the point, domestic escrow accounts work as follows. When a country imports Russian energy, rather than paying Russia in that country's currency and sending the money directly back to Moscow, the money is instead deposited into domestic escrow accounts. Russia builds up a balance, and then rather than withdrawing the funds and gaining access to additional foreign currency, Russia can use the balance in that account to purchase finished products. So Germany imports oil, the money goes into an escrow account, Russia uses the money to purchase BMWs or Mercedes-Benzes. If that sounds far-fetched, I would simply point out this is the precise approach that the United States used during the Obama administration and again during the Trump administration to cripple the Iranian economy and bring them to the negotiating table for nuclear talks. We've done it to Iran. We've done it over the course of 2 different administrations from 2 different political parties. It worked then. It should be given serious consideration now. As for price caps, another approach here, before we close out the escrow idea, the reason this works is because it's backed by the threat of US secondary sanctions. Any country that refuses to comply with the escrow approach and purchases energy supplies from Russia in exchange for hard currency would face secondary sanctions from the United States Department of the Treasury. Again, that is exactly what we did in the Obama administration to bring Iran to its knees. We can do it to Vladimir Putin as well. Price caps work in a very similar way. The United States and Western allies would say, we are hereby establishing a price of, let's say, $50 per barrel. It doesn't have to be that number. It could be higher, it could be lower. Any country that pays more than $50 for Russian energy will thereby be facing secondary sanctions. We've seen an embryonic version of this in the G7 announcement recently, not to exceed a certain price. That's a good start, but this needs to be massively scaled up, and it needs to be backed by the threat of US secondary sanctions. Ideally, this would be done in concert with allies. It doesn't have to be. And in some circumstances, a little bit of diplomatic drift is a good thing. The United States might have to break some diplomatic China, to use perhaps the wrong expression after following my friend Nuri Turkel. The United States might have to be prepared to act either unilaterally or in lockstep with a smaller group of like-minded allies. Consensus is important. Consensus in the transatlantic alliance has been an enormous asset as we have collectively faced down Russia's war of aggression and of extermination in Ukraine. But there may come a time when purposeful action and acting in concert with a smaller, like-minded group of allies outweighs the need for perfect transatlantic unanimity. Thank you very much. And again, Slava Ukraini.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chair Popescu, Congressman Pittenger, thank you very much for organizing this important event. And I'm really thrilled to be here in Bucharest in Romania, and particularly talking on the discussions that my previous speakers already outlined. And I think it's topical to raise the question, is the diplomacy drifting? And I think one statement that I can make already before my remarks, that the times of the statements with deeply concerned are long gone. What we need to do are the deeds. So no words, more deeds. And this is exactly what I guess, where it comes to diplomacy, as the Western countries, democratic countries, understands diplomacy, foreign policy, and vision. And with this, I think also very important, the overarching title for this year's conference here in Bucharest, the question of, actually it's a statement, reshaping the global security map. And I think I will put a question mark at the end of the statement, asking who is reshaping the global security map? Is it the democratic part of the world, or is the autocratic part of the world that is actually gaining and stepping up? So, of course, everything comes down to rules-based international order that we are fighting for, that Ukraine is fighting for. Actually, if we recall all the agreements that the aggressor have breached for so many years and on so many occasions. So I will try to shed a light with my remarks on the question that who is reshaping the global security map. So the rules-based international order is only as strong as the democracies that defend it. And the road to authoritarian resurgence has been paved with democracy's political complacency. While the unity that democracies have shown in response to Putin's war of conquest in Ukraine is rather remarkable, we must seize this moment of democratic awakening to counter the rise of authoritarianism, not only in Europe and Eurasia, but around the globe. Democracies must use all the legal, economic, and diplomatic tools available to deter authoritarian aggression and lay the foundations for a safer, freer, and more just and prosperous world. Last year, for the first time in the 21st century, the prevailing government type in this region was what Freedom House calls the hybrid regime, which combines elements of democracy and autocracy. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is a reminder that pursuit of democracy and peace are interconnected. There is intensifying battle between democracy and autocracy, where a coalition of free democratic nations of the world is needed to counter aggressive autocracies. There are different fronts in the confrontation between autocracy and democracy. From Russia to China, to Myanmar, to Cambodia, democracy and peace are intimately intervened. The two conditions are mutually reinforcing and stand or fall together. It is rare for a democratic country to invade a neighbor, or for two democratic countries to declare war against each other. Decisions in democracy must carry public opinion with them, and the public opinion will only support war in extreme necessity. An autocracy has no such constraint. Prevailing trends in the world politics, especially the return of great power rivalry, create an urgent need for new strategic thinking in Europe. The effort to devise Europe's strategic thinking for the coming period is increasingly complex because of the imperative to address not only Russia, in our view, the traditional security threat to the continent, but also China and the diverse challenges that it now poses. I'm convinced that the EU must be more than a soft power. We need hard power too. However, we need to realize that the concept of hard power cannot be reduced to military means. It is about using the full range of our instruments to achieve our goals. It is about thinking and acting in terms of power, and bit by bit, the conditions for this to happen are being fulfilled. In addition, we have seen in recent years the instrumentalization of migrants, the privatization of armies, and the politicization of control of sensitive technologies. Add to this the dynamics of state failures, the retreat of democratic freedoms, plus the attacks on the global commons of cyberspace, the high seas and outer space, and conclusion is clear. The defense of Europe requires a comprehensive concept of security. In any case, the normative competition between democracies and authoritarian countries are likely to last. The EU will gain by further reinforcing both its defensive and offensive capabilities as a democratic power, so as to limit and deter interference of authoritarian powers in the domestic political affairs of member states. But the battle of coalitions is much more than just competition between political systems. It first and foremost involves intense economic competition. China's ability to mobilize international cooperation and support is closely related to its economic leverage. In order to be able to compete with autocracies' efforts to succeed, the EU and our allies need to reach out to the countries beyond the used like-minded partners. A larger coalition could be assembled through renewed diplomatic activism at both multilateral and bilateral levels, aimed at rallying countries around positions and norms that EU and its partners consider important to defend. An alliance of democracies could play an essential role in this regard. It will serve as a political alliance aimed at forging common threat assessments and coordinating strategies among democracies to position the free world for success
in the growing strategic competition with revisionist autocratic powers. The alliance would help foster cooperation to defend against the wide-range threats to democratic countries, counter authoritarianism, and advance shared interests and values. China and Russia castigated the transatlantic allies for engaging in value-based diplomacy. Instead of considering it a wastage of a time gone by, I believe that value-based diplomacy is exactly what is needed during these tumultuous times. And to conclude, we must be prepared to take full, meaningful action to address the three defining challenges facing the democratic world. First, democratic backsliding. Second, increasing assertiveness from autocracies. And the rise of emerging and potentially disruptive technologies. Thank you very much.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, Pettinger and Popescu, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you very much for having me and our delegation in this forum. It's very symbolic for us. It's a very clear signal that we are not alone. And believe me, if war has demonstrated who our enemies and foes are, it also has demonstrated who our friends are. And I'm very pleased to be here among friends. Thank you very much once again. Now, thank you. Now, is diplomacy drifting? Diplomacy is an art. It's a masterpiece in a way, and for many people today, it looks like Banksy's painting that has been shuttered right in the middle of the auction. Because some people might say that the war is basically a signal that diplomacy is not working. Other people would say that diplomacy is a continuation of war, just with some other means. But is it drifting? Perhaps it is. Does it mean that it's useless, though? No, it doesn't. But it shows that the world is becoming once again unstable, unsafe, vulnerable, fragmented, and less predictable. And that means that the old paradigms that makes us think of the end of the era of confrontation and perhaps even of the end of the history are not valid anymore. And as the clouds are thinking around the world, we shall learn to ride the storm. Now, how do we do that? All the long-lasting periods of peace have been known and have one thing in common. This is the presence of one single actor or one single player that is basically the guarantor of peace and security within a specific time period. Let us remember Pax Romana, that, for example, is an embodiment of peace within the territory of the former Roman Empire, guaranteed by the Roman Empire itself. However, Pax, or peace in Latin, it has a derivative of the military power of a single player. We had Pax Britannica, we had Pax Americana, we had Pax Sovietica, and even the Pax Europea that has failed in 2022. Now, in 2022, there is no such a global player anymore. It does not exist, as this recent developments unfortunately has shown us. And counterintuitive as it may sound, Ukraine, in a way, has become a de facto guarantor of world security. And Pax Ukraina is a reality in which the world lives today. I will explain you what I mean. I think that it is not the thing that Ukraine is able to single-handedly guarantee the peace and security in the region. We cannot, of course. It's not that Ukraine is some kind of a hegemon. We are not by all means. And it's not that our military power is not decisive. It is not. But the mere fact of our sovereignty and independence turned out to be an integral part of peace and security in the region, if not in the world. Now, this leads us to the necessity of a Ukrainian peace and not of the Ruski Mir, the Russian world that is being projected by Russia within the last 8 years, if not even more. Today, peace and security are possible not due to a single actor, but are impossible in the absence of such an actor. And that is why the loss of Ukraine's sovereignty or its occupation breaks the peace
and leads to a multilateral war. And this is the main difference, ladies and gentlemen, between the world order and security orders that we face today. Today's peace is not the product of one single actor, but it is rather a cluster phenomenon. This is the result of interrelated factors and actors, and the absence of which, much more than the presence, leads to the war. Now, I would like to think and reflect with you what might have happened in case Ukraine would have been occupied in the very first day, just as Russia has planned on February 24. The first goal that would have been achieved by Russia would have been the assertion of the invincibility myth of Russian army and of its global influence. Imagine then the reputation of the collective West that regardless all of its efforts, all of its military assistance, intelligence assistance, trainings, and any other form of support, Russia and Russian military might have succeeded. This would be a catastrophe that would dramatically change the positioning of Russia on the world landscape. Moreover, it would reinforce its own feeling of invincibility, and this would put military power, mere brute force, in the first place rather than economic power as it is today. Now, this would lead us to the second outcome, potential outcome. This is the strengthening of the influence of the populist parties in the EU. A strong and a reinforced Russia, reinvigorated by its theoretical hypothetical success in Ukraine, would mean that the Eurosceptics have now a very strong ally in the East. And this strong ally is backing the Eurosceptics and Eurosceptical governments all around Europe. And they will not only raise their heads, they will start demanding, they will change their tone, they will start acting as those who cannot be punished or cannot be ignored. They will not be marginals anymore. And this will lead us to the third potential consequences, the end of the pan-European project and the transatlantic projects, and the potential war on the European continent. However, I'm talking about an economic war, a war of intelligence, a war of trade. Because if then we imagine that these Russophiles and Eurosceptic forces gather some momentum and gather influence, and Ukraine is a fait accompli, the defeat of Ukraine is a fait accompli, then you will have a discussion in the EU. What happens next with the sanctions? Those countries who still believe in the transatlantic union, in the European Union, in the Western civilization values and principles, they will say we should keep the sanctions, we should put pressure on Russia, because this is the only way to punish it for what it has done. While another part of Europe who depends on Russian money, who depends on Russian resources, and whose elites depend on Russian financing of their pensions, will tell you, no, we should lift the sanctions, because the sanctions after the fait accompli of a potential defeat are just a way to escalate further conflict. We should ease this conflict, and we should lift the sanctions from there. And this will lead us to the fourth potential consequence, which is basically the Kremlinization of Europe. What do I mean by that? I mean that we won't recognize the European landscape in a matter of 5 to 10 years. Because, ladies and gentlemen, if that was the case in such a scenario in the development that I'm describing, that would mean that Europe would be particled, that would be segregated in a number of different sides and parties. One clearly advocating and supporting the pro-Russian agenda, and the other the pro-European, pro-Western, and transatlantic agenda. And the implications would be absolutely dramatic for this. Now, is there a way to escape this? Because as we see now, and as I agree very much with the previous speakers, unfortunately, we don't do enough to make Ukraine win this war. I think there is. Diplomacy cannot drift towards impunity, and foreign affairs cannot drift towards accommodation of terrorists. One simple solution that I want you to leave this conference with in your mind is that the West has to have a unified Putin policy, a unified policy on Putin. It's simply unacceptable and impossible that when you ask countries like the UK, the States, the Baltic countries, Poland or other countries, what should we do with Putin, they will tell you he is a terrorist. he should be prosecuted. But when you go to some other countries in the EU who have incredible economic powers, they tell you, no, we should sit with him and try to find a way to discuss and to negotiate. There was no such a thing with Milosevic. There was no such a thing with Bashar Assad. There was no such a thing with bin Laden, at least. Why we have such situation with Putin? Because it is so very well interconnected, but what is the main difference between those guys? So unless the EU, the West, the collective West, has a unified single policy on Putin, I'm afraid this war will continue to go on, because it directly affects the speed, the velocity, and the hesitation in terms of the military assistance to Ukraine. So this would be my main message to you. Please go back to your countries, go back to your governments, and make this point. We need a single, unified Putin policy of the West. Thank you very much.
Distinguished colleagues, thank you for organizing this, this event. Especially it's important for us of the topic of this event, the war in Ukraine. And I would like to start from the numbers. Every day, from 1 to 200 soldiers we lost on this war, killed. Every day, 400 to 500 soldiers we lost wounded. It seems like just the numbers when we are sitting in this beautiful room. But this is the universes for their families. I lost my close friend just two weeks ago. I try to be on the front line at least once per 2 weeks. And I understand what is happening there. This is the hell on the earth. Russia tried to use all the weapons they have against our soldiers, our officers, our troops. Yes, we resist. We stop them on the different front lines. That's why they accumulate their power on the just quite small direction in Lugansk region, and that's why they success at some point in their occupation. We do a lot from our side. We are fighting not just for Ukraine. Yes, for Ukrainian future and for Ukrainian people, but not only. This is the war between democracy and autocracy, and you know it. And there are no plans to occupy just Donetsk or Lugansk region in Kremlin. They plan to occupy the whole territory of Ukraine and then move forward. We broke these plans, at least for now, and try to do this and to continue our fight against Russia with all the means that we have. Yes, you all provide us with some heavy weapon, but unfortunately it's not enough. It's not enough to defeat Russia at the present moment. We need more. The price what we pay every day is too high. Every day we lost the best people of our country. And it's strange when some European politicians try to convince us that we have to start the negotiations with the terrorist state Russia, with the terrorist Putin, and to agree with occupation of some our territories. We will not trade our territories, we will not trade our sovereignty, we will not trade our people. And the only way how to defeat Russia on the battleground
the only language that Russia understands is language of power. Where is the diplomacy here? There is no room for diplomacy, unfortunately, because Russia tried to start negotiations when they feel the problem on the battleground. This is only one way when they want to negotiate. And there are no any options to believe Russian words, even on the paper signed by Russia. So we have to continue our fight, and we are looking for support to continue, for continuous support from your side on the different levels. I mean, the heavy weapon, and I can assure you that those heavy weapons that we already have is quite effective. Just for last 2 weeks, we destroyed 1,000 of warehouses, of depots, weapon depots of Russian Federation far away from the front line. I mean, 50 plus kilometers from the front line on the territory, on occupied territory. And this is really important because this will, well, when we will have sufficient amount of this heavy weapon, we will start the counteroffensive operation and will release our territories. I understand that some countries, as it was said before, do not to provoke Russia or do not to escalate something. What are you afraid for? We are not afraid. We are fighting. And you see that the capacity of the Russian army is decreasing because of war in Ukraine. And you see that the membership of Finland, of Sweden, is okay for Russia. But I think you remember that the reason of this war in Ukraine was the enlargement of NATO. Why? They undermine right now their membership because they don't have enough capacity to make some military answer on this. So, yes, I would like to stress that we have to be united, we have to be strong, because the battlefield in Ukraine, this is not only one front where we are fighting against Russia. They use quite effectively hybrid war, and the consequence of this is the food crisis. In a few months we will have energy crisis. Another one manifestation of the pressure of Russia for your governments, for your parliaments, to lift the sanctions. But we have to be strong. As I said before, this is not only war against Russia, against Ukraine. This is war of autocracies against democracy. And actually, we have to learn our lessons. And globalization is good, but as we see, the dependence from the autocracies is the threat for all of us, for democratic countries. And globalization, I think, should stay on two legs: open economy and democratic regimes. Autocracies should be excluded from this club, shouldn't use the benefits of the
economic prosperity, economic connections with democratic world. It should be imposed barriers, quotas, taxes, etc., etc. if you have autocratic regime, because for autocracy it's just a question of time when they start the war, as we see. So we have to increase our resilience in energy, in food, in different spheres. Yes, it will cost us more money because we have to diversify the supply chains, but it will cost us our security. I think I will stop here. I just would like to say that we will fight to the last drop of our blood. If it will be necessary, I think we all together will take a gun in our arms and will fight against Russia. And there will not be a fatigue of Russia. And I ask you, don't have a fatigue for this war in Ukraine, this war for our common future. Thank you.
Remarkable, friend. You are why we are here. God bless you. You're going to receive in lunchtime, back at your seat, this is a statement regarding freedom in behalf of Ukraine. I want you to read it. It's be emailed to you, put it in your seat. Review it. We'd like you to sign it and join us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman Baroness, Nuri, Nathan, Richard, brave friends of Ukraine. We really thank you for your absolutely amazing remarks, and we are glad that you are here today to speak out the truth. And all your messages are going straight to our hearts. And I hope your voice will be heard all over the world after these 2 days in Bucharest. It was an absolutely remarkable panel. I'm inviting you all now to take the lunch. We have 1 hour for lunch. 12:30, so 15 minutes late that it was programmed, we will start the defense panel, which is an incredible panel, and we will have the cyber panel, which is going to be a very interesting panel, and with very interesting speakers, and very high-level speakers. So I invite you all, and thank you all who are still here for joining all the panels. I invite you all on the right side, on the hallway. You will have guidance from our colleagues, from my team, to go to the restaurant, get 1 hour lunch, get a coffee, breathe some fresh air, and let's go back to the best panels from the PISF 22 in Bucharest forum. Thank you very much. In taking part into this conference from all over the world. We are at the second panel, probably the most important panel in terms of what we treat into this panel. So I would like to ask my team to give us a short glimpse of what we will discuss in this panel with a short movie.
Putin's war in Ukraine, China's growing assertiveness in the Pacific, and ongoing tensions in the MENA and Sahel region bring a number of global security challenges. On the European continent, the importance of strengthening NATO's eastern flank and EU's foreign policy ambitions cannot be overlooked. Representatives of the military and security sector will pinpoint the main elements of this landscape, identifying potential risks that Eastern European countries face in securing the national and allied territory, as well as the mechanisms by which we can increase cooperation and exchange of best practices to address common issues.
Thank you very much. In this panel, we have Mr. Mihai Șomordolia, who is the Secretary of the Supreme Council of National Defense. We have Ms. Simona Cojocaru, a State Secretary and Chief of the Department of Defense Policy, Planning and International Relations. We have Mr. James Carafano, Director of the Douglas and Sarah Ellison Center for Foreign Policy Studies and Vice President of the Catherine and Shelby Cullum David Institute for International Studies at the Heritage Foundation. We have General Daniel Petrescu, who's the Chief of Defense of Romania, and Major General retired Alan Batskelet, who's the CEO of Horizon Strategies, US EUCOM G3, US RER G3, CHIG US ARC, and COS US TRACOM. And we have Brigadier General Edward Simeon, who is a Senior Associate Expert at New Strategy Center, a former NATO Human Center of Excellence Commander, and former SACT representative in Europe. Dear experts, I thank you all for joining us today here. Some of you came from thousands of miles away. I appreciate Jim for landing straight into the panel and doing this effort for us through our incredible partnership and friendship in these 25 years. I would invite the experts to take the floor in this order, and I'm looking forward to a very interesting panel on defense, security, and intelligence. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm honored to join two distinguished guests and hosts. First, please allow me to congratulate the organizers for the timely choice of addressing the war in Ukraine, a topic of great interest and concern for all of us. Romania has repeatedly commended Russian war aggression on the strongest terms possible, including for the highest level of President Klaus Iohannis. You cannot stress enough, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is deliberate violation on the international law and a brutal act of violence against a sovereign and independent country. It is caused the most severe security and humanitarian crisis in decades, and it is linked to food and emergency crisis affecting people around the world. As a result, we are now facing a new strategic reality marked by security challenges reflected in most areas of our everyday life, ranging from the contested rule-based international order to economy, energy, hybrid and cyber hostile action, and social perturbation. All these challenges add to the conventional and asymmetric threats generated by the aggressive military posture of Russia: terrorism, migration, malicious use of emerging and disruptive technologies, and climate change. By its use of force, Russia has severely changed the security environment in Europe and is directly damaging the security and stability in the Black Sea region, an area of strategic importance for Russia in its attempt to restore Moscow's sphere of influence. In practical terms, the military aggression against Ukraine continues Moscow's long-standing assertive policy and behavior, an unpredictable level of intensity and violence, based on its hallmark approach of maintaining and creating new frozen conflicts as a means to obstruct and deny the Europe and Euro-Atlantic aspiration of the country in this region. The developments on the battleground continue to be worrying. As Russia failed to achieve its initial objective, its forces on the ground changed tactics by launching massive and non-discriminatory air and artillery strikers over the cities of Ukraine, including residential areas. Russian military action, largely and non-discriminatory, have led to numerous casualties among the civilian population and massive destruction. We have all seen to the lethal and damaging effects of the Russian heavy firepower against civilians in Bucha and other places, as well as against civilian infrastructure in Mariupol, Severodonetsk, and Lysychansk. We stand in the solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Those responsible for atrocities should be held accountable in line with international law so that such acts of currently never happen again. Russia's ambition is not limited to the currently controlled Ukraine territories on the takeover of the entire Donbas region. Russia's offensive aims the entire Ukraine Black Sea shore up to the Danube, and the Odessa region is a direct target due to its importance the Russian military plans. We are particularly concerned with the possibility that Russia's ambition of the territory gains may not be confined to Ukraine, but go further towards the Republic of Moldova, a potential course of action with profound implications for Romania and the Black Sea region security, as well as for the European and the Euro-Atlantic security. Romania is deeply concerned with the war in Ukraine, and we are making significant efforts, both bilaterally and within the European and alliance framework in support of Ukraine. We assist the Ukrainian people fleeing their homes because of the war, as more than 1,468,000 refugees have crossed our border. At the same time, the logistic hub close to our border with Ukraine is effectively facilitating the delivery of international humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainian people. At the International Donors Conference held in Warsaw in May, Romania has pledged a significant humanitarian aid contribution for Ukraine. At the same time, we are deeply engaged in strengthening NATO's deterrence and defense posture of the eastern flank, especially here in the Black Sea region. The recent decision adopted by the NATO leaders in Madrid provide a framework for the continued adaptation of the alliance and significantly enhance NATO deterrence and defense posture in the long term for the benefit of our common security. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Dear participants, distinguished panelists, I'm really very honored to be part of such a distinguished forum for international parliamentarians, government officials, and prestigious think tankers, and to have the opportunity to exchange views of a wide range of topics, from security matters and the implications of the war of aggression in Ukraine, to intelligence and defense challenges, terrorist financing, cyber technology issues, and energy. I'd like to share with you this afternoon a few considerations about the current dynamic security environment, NATO's consolidation of allied posture, and the importance of the Black Sea region. Black Sea is, without question today, a hotspot with an intensified strategic amplitude undergoing a sea change transformation. The barbaric invasion of Russia in Ukraine was a strategic shock for the European, Euro-Atlantic, and mostly the regional stability and security. The biggest security crisis in Europe since the end of the World War II is a reality check. History was not supposed to play out this way at least 12 years ago, when Russia was defined as a strategic partner in the previous strategic concept of NATO. International order appeared to be then both unchallenged and unchangeable. It is a clear fact that this ongoing war in Ukraine has already set new realities in the Black Sea region and, of course, on the entire eastern flank. We stand in full and unwavering support of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and we condemned in the strongest terms the unjustified and unprovoked war of aggression carried by Russian Federation regime over Ukraine. More than 3 decades after the collapse of Soviet Union, Russia remains an unapologetically imperialistic power. In addition to various crises, the situation in Ukraine resulted in the weaponization of gas, the displacement of more than 8 million people, and the humanitarian crisis, as well as the beginning of the food crisis. The brutal attack on Ukraine at the end of February has reminded us not just about our shared interests and values, but also about the importance of acting collectively in NATO and EU alike. Within this context, to reset the collective posture, particularly with respect to the eastern flank, and to strengthen it across all domains, it is an imperative. NATO's response to Russia's invasion in Ukraine was resolute. This is why, at the NATO Madrid summit last week, it was defined the future trajectory of the alliance. The way how we defend must be fundamentally changed, and allies and partners are more united than ever under the auspices of the same goal, a prompt and a decisive response in the defense of our security and stability. Thus, we salute the Madrid summit decisions taken by our leaders regarding the strengthening of deterrence and defense posture in the long-term adaptation and evolution to a new approach, to a new way to defend. We have already achieved significant progresses at the beginning of this year, in March, in the process of implementing the multinational battle group in Romania, led by France, with the contribution from Belgium and Netherlands. In Madrid, it was confirmed once again that Romania, along with Poland, will become the main focal points of the US presence from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, and the role and influence Bucharest and Warsaw will increase subsequently within the alliance. President Biden's announcements regarding US robust deterrent and defensive posture across the European continent and Romania in particular were very much welcomed. The US rotational brigade combat team that will be headquartered in Romania is of tremendous importance, especially in this context. By adopting the Allied strategy concept, as I said, it marked the future political and operational profile of the alliance in order to be better prepared for the challenges of the 21st century. It is clearly stated that Russia poses the most direct and significant threat to our security, where the Black Sea is mentioned as of strategic importance for the alliance. Raising China is another topic approach in Madrid, and we could see that the challenges posed by China are for the first time addressed in the NATO strategic concepts. Moreover, I would like to mention that it also sets out our joint position on countering terrorism as well as on cyber and hybrid threats. The cyberspace, with its all opportunities and risks, has become a key element of the world in which we are living in. Nowadays, cyber threats are extremely diversified and characterized by high complexity. One of the most important parts of the current cyber environment is represented by emerging and disruptive technologies and their applications like 5G, artificial intelligence, smart city, Internet of Things, etc. So the unprecedented growth of emerging and disruptive technologies has led to a dual security perspective that is closely related to the field of cybersecurity, both in terms of diversifying threats to national security that are becoming more diverse as a result of the use of these technologies for hostile purposes, as well as in terms of concerns about the strategies and working methods at the level of intelligence organizations, which are integrating the new technological realities more and more effectively. To conclude my remarks, I would like to reiterate that this very complicated security environment in which we are living today, especially after February 24, when the whole world started to look again after, of course, the Crimea annexation by the Russian Federation back in 2014, at the NATO eastern flank, at the Black Sea region in particular, is of a tremendously massive importance. So I do think that, as the title of the conference, Security, Intelligence, and Defense Challenges, will be really integrated in a nexus of approaches to be better prepared to face these challenges nowadays and beyond. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I guess I'm the third speaker, so with little guidance, we know our way to the podium and the order of the appearance. Let me start by saying that it's a real pleasure, indeed, to be here. And I think the gathering of the world's Parliamentary Intelligence and Security Forum, it's very relevant for the times we are living today. A war is going on in the vicinity of our borders. Important decisions are being taken in NATO summits. In the EU, we have a new strategic concept, we have a new strategic compass, and we see things happening on the ground, trying to implement what has been decided both in NATO and in the EU with the contribution with all the allies and all the partners. Funny enough, because we speak about intelligence, I'm coming to this meeting straight from the change of command ceremony in the Romanian General Directorate of Intelligence for Defense and Military Intelligence Directorate. It was something planned in advance. The two leaders of these directorates had to retire because of age and because of law. Their contribution and the contribution of these directorates has been superb so far, especially since the conflict started in Ukraine, and I'm sure the performance of these directorates will continue to be superb. State Secretary Cojocaru spoke about security and implication. I thought from the military perspective I will approach a little bit more the intelligence part and speak more about the Russians' intentions, Russian motivation, and implications of the Russian actions in Ukraine. So in the past years, Moscow actions have revealed its intention to redefine its role on the international arena with an increase willingness to defy and confront the West on a long term. These efforts aim at portraying Russia as a major power, recognized by international community, have represented the engine of Russia's foreign policy since Vladimir Putin came into power. Aiming at ensuring its strategic depth, Russia tried to use all the instruments, economic, political, military, cultural, in order to maintain countries such as Belarus, Ukraine, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, or Kyrgyzstan, as well as the separatist regions in Georgia, under its influence. Moscow tried to extend partnership with these countries and also to create certain dependencies from an energy and security point of view. In some states, Russia's efforts to expand its influence were constructed on fertile grounds due to existent geopolitical, ideological, or religious links, but also due to some states' lack of sustainable alternatives. Some of the countries in the region had been dealing with severe governance and security issues and pragmatically looked for economic advantages. With Belarus, Russia extended the bilateral cooperation within the Union state, especially in the military domain. This has been evident in past years during the joint strategic exercises such as Zapad or Union Shield. Russia has been covering the main part of the cost associated to these exercises and also delivered weapon system to the Belarusian state. The recent use of Belarusian territory for troops deployment prior to their involvement in the invasion of Ukraine showed once again that in Russia's perception, keeping Belarus in its sphere of influence was necessary. Regarding Ukraine, however, these approaches were proven to be ineffective and Kiev began to gradually lean more to the West. In this context, the annexation of Crimea and Moscow's later actions not only did not weaken the morale of the Ukrainian population, but fueled its motivation to defend the national territory against the aggression. In Moscow's mind, its failure to keep Ukraine under its influence and the development of a distinct identity of the Ukrainian state are the direct results of the West interference. The demands, and you may recall the demands made by Russia to the United States and NATO in December last year, including therefore measures that would have significantly altered NATO member states' legitimate security concerns. Vladimir Putin's speech before the invasion depicted also another concern: the legitimacy of the national identity and existence of the Ukrainian state. Russia's invasion in Ukraine showed once again that Moscow is willing to use armed forces in order to maintain its spheres of influence. If this objective was achieved, Moscow would have likely replaced the current Ukrainian administration with pro-Russian leaders. The prior annexation of Crimea facilitated the Russian Federation Armed Forces' early success in the south around Sea of Azov shore. Nevertheless, Kremlin's main goals remain still unsatisfied. Kremlin is still away from achieving objectives which had been inaccurately assessed as easy to obtain during the initial phase of the invasion. From a legal point of view, Russia maintains the ability to block any UN resolutions regarding the issue using its veto right as a permanent member of the UN Security Council. It is worth mentioning that Russia illegally maintains troops in the Transnistrian separatist region of the Republic of Moldova, which could be used in the conflict if decided by Moscow. If Russia manages to achieve its current objectives in eastern Ukraine, a possible third phase of the operation might be launched to the south. In the same time, Odessa is subject to numerous missile attacks. Activation of Russian forces currently stationed in the Transnistrian separatist region would be a very dangerous situation. Expansion of conflict and deployment of Russian military capabilities even closer to NATO borders would significantly impact on the security situation of the alliance. The negotiation process seems to be at a standstill, and this will likely be the case in the future as well, as long as Russia continues to issue demands while trying to extend its influence using military force. Russia does not intend to relinquish control of already occupied territories. So, reaching a compromise in the negotiation remains unlikely, at least on the short term. Western sanctions have gone further than Vladimir Putin expected, and they affected important elements of Russia's economic resilience. Inflation is growing at a historic level, and the volume of imports is expected to decrease due to the disconnection of Russia from the West. The impact that sanctions will have depends on the spread of the future sanctions and Moscow's success in mitigating them. In the region, many of the former Soviet countries will likely be impacted by economic fallout from the crisis, while they depend on large diaspora communities in Russia who provide a steady influx of money back home. Whether the conflict will be settled or not on the short term, the decoupling of Russia from Europe is likely to last. The conflict in Ukraine has triggered changes in the hierarchy of European states' priorities for defense. Another pressing issue to be considered by world leaders is that of arms control. Even before the invasion of Ukraine, the global security and the European security in particular were affected by alteration in the concept and practice of international law to include arms control and non-proliferation. Prior treaties were either denounced or they were no longer effective leverages in the process of monitoring and control in this domain. The Russian invasion showed that even the treaties that were still in effect, such as the Vienna document, and the ensuring Russian international commitments regarding confidence and security building in Europe were breached. The result is a void of rules concerning armed forces, their size, types, and deployment, but also a lack of predictability in using conventional forces. On the long term, there is a danger that mistrust and lack of predictability could lead to a new arms race. Our aim is not to provoke conflict, but to preserve peace. As NATO Secretary General pointed out, the alliance has two fundamental tasks in response to Russia's aggression: providing support to Ukraine and preventing the war from escalating. European security will not be dictated by violence and intimidation, and NATO welcoming decisions of Sweden and Finland to apply for membership is the most recent proof in this regard. For Romania, it is obvious that the conflict that takes place in the vicinity of our borders has a security impact. Any further advance would enable the development of Russian military capabilities even closer to our borders, with significant consequences for the alliance from an early warning perspective. Romanian armed forces will continue to support efforts to consolidate NATO's eastern flank, keeping in mind also that the geopolitical relevance of our country has increased, and especially in the current context, its stability is even more important to the region. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to join this timely and important discussion to share my views. Clearly, we face daunting challenges in the areas of security, intelligence, and defense, and how to prioritize how to invest our limited resources. As many experts and leaders declared here today, we are at a strategic inflection point and must act with a sense of urgency, as the window of opportunity will be fleeting. During the recent Madrid summit, decisions were made to strengthen NATO's defense posture in Europe to include stationing a U.S. Corps headquarters in Poland and an additional U.S. rotational unit here in Romania. So the time to act is now. I view our present circumstances from the perspective that the nature of war is unchanging and that land forces are fundamental to national security and defense. I would submit what is old is new again. The nature of war involves the use of violence to force our will upon our adversaries, and the tools employed to drive these concessions represent the changing character of warfare. But tanks and artillery do not concede. The leaders employing them do. And the decisive outcomes of war are usually decided on land. We must remind ourselves of this fact, especially when exquisite technologies promise bloodless battlefields. But the battlefields of the here and now tell a different story compared to popular forecasts of the future. Since Russia's attack on Ukraine, we have watched with respect and great admiration as the Ukrainian army pushed back its attackers with Western-furnished anti-tank missiles, satellite support, and drones. This remarkable feat may suggest that the nature of war is somehow changing, but the opposite is true. The Russia-Ukrainian war does not signal a military technology revolution. It reminds us of what matters most in war. Sound leadership, starting with our non-commissioned officers, organizational culture, combined in joint arms and materiel support. Ukrainian defenders are applying principles of intelligence and combined arms warfare that have worked for generations, while Russia ignores those principles. The problem for Russia and the keys to success for Ukraine, which are instructive for us all, is not that Russia failed to keep pace with the future, but rather that it lost sight of the past. We can contribute much of Ukraine's operational success to superior human reconnaissance, predictive intelligence, and accurate artillery strikes enabled by target acquisition systems, or simply the use of combined arms tactics. Notably, the artillery technology employed by the Ukrainian and Russian armies has existed for more than a century. Only recently did Ukraine receive the more sophisticated American M777 howitzers and HIMARS, and as we've heard previously, they've only received 4 HIMARS systems. As modern as these systems are, there's nothing revolutionary about their use that is revolutionary. Russia's war on Ukraine reacquaints us to old terrors. So, as we design and train forces for the future, we must understand the difference between war's nature and character. Confusing the two can result in flawed assumptions related to deterrence, conflict termination, and victory. Confusing the two also can give civilian and political leaders an inflated sense of control over war's conditions and lead to ill-formed concept, system acquisitions, and fielding. While we seek to design, train, and field forces that deliver decisive victory via conventional means, we must account for a nuclear-armed adversary. We must field conventional forces that provide effective deterrence, deliver decisive victory, and present escalation into nuclear war. To achieve these two goals, effective deterrence convinces the adversary that an attack on us and our allies will be met with overwhelming force and that any attack will fail. Deterrence starts with understanding our approach to warfighting with conventional means and the role of our conventional systems and concepts plays in the calculus of denying benefits and imposing costs. It also requires us to understand how our likely allies view deterrence and how our operations fit into their concepts, systems, and decision-making. Adding complexity, we must also consider how to fight if we fight alone, as evidenced by Ukraine's struggle. Considering the demands of deterrence or fighting alone may well lead us to different approaches. Both scenarios merit consideration as we make investment decisions to design, train, and field our future forces. In Ukraine, no country has directly provided combat troops. Why is that? For example, air power could be used to enforce a no-fly zone over Ukraine. It could save many civilians who are being relentlessly attacked by Russian aircraft. It could provide the Ukrainian army the freedom of maneuver that it needs to seize the initiative. But there are many reasons being cited to not provide such support. But a primary reason is Russia's threat to use nuclear weapons. Russia is using the threat of nuclear weapons to deter the use of conventional forces by allies, though Ukrainian conventional forces alone clearly failed to deter the initial attack and cannot now achieve decisive victory. If, in this old world made new, Russia decides to take any military action it chooses, and if it threatens to escalate if others respond with their conventional forces, we will always be deterred in the future. And what message does that send? to our other peer competitors. In the future, does this enable Russia to undertake any aggressive military action it chooses, assured that we will not respond with conventional forces for fear that Russia will go nuclear? We are now in a world where Russia has taken unacceptable action with their conventional forces, and we are deterred to respond with necessary forces because of Russia's threat to go nuclear. This represents asymmetry in its purest form, and if deterred now from meeting this threat, we will surely face it again. As we design deterrence and warfighting concepts, train our forces, and field weapons systems and supporting logistics, we must get the balance of cross-functionality, effectiveness, efficiency, and affordability right. Our warfighting approach must be a coherent, full-spectrum concept that effectively uses the full range of our capabilities. In my experience, there are several key elements to get that balance right. First, how do we expect our likely adversaries to fight? And second, how do we intend to fight, both alone and with allies? We don't have to search far for answers as we see how Russia wages war now. Prior to attacking, Russia's leaders and doctrine stated that they have 4 elements to fighting and winning. The first and most important principle requires developing and maintaining accurate situational assessments and to forecast enemy actions based on those assessments. The other elements include enabling commanders to achieve surprise, to gain and maintain the initiative, and finally to exercise initiative consistent with the highest commander's intent. They therefore espouse a combined arms approach, an approach they have proven incapable of executing. As a second step, we ask what approaches, systems, doctrine, and training ensure effective deterrence that deny our adversaries' objectives. We seek to answer the same questions as our adversary regarding how we achieve tactical, operational, and strategic overmatch, resulting in deterrence and our ability to prevail. In addressing these questions, we must design systems and make acquisitions and force development decisions starting with the lowest levels of our conventional units, those that determine tactical success. Thus, we provide military commanders and civilian leaders as much decision space, situational awareness, and speed of action as possible. We should avoid approaches that answer strategic questions first, as a risk of such approach likely results in fielding forces incapable of achieving overmatch and deterrence at the tactical level. This results in suboptimal options and decision space for political and military leaders. Developing, acquiring systems, and fielding forces that seek tactical success first and building from the ground up also ensures effective cross-functionality with other weapon systems and interoperability with allies and partners that builds jointness in the most cost-effective and efficient way. To summarize my comments, what must we obtain for effective security and defense when the old is new again? My answer is straightforward. Reinforced by observations in Ukraine and in the confidence that the nature of war is unchanging. I believe we must design, train, educate, and field conventional forces capable of both deterrence and decisive victory. That means one must have land forces built on strong leadership at the tactical level, and we need systems and concepts built on combined and joint arms doctrine backed by robust logistics and materiel support. Design and field systems and concepts that build geographic depth, including long-range weapons and target acquisition systems that provide for situational awareness. Seek to enable commanders to build maneuver depth through effective fires. And we must master the fundamentals of warfare. Focus on training that enables reliable, predictable, and routine execution of unit operations. And we know effective deterrence and fielding forces capable of achieving decisive victory is achieved only by a few, those who prioritize mastering the fundamentals and who are not distracted by the promise of technology delivering bloodless success. Clearly demonstrated today in the Russia-Ukraine war, what is old is new again. Thank you.
Can I just say, this is easily the most impressive place I have ever spoken in my entire life. I feel like no, yeah, no. And you have like a really distinguished panel, which is perfectly appropriate. So I feel like I'm the only person on the panel that isn't like sufficiently distinguished enough for this stage. I haven't even been sanctioned by the Russians or the Chinese. So the only thing I have to offer is a ton of frequent flyer miles. I have spent the last few months running back and forth across the Atlantic, really seeking to understand how this war has affected our views and how it is or isn't changing and transforming us. And so I have a perspective that I think I've spent so much, I don't even know which side I live on anymore. We live in two worlds. One world is the comfortable rhetoric of everything that happened before February, the rules-based order, the dreams about climate change and how we're going to respond to that. That was very, very comfortable, which I'm sure there are a lot of people that would just love to get back to that. And we still, when I go to conferences, I hear this rhetoric today that how are we just going to get back to the salad days of just a few months ago? And the other is the reality of the modern world in which we face, which is really ruled by force. It's the capacity to defend yourself and your interests, which is demonstrated demonstrably beyond measure that is what people actually listen to and respect. And the question is, where do we go from here? I worry about people in Paris and Berlin and Brussels and Washington just wanting to go back to the good old days. And although we talk a lot about what we've learned and the substantive changes we're going to make, we all know that these are really hard, heavy lifts. And the question is, do we really have the courage and the fortitude and the sense of bravery and responsibility to really go there? So what I just want to do very briefly is give you the 4 tests of whether you guys are actually serious about this or not. Because I think there are 4 things that if they happen, they demonstrate that the free world has learned its lessons and is seriously about protecting its own freedom and prosperity and security in the modern age. And if we just go back and kind of ignore the hard things, it just learns that we're just waiting for the next Ukraine again. Increasingly, when I talk about these things, I tend to lump China and Russia together. And I don't think that's unfair. I don't think it's fear-mongering. I think it's the reality, because no one in Europe rooted more for the success of Russia than China. China wants exactly what Russia wants. They want a Europe that is divided, distracted, and so it's an easier space for China to expand its power and influence. And so increasingly, I think the connections between those two do matter. And I think in the lists of tasks, fundamentally, the way that you really break the joint threat that they represent is you make Russia a less valuable ally for China. And I think that starts with the 2 most important things that make Russia really matter to the transatlantic community, and it's the ability of Russia to destabilize Europe. And those are principally military and energy. Look, we have to move to a forward defense of NATO. And all the rhetoric in Madrid was right. But now we have to see action on the ground. And what a forward defense means is not that we burnish up the tripwire defense that, hey, if you cross this line, we'll really be serious about defending ourselves. Sending the message that if you cross this line, you will die. And that means having sufficient capability for the forward defense of NATO. And I think we've seen dramatic progress in the northern regions with just the ascension of Finland and Sweden. And I would virtually guarantee the United States will vote and vote relatively quickly to support their entry into NATO. I think obviously there's a lot of attention on the central flank, but if the southern flank doesn't receive equal attention, then we're not serious. Nobody can defend their house by locking the door and leaving the back door and the windows open. And really, arguably, maybe the hardest strategic challenge is really the security of the Black Sea. I mean, no adversarial ship, plane, or sub ought to be able to transit the Black Sea and believe that in time of war it's going to live. It ought to be in fear of dying, and indeed we ought to have the capability to kill it. That is, maybe the biggest test with rising inflation, other commitments, and other challenges. Zeroing in on the defense needs of the forward defense of NATO. That is what everybody is watching, and that is what the Chinese are watching, and that is what the Russians are watching. They don't really care what we say, they care what we do. So that would be number one on my list. Number two has to be energy. We are going nowhere unless we have reliable, affordable, dependable energy that's not dependent upon buying things from our enemies, and that includes oil and gas in Russia, and it also includes a range of green technologies from China as well. And I think we have to be honest, and to be honest with you, I don't see a lot of honesty in discussions in capitals in Europe or the United States. There is a clear and unambiguous tension between a climate agenda which seeks zero emissions by 2050 and a rapid transition to renewable energies and delivering safe, reliable, and affordable energies. These are real, and the tensions are serious, and they can't be waved over. And people have to make fundamentally hard decisions on energy security. And I see real reluctance to do that in Washington. But if we don't do that, then what we've just told the Russians and the Chinese is we're not really serious about our own prosperity, our own freedom. The third is this really interesting issue of the connectivity between these two great theaters of the Indo-Pacific and Western Europe. And as an extension of that, both in that overlapping Venn diagram, care about the stability of the Middle East because it impacts the security of both regions. And if we see this increasing connectivity in free nations in working together about understanding and sharing information and security and intelligence and common threats, then I think that sends a powerful signal as well. It's not going to be NATO, and we know that, right? I mean, if you read the strategic document, I think they got it exactly right. NATO ought to care about China. It ought to care about China's ability to meddle in the AOR, but NATO is not going to the Indo-Pacific, ever. And the reality is the security structures of the Indo-Pacific, they just don't fit with the NATO structure. So it's going to be bilateral, and interestingly, you already see a bit of this. You see a lot more UK presence in the Indo-Pacific. You see a lot more French interest. Conversely, every day you see more Taiwanese officials and South Korean and Indian and Japanese officials and Australian officials. And I think that is the metric by which we'll measure cooperation in the security and intelligence fields is at the bilateral level. And I think that is a game that every nation can play, no matter how large and small. I think there's elements to contribute to there, and I think that will demonstrably contribute to both deterrence and to the effectiveness of regional securities in our theaters. And the last one is the self-defense problem, because there are going to be these buttons that people can push to create the next crisis. And we could all sit here and list them very easily of Ukraine and Moldova and Georgia and the Balkans and Taiwan. And there could be others. There could be countries that today think that, they are the grass, and as long as they stay out of the way of the elephants, they're never gonna have to worry about being trampled. But who's to say that in Beijing and Moscow, they continue to think that way, and that someday Vietnam's not a country caught in the middle, or some other country. And these are really maybe the hardest problems because, let's be honest, we're never going to deliver security guarantees that look anything like NATO. They're not going to have extended nuclear deterrence. It's unlikely they're going to be able to join a collective security alliance that's going to deter a Russia or China, not even from if not from out-and-out invasion, but from proxy wars and other activities. So the question then becomes, what kind of capability of self-defense can you contribute to this country so they can demonstrate the willingness to defend themselves and create a deterrent structure that leads people to believe they're not an easy chip to take off the table, and that even if other countries don't fight with them, other countries will come to their aid and defense and make conquering them much more difficult. I think we ought to look, in a cold, clear way at that list and say, if we're acting on that list, we're serious about our future. If we're not, we're just wishing that we lived in the 1990s as opposed to the world in which we live. And I'd just like to end with just a comment on Romania, who from my perspective has been an extraordinary ally for the United States. And in many ways, I hold Romania up as an example of a nation which has clearly and proactively in its own self-interest really thought strategically about how to build a stronger alliance with the United States and how to use that to really impact the wider regional security. But the reality is individually, Central Europe is still a fragmented market of nations, 20 million here, 40 million there, 10 million here. But the reality is together, Central Europe has unquestioned potential. And the real challenge, the real heft, is how do you bring together that regional perspective and that regional commitment to act as one? And recognizing all the differences and difficulties in doing that. But to me, that is the single greatest strategic challenge for Romania and its neighbors. Because if you can do that, two things will happen. One is you will be a strategic force of consequence, which also means that you will be an economic force of consequence. It also means that you will become the center of gravity in Europe that is pulling the U.S. forward and sustaining that U.S. commitment in Western Europe and in the transatlantic community, which is what we absolutely need. So in many ways, America will continue to do and move forward doing the right things in Western Europe, particularly under this administration, as long as there's a force of gravity that's pulling us forward. And ladies and gentlemen, we are standing in the force of gravity. If it doesn't come collectively from the power of this region, then I don't know, maybe we will drift back. And that's why I look at things like the 3 Cs initiative, for example, which is a great example of thinking about economic integration, which has all kinds of benefits in security and political stability and elsewhere. These are the kind of things where we really need Romanian leadership, where we really need strategic visionary leaders who are leading the region, because really that is what's the best interest in their country. So you have an extraordinary group of leaders in your country who I think understand that vision, and pushing them and helping them realize that, and your governments contributing to that. I think that's the most powerful thing that we can do. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to address such a distinguished audience today. My expose today will cover 2 main topics. The first one will be the NATO summit in Madrid and the implication for the Black Sea. And this will be very condensed, since has been extensively addressed by Madam Secretary Corcaro. And the second part will cover the intelligence lessons learned from Ukrainian war. So, NATO summit in Madrid and the implications for the Black Sea. NATO should finally assign strategic priority to the Black Sea region and match its words with action. The subsequent NATO documents should properly and in granularity be informed and reflect this. The Madrid summit approved in 2022 strategic concept. Its forerunner, the 2010 strategic concept, failed to mention the Black Sea altogether, and in fact did not refer to either Russia or China as threats or even as competitors. By contrast, the 2022 strategic concept identifies a revisionist Russia as the alliance-facing adversary, and also highlight competition with China. Although many have expected a deeper approach, the final document mentions Article 45 with the following content: Black Sea region are of strategic importance for the alliance. The article should generate and inform as soon as possible the subsequent strategic operational documentation to reflect in granularity the Black Sea strategy and forces. Among other provisions, the following may be included. Regional leadership is critical to a successful NATO strategy in the Black Sea region. The Baltic region has received deserved attention because its regional allies have largely spoken with one voice. The 3 NATO allies that are Black Sea littoral states, on the other hand, lack a common perspective on a threat and the best way ahead. Finding common ground between Turkey, Bulgaria, and Romania is essential for NATO's Black Sea security. Increased force posture will be key to increasing deterrence and collective self-defense. Permanent bases with rotational forces constitute a valid framework for increased presence. These new forces must be multi-domain. Intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, the ISR, including unmanned systems, can be an important force multiplier for NATO in the Black Sea. Military mobility is also critical for credible deterrence. Prepositions, equipment, munitions, and logistics will be critical as well. NATO's strategy for the Black Sea region must include a response to Russian threats in the hybrid warfare domain. NATO must coordinate with the European Union and other international entities on economic security measures, specifically regarding energy and food. The alliance should be prepared to address challenges, including the protection of energy infrastructure or naval escort for food and energy shipments. NATO's strategy must include non-allies in the region, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, to build their military capabilities and capacity, their economic security, and improve their democratic resilience. The Madrid Summit is an historic opportunity for the alliance to address security in the Black Sea region. To do so, allies should outline concrete measures to build a long-lasting Black Sea strategy. And that concludes the first part. Second one goes in the intelligence area, and I have tried to collect some lessons learned. The role of intelligence during the run-up to and since the invasion of Ukraine represents an entirely new chapter in the political and diplomatic use of intelligence in international affairs. This is for two distinct but related reasons. First, the year preceding the Russian invasions represents a resounding and instructive success in a branch of intelligence more notorious for its miscalls, strategic warning intelligence. Second, decades of growing public transparency about intelligence paired with unprecedented transformation in the capabilities and availability of open source intelligence made it possible for politicians, diplomats, and defense communities to reveal, challenge, and warn of Russia's warlike preparations and intentions. We shall pay particular attention to initiatives taken by the United Kingdom, the United States, and some of Europe's smaller states, whose effective use of warning intelligence allowed Western states to confront Russia and support Ukraine well in advance of February 24. Successful warning offer lead time to assist, equip, and train the Ukrainians in their defensive preparations. Western governments were willing to declassify information and assessments to support warnings of imminent Russian aggression. They and media organizations also drew from open source intelligence instead of averring obliquely to unspecified secret sources to make their warnings more compelling to the public and allied governments. This made it possible to seize the initiative from Russian attempts of denial, deception, and prevarication, refuting and discrediting such efforts before they could happen through a policy of preemptive rebuttals. While the invasion could perhaps not be prevented, this live case study represents a step change that demonstrates the positive use of intelligence for impact. One might conclude that the warning should have been obvious, as Russia's build-up took place in plain sight. But while detecting capabilities, personnel, equipment, infrastructure is relatively straightforward, assessing intent is not. For the latter, the warning analyst must look and for recognize actions that the adversary would not otherwise take unless they intended to invade. Intelligence and strong policymaker receptivity towards intelligence are necessary for the prevention of a surprise attack. The current crisis stands apart as a moment when all these requirements of effective warning meshed almost seamlessly. The conflict in Ukraine provides a window of dichotomy, simultaneously highlighting the successful use of operational intelligence collection and analysis by the Ukrainian government and its allies, and the collective weaknesses within Russian collection, analysis, and decision-making. High-level intelligence sharing, the leverage of crowdsourced open source intelligence, and sharp, flexible strategic planning have thus far provided advantages to the Ukrainians. In contrast, Russia's demonstrable weaknesses on the battlefield stem not seemingly self-imposed limitations, largely led by the bigotry of low expectations when assessing Ukrainian capabilities and morale. We can infer that Russian intelligence services supported Putin's view of Ukraine as a state ready to be absorbed. The Ukrainian government and armed forces have proven highly adept at capitalizing on the intelligence failures of Russia, leveraged by intelligence expertise of their own. This results from 8 years of experience in Donbass and more recent training using NATO standards, in which highly integrated and technologically sophisticated intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance take a central role in doctrine. And with strategic intelligence, this has also transmuted into a distributed, globalized, even democratized enterprise, as open source information has exploded in terms of scale and capabilities. Increasingly detached and dissociated from the global open source intelligence revolution, Russia mounted its attack on Ukraine entirely unprepared to fight a war in 21st century intelligence environment. Some lessons learned about the Russian intelligence performance indicates the following weaknesses. Poor strategic and tactical analysis conducted to a wrong estimate. As a result, Putin sacked 150 intelligence officers, including the Federal Security Service's Fifth Service Chief, General Sergei Beseda, for reporting unreliable, overly optimistic information concerning Ukraine. Second one would be the failure of the Battalion Tactical Group, a product of its new look reforms introduced in 2012. This resulted in a narrow-viewed operational coverage. Poor communication security, especially so-called cutting-edge encrypted Azart and Aqueduct radios, brought as a result most of the communications, Russian communications, were performed via mobile phones and radio, creating enormous vulnerabilities. By detecting and locating sources of Russian armed forces, radio transmissions, Ukrainian forces could find, fix, and engage the enemy kinetically and/or electronically. Russia's apparent inability to change their tactical approaches when meeting with defeat or failure. Russia and outsiders both have long perceived the Russian superiority in denial and deception. We even use their term maskirovka. Now, their only successful deceptions appear to have been self-directed, a reflection of their poorly executed correlation of forces and means analysis. The result has been the death of many commanders, including general officers and colonels. The positive aspect of Ukrainian intelligence. Two main factors can be identified in Ukrainians' ability to maintain the upper hand on the operational intelligence front. The willingness of Western allies to share intelligence and the increased power and potential of open source intelligence. The Ukrainians have also made use of their commercial imagery. They also have apparently been able to combine foreign intelligence liaison with sovereign collection, and analysis of their own speaks highly of Ukrainian military staff and command. The Ukrainian population has become as a censor for providing intelligence on Russian troops. In conclusion, Ukraine's ability to integrate intelligence, including open source intelligence, into its military operation signals the success of its reform and Western aid in recent years. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear friends, I want to thank you all for your remarks. It was an incredible panel. It was the most debated, I would say, in terms of topics before you arrived in the panel, and I think it's going to be the most debated after you leave. And with all the respect, I thank you for your efforts. If there are any questions from our audience, Richard, perfect. We have 5 minutes until we will start the cyber panel, so if you want to get 1 or 2 questions. Okay, we have 2 questions. Richard and Minister, former Minister. Richard, you can reach to that mic. There are 2 mics on the side. I'm going to ask the technical guys to start them. You just raise the
Great.
mic.
Thank you. So 5 minutes. I was thinking of set of questions to the panelists, so I will shorten. I still wanted to hear other panelists' views on the limitations of NATO, because I think corresponding to the previous panel, the change of the foreign policy and actually the world order, and for the West to maintain it, I think NATO in the long term should not be limited to one ocean. The partnerships, of course, are over there right now. Indo-Pacific is important, and it was mentioned already. Japan, Australia is participating. I think we have to look beyond 5 to 10 years. We have to look really like 25 years, 50 years, because with the confrontation with Russia, it's not just 5 or 10 years. This is a long-term struggle, and I think this is a big challenge. So the question I wanted to make is the limitations of NATO on the partnerships as well, and what depths we can go. And the second, of course, we are following how the NATO is an individual member state supporting Ukraine. But in the meantime, we see the struggle within the NATO when it comes to weapon depositories that we have as a NATO member states. And I think it's unacceptable that right now certain weapon systems, NATO member states, the manufacturers are saying that, look, we're going to need year and a half to refill our stocks. Imagine if the full-scale war breaks out with the NATO. What do we say? Sorry, wait for a few months because our stocks are depleted and out. So how do you see to overcome this? Should be there's a stronger whip from the member states towards the military industry? Because somewhat it seems pretty laid back and relaxed for the past 20 years or so. Thank you.
So if I can continue with another question, and this is for you, James. Good to see you in Romania. You pointed out that the regional cooperation gives more leverage and strength in partnership with U.S., not just from security perspective, but also from economic perspective. And you mentioned a great initiative like 3Cs, which I think is a great initiative to tackle some of the issues with China and Russia as well. My point is the 3Cs initiative so far has been an exclusive club for EU members. What's going on in Ukraine right now, in Moldova, and also the troubles in the Balkans, just bring me to something that I point out in the panel, that is a need now to extend the 3Cs initiative beyond EU countries. So I want your opinion on that. Thank you.
I'll start real quick. I would agree with you. I'd love to see a 3Cs plus. I think that's the future of the leadership of the region. But I'd like to see the initiative really take off. And to the point, though, to me, this is the key about Central Europe's role in strengthening transatlantic relations. Look, increasingly in the United States, there is not an interest in disengagement from Europe. But there is an interest in seeing this be a partnership, and a real partnership, and with both sides are putting into the relationship and sharing the risks and the values and the rewards. And when we see that demonstrably from both sides, I think it overcomes kind of any organic reluctance in the United States about the future of NATO. So and to me, a partnership in the 3Cs initiative is a perfect example of where there's a benefit for the U.S., U.S. companies, U.S. government, U.S. taxpayers, and return on investment. And there's certainly leadership and a benefit from the Europeans. I completely disagree with you. I think it would be the death knell of NATO to think outside the AOR. I just think the problems of the AOR are so massive and huge, and they are more than 5 to 10 years long, that by diverting energy from the collective defense of the transatlantic community is a big mistake. So we talked a lot about the front door, which I think everybody gets important. But the next step is you have to think about the back door. Because if China gets to do everything China wants, from the Arctic to the Antarctic, in Africa, in Southern Europe, in Latin America, the Atlantic Ocean is going to become a contested space. And we haven't seen that since we sank the last U-boat in 1945. And if the security of the Atlantic space is not there, then I don't know how you hold the transatlantic community together. And we're not thinking or looking or talking about that at all. So I think there's so much work to do here at home that the notion of NATO saying, well, let's talk about our contingency deployments to the Indo-Pacific, I just think that's suicidal, to be honest.
Yes, General.
Okay. So
I will try to approach a little bit the first two questions regarding the limitations of NATO and how we replenish our stocks. I believe there are limitations in everything, and it depends on the legal basis, it depends on how we approach what we do, it depends on the decision-making process, and so on. As far as NATO is concerned, I think everything is based on the North Atlantic Treaty. And there are some articles there, you know, saying which is the area of responsibility. There are articles like Article 3 that says we need our own capabilities and each country is responsible in developing their own capabilities. There are articles like Article 4 that says that we need to consult, and there are articles regarding, like Article 5, that say that an attack against one member, it's an attack against everybody. So based on the North Atlantic Treaty, I think we focus very well and we have very good measures regarding our area of responsibility. In the same time, we see trends and we see discussions. For example, what is happening in most of the meetings we had in Brussels or in other area, we started to see more and more partners from Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, you know, from the Pacific Ocean being invited. We see NATO 2030 study, which try to foresee what will be necessary for the alliance in the perspective of the next decade. So I think we start to understand more and more that the security is interrelated at a global scale, and we see like cyber or space and so on that you cannot limit yourself to a geographical area. So we are very much focused on the AOR. This is good. This is what it's written in the treaty. But I see us understanding more and more that the global security challenges are interrelated. How we replenish our stocks, this is a very good question. It's related to the Article 3, and we take it very seriously in Romania in developing our own capabilities. We pay attention to the defense industry, but in the same time, we discover it takes time and it takes resources, and I think time will pass until we see the defense industry really trying to work and be relevant in the current security context. I don't know if I answered your question. Thank you.
One last word from myself, General, trying to follow up what you said. 30 allies are looking to 2030, but 2030 is already here. I do expect the 32 allies will look beyond 2040, 2050, why not? And NATO tried very much to, you know, to look beyond the current challenges, threats, and risks. The strategic concept, the strategic blueprint of the alliance, probably for the next decade, is very well defining the core task of the alliance and the objectives, the future political and operational profile of the alliance. Partnerships, very important component in NATO policy today. For the first time, the 4 Indo-Pacific partners took part in a NATO summit in Madrid, so very, very important, you know, change of, you know, a reset, if you like, also in relation with partnerships. We have also the vulnerable partners, right? Republic of Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia, Bosnia, Herzegovina. So NATO is trying to extend its political horizon beyond the limits, but AOR is very well defined, and I do think that it should stay like this for the foreseeable future. On the stocks, this problem is also very much related with the security of supply chain and with the stocks also in relation with other important threats, sanitary this time. We were confronted with these issues in relation with COVID-19, stock, replenishing the stocks. It's a huge problem, not only in relation with the equipments, capabilities, and armaments. So I think, yes, we have to do more in relation with this. It's crucial. It's a crucial thing, indeed, replenishing the stocks. Thank you.
Thank you. Here's Pavel. So thank you very much for the whole panel. Many thanks to Pavel Popescu for organizing this, and also PISF and Congressman Pittenger. Many thanks for all the panelists. I have a question for Mr. James Carafano and General Bachelet. So my question is, where are we in the Second Cold War? Because it's obvious that this is going to last for a while. So are we maybe in 1962, 1963 with the Cuban Missile Crisis, or is this the moment of 1980 where Soviet Union enters Afghanistan and then fails after 9-10 years? So where do you think that we are in the Second Cold War? And just as a wrap up, I think that September 11 determined the next 20 years of the US security and foreign policy. And in the same way, I think that February 24th is going to determine the US and European security foreign policy for the next 20 years. My name is Latko Djorchev, former member of parliament from Macedonia, and it's great to see Heritage Foundation on board with PISF. Thank you.
I'll just be really quick. First of all, I don't like the Cold War analogy myself, because this is a new kind of war, and we shouldn't try to clam it into an old framework. So I do think we're in a war with Russia and China and Iran, for that matter, much in the way that we were with the Soviet Union. I believe that, but I think it's different. But I'll tell you where we are. It's really easy. This is 1950. This is the outbreak of the Korean War. The Korean War was the first time, not just for America, but to Europeans and many others, that the Cold War came home to Main Street, and people thought, oh my God, this could go to a really, really bad place like it did in 1940. What are we going to do about it? The challenges were in the same place we were in the 1950s. I think there is a broader recognition of the geopolitical realities of the world today, and I think regimes like Russia and China, Iran have demonstrated who they really are. And then the question is what do we do about it? Because really, containment, for example, that was really the real nuts and bolts of that structure really evolved post-Korean War as a result of the shock of the Korean War. Ukraine is, I think, is an equally powerful shock. The question is, like I said, now what do we do about it?
Unfortunately, we cannot get more questions anymore. We have some panelists on the line waiting already for us from United States, but I encourage you, the next people who would like to take questions, to address them to the future panelists. I would like to thank you all, particularly to each one of you for your service for my country, for your service for your country, for what you do, Ms. Secretary of State in the Ministry of Defense, General Petrescu, for what you're doing these days. We know your efforts and your army, Mr. Shomordolia, for the good cooperation with our committee. And I really thank you for taking this trip here. It was a huge effort, and we appreciate it. It's the perfect timing. And it's the perfect timing also to celebrate 25 years of strategic partnership with the best friend that Romania has in this area. Thank you all. Let's applaud them. They are amazing.
See you for the next time, yeah?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
So.
So, I want to introduce the next panel, which is an incredibly interesting panel. Please, the technical team, give us the introduction.
Cyber, 5G, and emerging threats. The security crisis in Europe has shown that cyberspace and new tech are an integrated part of conflicts. With advanced legislation on addressing 5G technology, numerous projects for the development of cyber infrastructure, and hosting the European Cybersecurity Competence Center in Bucharest, Romania has taken on a leading regional role in combating security threats in cyberspace. Together with representatives of authorities and the private sector, as well as strategic partners in the field, the objective of this panel is to discuss vulnerabilities, risks and threats in cyberspace, as well as instruments to counteract.
So we have today with us Mr. Dan Câmpian, who is the director of Romanian National Cybersecurity Directorate. Welcome, Dan. Thank you very much for joining us. We have Ambassador Sorin Ducaru, who is the director of SATSEN. He will join us soon, Ambassador Ducaru. Thank you very much. We have Brigadier General Anton Rog, who's the head of National Cyber Center from the Romanian Intelligence Service. Welcome, General. We have John Strand. He is the CEO of Strand Consult, and he will have some very interesting things to tell you today about 5G. Welcome, John. I know you are waiting for your panel. And we have a good friend of Romania, Sohan Dasgupta, who is the former Deputy General Counsel of U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Welcome, Sohan. We have Megan Bishop. Welcome, Megan. She's an economic officer with U.S. Department of State at the U.S. Embassy in Bucharest. And we have a very good friend joining us via VTC from Washington, D.C. We have with us today Dustin Carmack, Mr. Dustin Carmack. He's a research fellow at the Center for Technology Policy at the Heritage Foundation. Mr. Dustin has an incredible expertise and experience through the cyber security issues and cyber policy. Everybody can read the bios either on our website and on the brochures. By the way, we have pictures on our website from last night, and we will have tonight from today. So now I would like to welcome Dustin. Dustin, welcome, and thank you very much for the effort of joining this conference. You are more than welcome, even virtually, to Romania, and I look forward to see you here as many of your colleagues. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to join such a distinguished group and body today. My apologies again for being unable to join in person due to a previously scheduled family event, but I hope to join you soon in Bucharest and visit Romania. I formerly served as Chief of Staff before I came over to the Heritage Foundation to serve for Jim Carafano, the infamous Jim Carafano. I was Chief of Staff to Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe, who oversaw all 18 U.S. intelligence community agencies, including the accession of Space Force Intelligence most recently. In this role, I saw firsthand some of the growing cyber threats facing not only the U.S., but other nations across the world, from adversarial cyber actors such as Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. And I continue to focus on these issues in my current role at the Heritage Foundation. And I also appreciate the amazing alliances that we have throughout the intelligence community with many nations, many member nations from around the globe that help to seek a better and secure and prosper global alliance. I'd like to speak to you briefly today about what we are seeing in the threat landscape and how we can combat those going forward, and some questions that you may want to ask yourself as we kind of continue this ever-changing cyber warfare and information sharing environment. So to begin with some trends to watch, one thing that I've been really watching closely is this evolution in the last few years, especially as part of the ransomware debate, but specifically digital currency and cryptocurrency, which I think has amazing ramifications and technological aspects that will kind of define a decentralized technology base for companies, for future communication around the globe, but also has been used very heavily in recent times by North Korea and others for illicit means to either gain funds to fund North Korea's ICBM programs and missile programs, and also throughout Russia and in parts of Eastern Europe as well from illicit actors. There was the Colonial Pipeline incident, which affected about 45% of the United States gas and oil infrastructure up the East Coast. And so in the last couple of years now, last year, we've seen a dip from the kind of the rampant ramp up in ransomware as the world has become more laser focused on their impacts. And we've seen the Department of Justice in the United States and law enforcement agencies throughout a lot of your member countries grapple with gaining expertise needed to identify those that are using cryptocurrency maliciously. This will take, in my view, really much a broader international cooperation to track down those, to seek those that use these for these illicit gains, while simultaneously it's very important not to kneecap a burgeoning industry with technology that will continue to evolve and provide us actually some very interesting means throughout the intelligence community to use for positive purposes. We've seen the U.S. Department of Justice and the FBI has developed a broader cryptocurrency understanding and is really trying to divvy that up amongst its field offices and also internationally. We've been using in the last year or so some very unique law enforcement capabilities, many under court order. The FBI has used court-ordered accesses to combat malicious actors, including in the case of the Hafnia Microsoft Exchange server attack that was attributed to China, be able to reach in and essentially shut down backdoor accesses in the United States that they were still tapping. And then most recently, during the Russian war in Ukraine, the FBI was able to get a court order to shut down a malware botnet enterprise, essentially disconnect Russian adversaries from servers that could be used for really malicious means in a possible future cyber engagement with the United States and many of our partner and allied countries. Another area that I've really been watching too is as part of the war in Ukraine is the kind of this enterprise of hacktivists and what that could mean. And that has both positive and negative connotations in my mind. I think there's a lot of folks that have had good intentions in this debate, but it's already difficult enough for many elements of government to understand what others may be doing, let alone actors who may not fully comprehend what they may be accessing or impacting and its effect. And so maybe not so much as an example of what's happening right now and trying to combat Russian adversaries, but I look at kind of a disconnected framework of cyber actors that could be difficult to coordinate with, especially when governments are also acting in different spaces and things could get confusing. Another area that I've been watching closely is space-related cyber threats. I think the Viasat hack is a great example. We've seen this explosion in commercial space enterprises and companies such as Elon Musk, SpaceX, and Starlink, and future companies that are all entering into this field will change the paradigm and also intermix what had been strictly looked at, in my view, as only space being a government military type of exercise to be even possibly very much targeted by adversaries in the future, especially when it comes to communications. And so as lawmakers, how do we treat those in an ever-changing policy, policy view of armed conflict, and how do we want to protect those communication accesses, especially when they become very reliant on being able to tap and help, in the case of Ukraine, very much keep them having the ability to communicate and push back against Russian information operations. Another area that I've been watching closely is data access and privacy. I think the US is still grappling with the broader privacy law apparatus, while the Europeans and others have moved forward. But I think we can really see a good example of this here in recent days with, there was BuzzFeed had leaked out audio from related to TikTok and the ability of China to tap into some of this information. And so we just saw the United States Intelligence Committee leaders jointly write TikTok regarding conflicting remarks about Chinese access to user data. And then I think many of you all saw the joint statement yesterday by the FBI director and the head of MI5 looking at the explosion in Chinese espionage operations. And this includes cyber espionage that's really trying to tap into all the technology gains that are made by countries, and including the stealing of intellectual property to prop up the CCP's long-term technology goals. And so I think some of this is just the tip of the iceberg when considering the CCP's national security law and the requirements to provide those to the state. And we've seen this kind of explosion of surveillance infrastructure of the CCP alongside massive theft, both their own domestic and foreign data, seeking to kind of build this broader future system with AI and machine learning, and possibly down the road, quantum computing ability to dig through large data sets and use them possibly in adversarial means. And this has gone a long ways in terms of, we've seen the OPM hack several years ago where 22 million US federal workers' data was stolen. And the former head of national counterintelligence in the United States said that at least 80% of US personal information is now obtained by China. So how do we think through these solution scenarios in a constant battle that will become more complicated, in my opinion? Resources are going to be needed for cyber threats, but just throwing money at a problem usually does not fix the problem. And we tend to have the same issue in the United States. The U.S. has substantially increased investments and policy changes throughout the government in the last 5 years. When I was at ODNI, Director Ratcliffe, we increased the overall budgetary investments geared towards the threat from CCP China by 20%. That implementation is ongoing, but too slow. And in many ways, we also just passed a cyber breach notification requirement for critical infrastructure sectors. And in the United States, roughly 80 to 90% of our critical infrastructure is privately run. And so what I worry about is the government needs to make sure these regulations aren't burdensome and simple paperwork exercises. Otherwise, we'll build zero trust between the private sector and the governments that hope to really build a better, sustainable, integrated cyber defense system. Information sharing also cannot be a useless exercise. If there's one thing that I had heard a few years since the US's first foray into information sharing environments and policy changes between the private sector and the US government, is that they felt it was a one-way road with little in return. The former NSA director, Mike Roger, likens the need to build this true integration within critical infrastructure nodes, but also recognize they're all very different. And so lessons are being learned from this specifically. I mentioned the Colonial Pipeline hack earlier, and there was initially a proposed cyber regulation for pipeline industries that was panned and really shown to be not only burdensome, but in many ways would actually contradict good cybersecurity policy. And so that luckily has been kind of pushed back on the back burner, but also changed due to feedback from industry. So blanket approaches to regulation, even if well-intentioned, usually only create larger bureaucracies that tend not to monitor or fix the problems that were initially proposed. Cyber defense cannot also be treated as a top-tier only exercise. In the US, many states are developing ever-expanding capabilities alongside partners such as the US National Guard and also international partnerships. While the federal government, for example, could be there for a quick reaction force to surge on a large-scale cyber incident, capabilities for low to mid-grade cyber events should be built at state and local levels. And these considerations are applicable in every other country. We all face this problem of developing workforces that can work within a private sector, maybe in cyber fields, with the ability to make a larger paycheck than the government usually can provide, with the ability to call up and serve in case of a rainy day when a local hospital or school is attacked by a ransomware, and build a more resilient cyber defense structure that can also be geographically dispersed. When combating cybercrime and nation-state actors, this is going to take evolving technologies, AI, machine learning, and skill sets that will require building this capable workforce that not only can be utilized by governments and militaries, but up and down the cyber chain. When I look at private sector expertise and access, there was the ODNI, SolarWinds supply chain intrusion. There was the Hafnia Microsoft Exchange server intrusion. Both intrusions were tapped using domestic VPNs in the United States. And so the private sector is always going to have a broader access to endpoint detection and network traffic. And so we've seen private sector actors such as Microsoft, Google, Meta, as well as international cybersecurity companies such as Mandiant and FireEye, have pinpointed and many times attributed some of these recent attacks. The US and others need to continue to research and develop solutions for cyber threats to operational technology assets.
I hope it's just a broadband problem. We will try to see if we fix it in 1 minute. And if no, we're gonna jump to our second panelist. Can my team confirm that it's just a broadband problem? So I would propose this. I would propose to go to our second speaker, and we jump back to Dustin, if he will be available. It can be possible to be a Wi-Fi problem in US. I will. Yes. Okay. Let's go to the second speaker. I would invite now General Anton Rog, who's the head of National Cyber Center from the Romanian Intelligence Service. General Rog is a great expert defending our cyber borders, and he is, together with our friends here, involved in a lot of expertise when it's about doing new policy for the new world from the 21st century. General, you may have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to this high-level meeting. Your Excellencies, esteemed member of the International Public and Private Organization, ladies and gentlemen, I have prepared some words for you and I put it on the paper. Usually I speak without the paper, but I want to make sure today that I'm not missing anything. First of all, I would like to thank the representative of the Romanian Parliament for organizing this event, and to the other speaker that was previously today and yesterday for bringing up a lot of very interesting ideas. Romania is permanently connected with ensuring its own national cybersecurity, both as a sovereign state and as a member of EU and NATO. Cyberspace is an environment characterized by insecurity and asymmetry, posing new risk and threat to national and international cybersecurity. Following his destination as national authority in the field of cyber intelligence in 2014 by the Supreme Council of National Defense, the National Cyber Center within the Romanian Intelligence Service has endeavored to identify, prevent, and counter the vulnerabilities, risks, and threats to Romanian cybersecurity. The Russian-Ukraine conflict proved to us that conventional war is not the only significant dimension in the waging warfare, being instead just the focal point of multi-dimensional approach of which cyber aggression is a significant component. As we all know, the Russian invasion did not solely impact Ukraine, it also affected European states, including our nation. On the 29th of April 2022, websites belonging to Romanian national authorities and institutions, including a number of financial institutions and banks, were targeted by a distributed denial of service DDoS cyber attack, becoming unavailable for several hours. The responsibility for the attack was claimed by Killnet, a pro-Russian hacker group specialized in DDoS attacks. At the same time, the group has launched similar attack on national institutions from USA, Estonia, Poland, Czech Republic, and also on NATO websites. As part of the same strategy, the Russian APTs, Advanced Persistent Threat, they have directed attack of Viasat satellite infrastructure that was mentioned by the US panelists, blocking communication in numerous European states, demonstrated that cyber capabilities has been entirely integrated in the Russian military strategy against Ukraine. On the 10th of May 2022, Romania joined the public attribution of the Viasat cyber attack by naming, along with many other partners, the Russian Federation as the perpetrator. Even so, the public condemnation of cyber attack does not solely mitigate the cyber threats. The Russian APT remained the greatest threat toward the cybersecurity of our state, as our governmental bodies and public institutions are constantly targeted by this actor. What I can say outside of the speech, that unfortunately we are now, we are able to prove with technical means almost 100% that all three intelligence services from Russia, FSB, GRU, and SVR are targeting critical infrastructure from Romanian government. This type of threat has been proved to also play a significant part in the Russian invasion in Ukraine, being responsible for massive cyber attacks. These events urge the need for international cooperation at the highest level in the field of cybersecurity. Countries should be focused on developing cyber resilience and the common cybersecurity level. The increasing scale and severity of Russian-based cyber attack are reaching a level equivalent to that of an armed attack against our countries, and we have to have the proper mechanism in place to react to such a scenario. The National Cyber Center use dedicated team that continuously investigate, analyze, and prevent threats to Romanian national cybersecurity. In order to mitigate the risk posed by cyber actors, the activity carried out by my unit are focused on preventing, detection, and mitigation of cyber threats. In this matter, our institution has experts capable of investigating multiple cyber attacks through various means and methods. The main technical tool that we use in order to get the knowledge necessary to investigate cyber attacks against ITN's infrastructure, essential to the national security, is the national system for the protection against cyber attack of ITNC infrastructure of national interest. We call it Tsițeica. Through the Tsițeica project, initially, 54 public institutions have benefited from equipment and expertise with the purpose of securing their infrastructure. Furthermore, in the second phase of the project, we expanded it to 61 institutions, and currently we want to expand this project to 100 institutions. Furthermore, Romania is accelerating the development process of national cyber capabilities in cooperation with allies in order to be able to respond to various cyber threats in a coherent way, fostering multi-domain operational planning and coordination. In this area, we fully appreciate the support provided by our allies, especially the US, toward the development of our state cyber capabilities. In order to raise the national awareness, SRI is conducting activities such as contribution to the development of national cybersecurity strategy, participating in cybersecurity exercises. We have a national one we call Cyber Defense Exercise. We are participating in European Cybersecurity Challenge. We are writing the whole exercise for the Cyber Coalition at NATO level, and we are part together with the MOD in the log shields also at the NATO level. Constantly publishing statements regarding cyber attacks, blame and shame campaign. Encouraging public-private partnership. Developing educational program in several technical universities and in some high school in our country. Actually, we have license and master courses and postgraduate courses in 14 technical universities in Romania. We started this program 4 years ago. I strongly believe that all these projects represent a strong statement of the great level of awareness and understanding of cybersecurity aspect existing within the Romanian society. Our efforts and endeavor in creating a prosperous cybersecurity environment will pose as a great opportunity to establish a regional cybersecurity hub in Romania, which will significantly contribute to the development of strong relations and projects within the EU and NATO. Also, the establishment of the European Cyber Competence Center, ECCC, in Bucharest will contribute to the development of our cybersecurity ecosystem, both at national and EU level. The European Center will represent a key structure with an important role in connecting the relevant actors from the public sector with those from the research and industry sector in the context of EU efforts to develop new cybersecurity capabilities. Moreover, regarding NATO, allies have decided on a voluntary basis and using national assets to build and exercise a virtual rapid response cyber capability to respond to significant malicious cyber activities. Finally, given the fact that cyber attacks carried out by Russia do not comply with any of the international law, mechanism, and procedure applied, in order to mitigate such risk, we must be more flexible and reliable. I believe that there is still a lot of things to do in the context of a Russian invasion in Ukraine, which is raising new challenges, such as the previously mentioned one regarding Viasat. At governmental level, we have a strong cooperation based on information exchange and jointly use of advanced technologies with our international partners. But our partnership could reach its full potential by extending the same principle to the cooperation with private entities. It is important to incorporate emerging and disrupting technology in our cyber thinking, because technologies such as AI or quantum computing will play a tremendous role in our cyber future. Only by creating a working framework based on cooperation, understanding, and new trends and appropriate legislation, we can get close to achieving our goal in ensuring a high level of cybersecurity. Thank you.
I will not go into the details with the technical problem, but we will go to the next speaker now, who is a great friend and a true patriot, a Romanian who came back to Romania to help this country to set up a new civil environment for cybersecurity, and his work is well recognized here and at the international level. Don, you may have the floor. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Does it work? Yes. So, good afternoon, dear parliamentary guests, Your Excellencies. Thank you, Mr. Popescu, the Chairman of Defense Committee in the Romanian Chamber of Deputies. I also am not used to speak based on scripts, but now I have facts and figures, and I want to make sure I get them right. So that's why I use a couple of papers. Actually, personally, I think it's a truly special parliamentary intelligence security forum. What I've seen so far was, wow, super impressive. I learned a lot, honestly. And I'm really honored to be here and to represent in front of you the brand new Romanian National Cybersecurity Directorate, which, as you may know, it's a civilian cyber agency, cyber authority, created at the end of the last year. It's under the coordination of the Romanian Prime Minister. And this directorate not only has the main responsibility to ensure the cybersecurity of the national civilian cyberspace, but also aims to become a world-class organization that will, or shall, firmly position Romania as one of the recognized leaders in cybersecurity. Of course, not the leader, but in the top group of countries that really, really deliver value and do something on cyber. At this moment, it was mentioned today a couple of times, it's actually a fact that cyber operations and straightforward attacks are happening against Romania, against European Union member states, against our allies, and these attacks are truly increasing in frequency, complexity, in magnitude, and actually they undermine stability of our infrastructures, national or cross-border, economy, society, and impact businesses, governments, and citizens alike. Honestly, no one is safe, to put it just straightforward. It's just a matter of time when and if and how some of those core infrastructures, core elements of our society and economy will be impacted one way or another. In Romania, at national level, on daily basis, we detect from my organization over 500,000 cybersecurity events on daily basis. A bit above 30,000, we consider them as significant cyber incidents or straightforward attacks, and we see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of infrastructure elements coming under attack every single day. On the other hand, you see we are still up and running, and this very house of the parliament that's working, and infrastructure, despite some technical glitches, it's delivering. What we see, the attackers, they use very innovative techniques. They use everything they have in their arsenal, anything from vulnerability scanning, straightforward cyber espionage, distributed denial of service, all ways to propagate ransomware, and any kind you can imagine of disruptive attacks. That we note in particular in this very complicated geopolitical context. And as it was mentioned by Mr. Rog a bit earlier, many of those attacks are state-sponsored, and they roll out those attacks in a highly innovative manner, in parallel with disinformation, with fake news, with weaponization of digital technologies, of knowledge related to this, and as we can see it, of the economics. Since the recent start of the invasion by Russian Federation on Ukraine, together with our colleagues from other Romanian competent authorities, we detected, and of course with our international partners, we detected, but also we actively contained and neutralized really thousands of assets. The latest figure I have at hand, it's 27,447 such assets, and counting, of course, that were actively used in executing cyber attacks against Romanian governmental infrastructures, media outlets, political parties, businesses, our allies, and honestly also against the very infrastructure of this parliament, of this organization that hosts us today. Some of those attacks, very silent, very precise, some of them very loud and semi-amateuristic, but nevertheless, all of them, I consider them attacks against our democracy and freedom, honestly. And it's a fact that we are facing today a real risk of disruptions on our national infrastructure, including the critical ones. We saw this recently with ransomware attacks by the Eastern European cyber gang referred as DarkSide against Colonial Pipeline in US, or here in Romania, the complex attack against the Rompetrol company. And these type of attacks are proving my point. We see how interconnected, interdependent we are, our economies, our societies, how much we depend on digital technologies for our sovereignty, for defense, for our own democracy. And in this context, really, we need more and better tools and cooperation mechanisms, more technologies, more research, more knowledge, and more partners to really ensure we stay protected, we stay resilient. You know, the Romanian Cyber Directorate deals also with cyberspace risk for the civilian side. Although it's a bit blurry sometimes where it starts the civilian, where it ends the defense, the intelligence, the law enforcement, it's a bit complex in some cases. So as part of this objective for my organization, one of my jobs is to really worry about risks and threats on daily basis, risks and threats in cyberspace. So actually what worries me the most, states that we see actively militarizing the cyberspace, and states represent the greatest potential for harm here, especially when the efforts to apply norms in order to constrain rogue states' behavior are falling short. I'm also worried about offensive capabilities that are increasingly deployed, in particular in the context of hybrid operations and the context of using surrogates in conflict and warfare, with what we see as a spillover effect when governmental bodies, multinationals, global organizations are effective even if they are not directly targeted. In particular for Romania, I worry a lot about small businesses being increasingly vulnerable victims of cyber attacks. And in Romania, for your info, we have to think about 500,000 small and medium enterprises that start being systematically targeted. And let's not forget about 10 million citizens, users that are active on internet every single day in this country. So we have to put it in this broader perspective. I worry also about the fact that the speed of adopting digital technologies exceed by far, but really by far, the speed of reaction from the regulators and the lawmakers in defining the legal framework, the regulatory framework we need. And here, you honorable members of parliaments, your guests, dear guests, you come in the picture because you absolutely need to not ignore or neglect the need for support that the cyber and the technology professionals need, they have at this moment. We need this support from you to get the legal and the regulatory tools to allow us to do a better job. For cyber professionals in many countries, in particular in European Union, it's really a matter of professional life and death if we talk about the cyber domain. We need to really be up to speed, to be up to date. We don't need in particular bigger budgets or more servers or more tools. What we need is, in most of the cases, new laws focus really on cyber and new technologies, the digital technologies. We need a strong, really a strong legal framework that will allow us to get and to retain more brains and talents on the right side of this invisible cyber war that it's actually going on since years, in particular in a space, cyberspace that has no borders. So I worry about a lot of things, but I'm also optimistic about a lot of things, and I truly believe that you guys, you will indeed hear us and understand what the techies and the cyber geeks need to do our work. And I'm really convinced there is enough will and determination from us, from the Romanian responsible authorities, from our allies and partners to close the gaps, whatever are those gaps in the cyberspace, to build stronger cooperation not only between countries and national governmental bodies, but also public, private sector, academia, and so on. And from this respect, one message I wanted to convey also, and I will wrap up with this, don't forget Romania already significantly contributes to European Union, to NATO, to international efforts in the domain of cybersecurity, and will continue to do this in the future, and will intensify our efforts. We are really committed to be an active country and to bring to the table the full set of skills, resources, value added that the Romanian ecosystem can bring. Anything from private companies, innovation hubs, small and medium enterprise, research community, civil society, public sector, and so on. And I truly hope and I believe you will join this effort to find solutions, resources, partners, allies, cooperation mechanisms for the massive cyber challenge ahead of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan, for your great remarks. I would go now to the next speaker, and here I would like to introduce His Excellency Ambassador Sorin Ducaru, who has a great experience through this domain, who's now the director of SATSEN. And I would like to ask him to give us some remarks about the emerging technologies, satellite world, which is more and more discussed among us, not the technical guys, but the people, because many things are happening today in Ukraine especially, and that's happening through these technologies which suddenly are making us to have more interest into them. I think our future generations, our children, our grandchildren will be masters of these technologies. And I think we have to prepare also for this, starting from now, to understand the future world. Your Excellency, please take the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Pavel Popescu. It's indeed a great honor to participate in this superb event. I also learned a lot, and I also had the chance to connect with some old friends. The last decade of my career, I have been mainly focusing in two very dynamic spaces: cyberspace and outer space. And I would say that there is a technology-driven gold rush in both domains, with really important implication upon our life, economy, society, and security. What I wanted to highlight in my presentation, also to bring some complementarity to the already very substantive presentation that have been made so far, especially on cyber threats and the concerns related to it. I want to bring the aspect of new technologies, or technological developments, from a strategic perspective. There are changes in the technology world with, I would say, tectonic strategic implications. I think we are already in an era that could be defined as an era of tech geopolitics. There is already a kind of domain of study which is developing the geopolitics of technologies, with both a civilian and military dimension. And it's of course defined by the competition among technologies and who reaches first certain thresholds and gain competitive advantage, first with an important economic impact, but also potentially with security impact. So it is one dimension that defines this tech geopolitics is this increased competition. You can see that there is also more caution in addressing the aspect of strategic technology transfers. So we're seeing a fine-tuning of this globalization in the area of technology with, I would say, more emphasis on sheltering the breakthrough technologies by those who succeed this breakthrough. But there's another dimension. What I called the human-centric dimension of technology development. And what does this mean first? It's the link between significant technological breakthroughs to what would be the essential human values, human rights like privacy, confidentiality, ownership of one's own data, impact upon democracy. Why? Because we see two tendencies in the world. One tendency that in the spirit of the values of democratic society tend or really cares about this human-centric dimension of technological development. and other that, let's put it this way, care less. And there's already a bipolarity, a new type of technological-driven bipolarity that is visible in the world. So why is this important? If we link this with also with the changing nature of confrontation nowadays, which is not the typical, let's say, force-on-force confrontation. That type of confrontation which is, would be defined by a clear demarcation between peace and war, by a clear understanding of an armed attack. I think General Rogge mentioned armed or cyber attacks reaching thresholds of armed attack. Now, there was clarity, or more clarity, when we were thinking in terms of the conventional military force-on-force competition. But in the era of hybrid confrontation, of hybrid strategies and tactics, where this demarcation line is blurred, where actually the civilians are not sheltered from types of attack. On the contrary, they are targeted with, let's say, everything from information warfare to cyber warfare to kinetic warfare. So it's like they're backwards evolution. We're back to carpet bombing, and it's carpet bombing in, let's say, physical terms, and also in terms of, I would say, effects of cyber attacks, which can be non-discriminatory and harm others that were actually non-necessarily targeted. So we are in an area, we are in an era of what I would call weaponization of everything, and we need to address this aspect of fine-tuning technological developments, both in their, I would say, development phase, so that this development gets or advances in a human-centric dimension, and also through the right regulatory measures that, on the one hand, do not put a brake on the innovation, but on the other hand, really do not allow the huge increase in vulnerability that, I would say, not fine-tuned technological development could generate. And this is why the role of legislators, the role of those who are mandated by the citizens, by the voters, to preserve their safety in so many ways is hugely important. Which is why I would very much be among those who would support the need to, I would say, narrow what I would call the technology policy gap. We need to develop or to induce in the education of technologists and engineers and so on aspects related to human, social, democratic, political values, and we need to bring the technical aspects that are really influencing and changing our world and our life closer to the level of decision makers, those who generate the legal and regulatory framework in which we are supposed to operate. Speaking about technological threats, part of the title. Technology is actually neutral. Technology should not be seen. I don't see it as a threat. It's only the ways it's used that can generate threat, or the way it's misused, or the application of technology without safeguards that can generate these threats. A lot was said about cyber threats, and with 5G and the Internet of Things, with many orders of magnitudes more connection between things, objects, algorithm, than links between humans, this issue will increase exponentially in relevance. But there are other aspects that are worth to consider. Let me refer to space technologies and the kind of ingrained dependencies and vulnerabilities that can haunt us from the security point of view, from the purely economic and normal way of life point of view, if important aspects are not taken into consideration very soon and very clearly. Let me mention that in the last 2 years, there have been sent more satellites in space than all the satellites since Sputnik until 2 years ago. And this is an exponential trend. There is little regulation about space. There's a space treaty from 1967, no international treaty since. And then there are some regulations regarding to registration and litigations aspects. I think it's imperative to develop rules of responsible state behavior in outer space, like in cyberspace. Otherwise, I would say, level of congestion, but also the new aspect, the fact that space has become not just a congested and I would say competitive domain, but also contested domain, an area of or a domain of military operation. If this is not pursued with some clear rules of responsible behavior that, for example, should address as an immediate, I would say, norm, for example, not the use of anti-satellite weapons, not even as experiments, like it happened in the last year by Russia, a year before by China, India, and so on, generating tens of thousands of debris and increasing the probability of catastrophes and I would say malfunctions in space. The dependency of space assets of our life, of our economies, and of our military capabilities is increasing exponentially, and I feel that space, outer space, is a domain of huge concern and vulnerability. I would end by mentioning that there are other technological domains that we need to address with great attention and focus. The development of course, artificial intelligence leads to, in the military domain, the development of autonomous or semi-autonomous systems. Of course, we know the value of using drones more and more, techniques of strategy of swarming, huge impact. But think about the next step of those systems that are not all the time connected with the, I would say, the pilot, even by the remote pilot. Those systems that are timed to be connected only intermittently, and between these periods when they are connected with a, let's say, decision maker, are programmed to act independently, autonomously. This is an area that will come soon, and we need to make sure that the way these technologies are developed is extremely carefully fine-tuned. So I would end on the following note. As someone who grew up with technology, my first degree is in engineering, computer science, but then evolves towards political science, I feel that we need to do much more to connect better the two aspects and not let the developments, as I mentioned, the developments with geopolitical impact of technologies be just let at a kind of nature's course. They have to be linked to the fundamental values of humanity, of democracy and of human rights and individual rights. So let's not forget this important dimension while we're focusing on how to technically solve vulnerabilities and threats. There's a layer above which is at least as important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I want to introduce now a good friend, an expert who had a crazy dream, I would say, to map every telecommunication network in the world and to scan it very, very deep and to present it from the White House to the different other governments to NGOs to the free people to see with our own eyes who is the threat of the future and present world. I'm introducing John Strand. John, welcome to Romania, and I look forward to your presentation.
I must start to say to Mr. Pittenger, to Pavel, and to the Parliament here, thank you for the invitation. It's not my first time to Romania. First time I came to this country was in the Christmas 1978-79. Some people claim that it was the good olden days. I will not claim that, but trust me, this country have changed a lot, and I'm so happy to see how it's evolved. I have for the last 25 years worked with telecommunication industry on a global perspective, providing mobile operators and other operators across the world with strategic information about this industry's evolving. And also we are involved talking a lot about what is the impact of regulation, what's happening, threats to the industry, cybersecurity threats and stuff like that. Through my work, I have always had, because I come from Denmark, a view on freedom of speech. Always appreciated the fact of living in a democracy. I was so happy to see, I was in Berlin when the wall went down. I was so happy to see how the Eastern European countries became a part of the European Union. I'm so happy to see how these countries, which many of them I actually had the opportunity to visit before the wall went down, how they've evolved. And definitely Romania is one of those countries. Just to put it into perspective, some of the things I'm saying is things I've said for years, and then suddenly more and more people open their eyes. I remember when the Germans decided to shut down for nuclear power before they had an alternative, and I said, that's not smart. And Germany became very dependent on Russian gas. Is that a problem? Yes, it is. Europeans' dependency of Russian gas today, I think we can all agree about that, is a huge problem. And there's a big risk that we will face a cold winter, we will face a winter where some companies have to shut down their production because we not have enough energy in Europe to do these things. That's not nice. That was a political bummer. It was not a surprise because my opinion is, the view I have on Putin today is equal to the opinion I've had for many years, and I think there's a lot of people who share that opinion with me. Here comes another thing. What do you think is most important for a modern society? To have enough energy or to have a digital infrastructure? In 2020, here it is. In 2020, we did a mapping of all the Chinese equipment there was in mobile networks across 102 networks in Europe. And basically, a number of countries like Cyprus or Belgium, 100% of the infrastructure was delivered by Chinese vendors like Huawei and ZTE. What does that mean? It means that all the people working for the European Union, all the people working for NATO in Brussels, basically every time they take their mobile phone and make a call, it goes through a Chinese network. Is that intelligent? My personal opinion, it's definitely not. A lot of things have happened since 2020. In Belgium, Proximus have decided to rip and replace a Huawei network with a new European network. So in that way, there will be one network. But taking another example, I think it's like 2 weeks ago, we had the NATO summit in Madrid. Vodafone's network in Madrid is delivered by Huawei. There was in Wirtschaftswoche, which is a business newspaper in Germany, a big article that was a big concern. I haven't got it confirmed, but there was people who told me that Vodafone was asked to shut off the network in that part of Madrid during the NATO summit because there were some people in NATO with fear that the Chinese will use these networks to spy. If you talk to Huawei, they will say it's not a problem, they won't do it, and they're nice people. Oh yes, I don't belong to that category. EU have made a 5G toolbox, which now is getting implemented, where they look at trusted vendor, non-trusted vendors, and of course Huawei and ZTE is declared as non-trusted vendors. And we see a number of operators which actually made a decision to rip and replace their Huawei networks with other networks, and we can see that the cost of doing that is non-existent as long as you're still in a process where you upgrade your network to new technology. As a European, I remember when we had this event last time in Guatemala. It was short time after February 24th. And I think a lot of people were shocked what's going on. Some says we were not surprised after the Russians taking over Crimea. But the reality is that things have happened, and those things which happen, happen. But one of the things which really makes me proud is the numbers of American and European companies which have pulled out of Russia, even lost billions of dollars and euros by doing it. We talk about thousands of companies. We talk about big companies who goes out and say to their shareholders, yes, our investment in Russia is lost. It cost our shareholders a lot of billions. We're sorry, but we do it. And why do they do it? These companies have a moral compass which they're navigating after. They know they have to be responsible for their customers, their employees, and a lot of other people to ensure that they actually are in line with these things. If we go a step further, we have seen the European Union started first back in March 2022 to do a ban on Russian Today and Sputnik on all EU networks. They have to get removed, these Russian propaganda TV channels, from all the European networks. And some people agree with that, some disagree with it, but that's a reality. They have been removed from our networks. Canada and United Kingdom, to follow the same decision, decide to do the same. And actually, the implementation was done also in other countries like South Africa and so on. A lot of broadband providers, cable TV providers, satellite providers actually respected this and did it. May 30, the European Council decided to add another 3 Russian TV channels to the list, and basically a number of TV providers across Europe removed these things. And actually in May 8th, the US Department of Treasury, they basically said to US satellite providers, you are not allowed to provide services for Russians moving forwards. And Intelsat and Horizon, which is 2 big satellite companies, decided to remove the Russian TV channels for their platforms. In France, we have some French companies which have basically said, like Louis Vuitton, like Chanel, Michelin, like Citroën, which have decided to pull out of Russia. But in France, there's also a satellite provider called Eutelsat, which basically have decided to maintain their business in Russia. And what does that mean? That means that they operate one satellite, which is owned by the Russians, and they have their own satellite, and basically they are providing with TV to more than 15 million people in Russia, or households in Russia. So if we look at what's happening here right now, is actually we have a European, French, partly French government-owned satellite provider, which is helping the Russian to distribute all these Russian TV channels with all these Russian propagandas to 15 households in Russia. And I'm just saying is, what will have the biggest effect on Putin? That you remove his citizens' possibility to buy Chanel and Louis Vuitton bags, or getting access to his propaganda? My opinion, make Putin quiet. Basically, if we look at what's going on here, it's very obvious that Putin have this, what we call the Russian apparatus of propaganda, which basically is in these two TV providers, which are distributing all these TV channels, is like cable TV or satellite TV providers, is NTV Plus and Tricolor. NTV Plus is a part of Gazprom Holding Media. That's basically Gazprom, that's the Russian government. And basically, when we look at this, similar with Tricolor, which is owned partly by VTB Bank, and basically these companies are providing with Russian propaganda to Russians every day using French technology. And I have basically, when I saw this, I said to myself, this is crazy. I found a group of people in France which have tried to work hard to create transparency about this, tried to convince the French government to open their eyes and put a ban on these things, but not been successful. I went out and I succeeded to help them to get some press coverage because I found out the CEO of the company, she's actually from Denmark, and I actually know her. She's called Eva Berneke. She's a former McKinsey executive, and after that she was CEO of TDC in Denmark, which is the incumbent, the largest telecom operator in Denmark. And now she's sitting as the CEO there. And my opinion is that her moral compass is non-existing. How can you help Putin to distribute his propaganda? Let me say it very simple. Eva Berneke have been asked in Danish media and a number of other media, why don't they stop doing business in Russia? And the answer is, we want to be neutral. And I just want to show you how this Danish-French interpretation of neutrality means. That means that they accept to send Russian TV channels through the satellite to 15 million households in Russia, and they have removed, after demand from the Russians, Western TV channels which have a different view of what's happening in Ukraine. This is neutrality. Sorry, I don't know what this has to do with neutrality. So let's go and set it in a different way. The Danish Diderot Committee is some really academic bunch of people, nerdy guys, which have a clear view about these things. And honestly, they're so bad at marketing. They're so bad at selling their message. So I thought I should give them some attention today. And please do me a favor, they even come with a proposal how this should be handled. And basically they have a vision. Say either shut off for the Russian channels or open for the Western channels so that the Russians can get access to Western news again. Let them get an alternative. And if we move a step further and say, what's happening right now? We are living in a world where a lot of companies have been using their moral compass to pull out of Russia. But we must also say that a lot of those companies' services and products have been replaced by companies from China. HP and Dell moves out of Russia. That's a problem because the Russians can't get computers, can't get servers. Lenovo stays in Russia. Lenovo deliver the same equipment. Ericsson, Nokia, and Cisco pulls out of Russia. Huawei and ZTE and other Chinese vendors stay in Russia and supply the Russians with these things. The list is very long. And honestly, we need to understand if we're going to fight Putin, we have to include China. We basically need to use our buying power and say to Chinese companies who do business in Russia, if you do business in Russia, you don't do business in Europe. You don't do business in USA. You don't do business in Latin America. You must choose who do you want to do business with? We have to use our buying partner. Let me say it very simple. If you do business with a Chinese company who do business in Russia, you're supporting Putin financially. And honestly, the difference between China and Russia is marginal. It's two authoritarian systems, but China basically have taken it to the higher level, using more technology to surveillance people, under-suppressing people, etc. So let me say it very simple. My conclusion is very simple. The moral compass points in a very clear direction. We need to support Ukraine. We need to stop Russia. And we need to go a little bit further than stopping the oligarchs' possibility of sailing around in their big yachts, or rich Russians' possibilities to buy Louis Vuitton, Chanel, and other fancy-smancy products. We need to stop this now. We need to tell the French government, we need to tell the European Union that we need to stop Eutelsat's way of distributing Russian propaganda to 15 million Russian households. 15 million households. Can you imagine if 15 million Russians couldn't watch Putin tonight? Beautiful. Basically, it is not difficult. It's a simple decision. The Americans have set the decision. We just have to say to Eutelsat, you should not do business in Russia. And they have two choices. If they can't use their own moral compass and stopping doing business like thousands of other companies, the politicians must take action, and we must go in that direction. So let me say it very simple. If you want to have more knowledge about these things and Chinese equipment and what's going on, go to my website, which is strandconsult.dk. If you want to know more about Eutelsat, what they're doing, and look at articles that have been printed in different media, go on dennisdiderot.net. Honestly, I only have one wish. That is, we need to help the Ukrainians to stop Russia and Putin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, for your remarks. I will have a small announcement to do for you. There's a phone, a cell phone that our friend from Albania found here on one of the chairs. So if somebody is missing a Microsoft, an expensive, it looks, Microsoft phone with some missed calls, don't worry, we do not have any codes for your phone. Please, talk to your friends. Remember who was here today. We will keep it with our staff. If you hear somebody that it's missing a phone, it's with us here, it's safe. Thank you very much. I will introduce the next speaker, Sohan Dasputa. He's a good friend of us. He worked with Homeland Department, and we quite intersect ourselves to, like some years ago when Romania started to put the base for its foreign direct investment legislation, which actually passed last week, and it went to the president. And with many people here, friends in this room, we managed to mirror some great things that are happening way back across the ocean for protecting our democracies. Sohan, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Popescu, for that very kind introduction. Your Excellencies, members of Parliament, members of the military, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to have been invited here to the Palace of the Parliament in Romania, in Bucharest. I'm most grateful to the hospitable people of Romania, to the presidents of the Chamber of Deputies and of the Romanian Senate, and to Congressman Pittenger for this great honor, and of course to my esteemed friend, Chairman Popescu. The global security map is in flux and is being renegotiated as we speak. And in many, many respects, the security challenges we face today ride into our precipitous times on the wings of 5G, or as we call it, fifth generation wireless technology. 5G-induced faster data speeds, increased device density, enhanced reliability, and ultra-low latency will enable countless industries and markets, such as information technology, manufacturing, healthcare, agriculture, and so on and so forth, to flourish and innovate on an unprecedented rate and scale. From smart cities to autonomous tech applications, 5G's potential has been heralded as transformative. It is hardly difficult, therefore, to envision why the globally competitive technological revolution brought on by 5G is a matter of national security. Yet the race among nations and the private sector is not just for superpower status, that exalted dominance. It is also in defense of the liberty of the free world, in fervent support of humankind's perennial quest for truth and for the preservation of the polychromatic diversity of ideas. The free world fosters and relies upon the free exchange of ideas and suppression of that exchange by any means, including telecommunications sabotage or interdiction, is poison to a free society. Indeed, the stakes are so high because attaining technological leadership may increase the likelihood of success, prosperity, fecundity, stability, and of course, security. These mission-critical elements inform fruitful trade and investment relationships across the globe and are affected by trade and investment policies of sovereigns and governments. It is there that 5G can help spur unprecedented innovation and productivity, deploying those objectives to mission align the free world with itself and its highest aspirations. The national security and international trade implications of 5G significantly concern the equities of businesses and industry stakeholders. Through sanctions, export controls, Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, what is known as CFIUS, and other responses, the US government carefully is monitoring 5G's implications. Same is largely true of the European Union and other governments. From industry perspective, the balance between investing, acquiring, and selling products and services on the one hand, and cautiously engaging with regulators is important and should ideally be addressed with care and nuance. 5G signals a potent and widespread transformation of telecommunications networks. 5G is endeavoring to build upon previous generations in an evolution that will phase in over many years, utilizing legacy infrastructure and technology. Just comparing the most vital metric, latency, under 4G and 5G with each other can be most indicative. Latency, quite simply, is the delay between transmittal of data and its execution. With 4G networks, the latency is less than 100 milliseconds. Under 5G, that could fall to less than 5 milliseconds. That pace of acceleration between 4G to 5G will be titanic. To illustrate the commercial ramifications, 3.8 to 4.6 million additional jobs and a GDP growth of 1.4 to $1.7 trillion over the next decade can be expected from 5G's deployment and rollout. The collateral economic impact of 5G will be more significant still. The cottage industry will burgeon. 5G's indirect effects are expected to add $1 trillion to $1.2 trillion just to the US GDP, as well as generate 3 million to 3.6 million additional jobs in the cottage industry related to 5G over the next decade. But none of this should distract us from some of 5G's fabled vulnerabilities, which include, first, the use of 5G components manufactured by untrusted companies that could expose certain entities to risks introduced by malware and counterfeit components and component flaws resultant from deficient manufacturing and maintenance. And data that travels overseas through untrustworthy networks might be compromised as well. Risks to the intelligence community are particularly alarming. Next is another vulnerability. 5G will use more parts, and the law of large numbers suggests that the proliferation of 5G infrastructure may provide malicious actors with additional attack vectors and a greater number and volume of vulnerabilities. Third, it is unknown what new vulnerabilities on top of the legacy and historic vulnerabilities may be discovered in 5G networks. Fourth, untrusted companies may be less likely to participate in interoperability efforts. Custom 5G technologies that fail to meet interoperability standards may be difficult to manage. It is fitting to address just some of the more prevalent manifestations of 5G in the modern world and the governmental responses to them. In that vein, I shall commence with blockchain and cryptocurrency and go on to address briefly artificial intelligence, machine learning, and digital infrastructure. I will then explain why some of the sanctions and export control measures the US government is taking, as well as the actions of CFIUS, may be salient to this field. Crypto's future will have to interface with 5G's realities. The future of crypto is dependent on the successes of and the vulnerabilities baked into 5G. Crypto sometimes is viewed as a relatively safe and inexpensive medium in which to undertake complex transactions. That may be true. Governments, of course, have begun regulating crypto in order to curtail terror financing, tax evasion, money laundering, sanctions evasion, and even black market activity. The global crypto market size is expected to amount to almost $2,000 million US dollars by 2028 at a compound annual growth rate of just over 11% in the next decade. Many governments, consequently, are adopting blockchain or approving investments based on it. Much of Asia, Australia, Estonia, Finland, Belgium, Switzerland, Malta, Cyprus, Bulgaria, the United Kingdom, and Germany, and certain other jurisdictions are in various stages of doing so. The EU as a whole, too, has accelerated its acceptance and integration of blockchain. And although some other nations have taken a jaundiced view of Bitcoin and blockchain, many others contain fecund startup activity concerning Bitcoin. In sum, numerous governments have accepted that cryptocurrency is very much the coin of the realm and something to be regulated because it is part of our world. And they have chosen to factor how 5G affects those transactions. Increasingly, businesses across sectors are accepting blockchain once their peers and rivals jumpstart the trend of doing so. Businesses that fall behind may have to pay a price, and the first mover advantage can be irresistible. 5G's impact on artificial intelligence and machine learning will also be profound. It is already proving to be profound. Some business and governmental pioneers are deploying AI to solve real-world and consequential problems. At the outset of the COVID-19 outbreak, private investment worldwide in AI medical and pharmaceutical spaces rose 450% year over year to $13.8 billion. Tesla's autopilot AI system, Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, and Apple Siri, all of which use AI, are used by hundreds of millions of users and consumers globally. Companies use AI to monitor and improve even internal efficiency. And banks, financial institutions, they use AI for anomaly detection, intelligent pricing, document analysis, and so on and so forth. It's estimated that by the year 2030, AI would deliver global economic gains in the neighborhood of 13 to 16 trillion US dollars. And almost all of these deployments will use 5G. The regulatory responses to it all will be most interesting and will present deeply complex questions. Certain US government measures might be illuminating. First, the US Department of Commerce's Bureau of Industry and Security, BIS, is implementing a multilateral agreement among 42 nations and the EU to control certain biotechnology software that could be misused for biological weapons purposes. Second, just over a year ago, the President of the United States issued Executive Order 14032, preventing U.S. persons from purchasing and selling publicly traded securities in 59 Chinese military industrial complex companies, CMICs. Indeed, the names are familiar to us: Huawei, Aerosun, Avik, Inspur, Proven Glory, China Mobile, CoStar, and other technology companies, including semiconductor and fiber manufacturing companies, are among the forbidden CMICs according to this executive order. This EO prohibits any U.S. person from engaging in the purchase or sale, that's the instrument's language, purchase or sale of any publicly traded securities or any publicly traded securities that are derivative of such securities or are designed to provide investment exposure to such securities of any entity identified as a CMIC. In addition, China Mobile, China Telecom, and China Unicom investments are still forbidden, thus compelling them to delist from the New York Stock Exchange. In the mid-2020, the Federal Communications Commission in the United States issued orders designating Huawei and ZTE as national security threats and thus prohibited the use of universal service funds to purchase communications equipment and services from Huawei and ZTE and other high-risk suppliers. Then the Secure Equipment Act of 2021 was enacted. It denotes an enduring US government strategy to restrict the domestic use of technology produced by Huawei, ZTE, and certain other Chinese companies, and it enlists the FCC, that agency's assistance in doing so. This law requires the FCC to clarify that it no longer will review or approve any authorization for equipment on the FCC's covered list. It's an automatic and a per se disqualifier. The list, which was originally published about a year ago, includes Chinese telecommunications companies that the US government believes are national security risks. And again, the list is familiar: Huawei, ZTE, Hydra, Hangzhou, and Dahua. The FCC may also revoke authorizations previously granted to equipment on the covered list, so there's no grandfathering in. It has also decided to approve a nearly $2 billion program to subsidize the replacement of Chinese equipment by federal contractors. Now, a substantial reason for the prevailing 5G consternation were the geopolitical and market realities. As many prominent members of Congress and of the executive branch, members of the executive branch over time have articulated the need for a domestic industrial base, or at least nearshoring in the Western Hemisphere, for the manufacturing of telecommunications components in the free world is overriding and imperative. Now we finally come to the last part of the analysis and presentation, which is CFIUS. CFIUS, as I've noted already, is the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. It's an interagency working group of the US government that decides whether a wide variety of proposed transactions, acquisitions, involving foreign entities wishing to acquire part of US businesses poses sufficient national security risk to be stopped. The current 5G is in play in many of them and could be the reason those transactions are afforded searching scrutiny by CFIUS or even blocked by the president. Typically, though, mitigation measures are preferred over outright blocks on an acquisition, and the final decision does, as I mentioned earlier, rest with the president, the chief executive. Outright blocks on acquisitions are extremely few, just a handful, but as the recently failed Wise Road Magnachip deal worth $1.4 billion shows, CFIUS's concerns about the national security implications of deals can interfere with the business priorities and the timeline of acquisitions, and that delay can indeed make the parties back out of a deal. Before the Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernization Act of 2018 was enacted, CFIUS's jurisdiction had been limited to transactions that could result in foreign control, the word control is key here, of any US business. But FIRMA, that 2018 statute, and those regulations have conferred additional authority on CFIUS to review and participate in blocking two new categories of transactions: certain non-controlling investments in some US businesses involved with critical technology, critical infrastructure, and sensitive personal data, known therefore as TID US businesses for technology infrastructure data, and certain real estate transactions. Determining what is a TID US business for CFIUS purposes is critical for seeing if 5G's long shadow is cast over any of it. As far as critical technology is concerned, the regulations maintain that it includes certain nuclear-related software, technology facilities, equipment, parts and components, materials, some emerging and foundational technologies controlled for export under a recent US law called the Export Control Reform Act of 2018, certain defense articles and defense services included on the US munitions list, certain items included on the commerce control list, and particular agents and toxins. And the high technology sectors that are implicated in this include, there are 27 of them, and some of them are electronic computer manufacturing, missile and space vehicle manufacturing, military armored vehicle and tank component manufacturing, nanotechnology, biotechnology, so on and so forth. Now we come to infrastructure. The infrastructure category includes telecommunications, power, oil and gas, finance, defense industrial base, pertaining to fiber optic cables that serve military installations, facilities that provide electric power, interstate oil pipelines, satellites, rail lines that are part of the US Department of Defense's Strategic Rail Corridor Network. What about data? What is sensitive identifiable data? And that includes financial data, consumer data, health data, geolocation data, biometric enrollment data, and critically, data contained in an individual's application for US government personnel security clearance status. There are 10 data categories that trigger CFIUS's jurisdiction. They are all subject to CFIUS's review before an acquisition truly gains safe harbor. And all of this, one way or another, directly or indirectly, will be affected by 5G innovations, and the CFIUS calculus, often jump-started by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence's analysis in the United States government, will have 5G playing a pivotal role. We have come to the end of our discourse today. If the challenges we have highlighted seem formidable, that's because they are, and if the opportunities seem great, that's because they are. And we must be thoughtful about minimizing vulnerabilities and maximizing opportunities. The developing framework for 5G will be difficult to predict because great discoveries and new twists and turns often have no exact roadmap. For example, we could not have anticipated 4G's impact on the global economy at large, in urban areas or smaller villages, or in the spaces of agriculture, telecom, telemedicine, and so on and so forth. I beg your indulgence in borrowing from Sun Tzu's The Art of War when he enumerated what he called the 5 essentials for victory. Those principles articulate to us the free world's broad objectives, and as we have discussed today at length, the current realities have reinforced the importance of those enduring truths. To begin, he will win who knows when to fight and when not to fight. Risk aversion in order to avoid needless or egoistic fights can be a virtue. Spoiling for a fight is not a virtue, it's a vice. And discretion can often be the better part of valor. Sun Tzu also continued that he will win who knows how to handle both superior and inferior forces. Different forces require different kinds of strategies. The same is true with 5G. He will win whose army is animated by the same spirit throughout all its ranks. And may the spirit of unity and common purpose and objective pervade the governments of the free world and their partners in the private sector. He will win who, once he has prepared himself, waits to take the enemy unprepared. Navigating between tactful transparency and strategic opacity is an essential predicate for victory. Finally, he will win who has strength, vitality, ardor, and commitment to the achievement of his goals, and such clear-minded focus signals the resolve to achieve and succeed to friends and foes alike. So may the free world know peace, prosperity, stability, and unity. This is a time for visionaries and leaders to step up to the mark, and may we all be worthy of the highest and noblest aspirations of our peoples. Thank you very much for your graciousness and kindness today.
Thank you again, Sohan. We will close this panel with a good friend from US, the representative of the US Embassy in Bucharest, who's working closely with us in everything we do in terms of policy for cyber telecommunication, and I thank you for that, Megan. I welcome you on the scene, and we look forward to your remarks. Megan Bishop.
Thank you, Pavel. Thank you, everyone, for being here today, and I wanted to give a special thank you to the organizers of this event who have made such a forum possible. I think this panel is particularly important as we think about the way that the world order will be shaped in the months and years to come, and how important these emerging technologies are going to become. I want to start by talking about cybersecurity and how the U.S. approaches it and what some of our priorities are with our international partners. When it comes to cyber issues, I cannot overstate the importance of building our cooperative efforts on a firm foundation of international cyber policy, including a widely understood and accepted understanding of what constitutes responsible state behavior in cyberspace, and the shared approaches that we use to hold states accountable when they do not act responsibly. For over a decade, the U.S. has worked with the international community to design and promote a framework for responsible state behavior in cyberspace with tremendous success. Romania has played an important role in this work as a member of the UN Group of Governmental Experts, or GGE. The framework we're advancing together has three key elements. First, it affirms that existing international law applies to state behavior in cyberspace. Secondly, it calls on all states to adhere to certain voluntary norms in cyberspace during peacetime. And third, it calls for the development and implementation of special confidence building measures to reduce the risk of conflict in cyberspace. We believe that together the elements of this framework generate trust, enhance transparency, and ultimately decrease the risk of conflict. They provide a strong foundation for the US-EU cyber cooperation moving forward. As we continue to work to strengthen the norms that shape state behavior in cyberspace, as we think about supply chain security, internet standards, issues surrounding emerging technologies, and the protection of privacy and data, we need to continue and deepen all of these dimensions of our relationship on an international level. There's also been a recognition within my organization, which is the Department of State, that we need to enhance our cybersecurity posture and our policies that reflect that to more accurately reflect the current reality and geopolitical situation that we find ourselves in. In April of 2022, the U.S. Department of State established a new bureau called the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy. There are three particular units within this bureau. The first is International Cyberspace Security. The second is International Communications and Information Policy. And the third is Digital Freedoms and promoting digital freedoms. We believe that by elevating these issues within the State Department, we're better positioning ourselves as a country to be a global leader on the topic. Our leadership is key to upholding global cyber norms that help the United States and the world mitigate proliferating transnational cyber threats. This structure also positions diplomacy to be purpose-fit for the 21st century, With our new bureau, we're more ready than ever to meet the moment, to tackle every opportunity and challenge with the rigor that these issues deserve. And I think they'll just become more complicated and complex in the future. Tying together the security, economic, and the democracy-affirming components of cyber and digital policy will hopefully allow us to be better positioned to look at issues like cyber resilience holistically. I'd like to move quickly also into issues surrounding 5G. The Biden administration views 5G as a priority, a high priority, and a matter of national security, as my colleague mentioned. And the U.S. advocates for a vibrant digital economy worldwide that enables all citizens across the world to benefit from the promise of fifth-generation mobile wireless networks. 5G is transformative and will touch upon many aspects of our lives and critical infrastructure such as transportation, electrical distribution, hardware, healthcare, and many more sectors. Therefore, the stakes for securing these networks could not be higher. 5G security can only be addressed effectively through a truly global approach with the cooperation of our international partners. The U.S. is committed to engaging on this topic with all of our allies and partners to promote open, interoperable, reliable, and secure information and community technology infrastructure. This will facilitate efforts to meet the security challenges of the future. The secure development and deployment of 5G infrastructure in both developed and developing countries is of critical concern to the United States. We're also working with our allies and partners to support a vibrant and diverse supply chain of trustworthy vendors for 5G security and telecommunications equipment and devices. This includes support for open, interoperable approaches and technologies that have the potential to enhance and promote market competition, as well as lower costs and increase transparency. Countries and citizens need to be able to trust that 5G equipment and software will not introduce risks that threaten national security, personal privacy, or human rights. Trust cannot exist where information and communications technologies and services providers are subject to an authoritarian government like the People's Republic of China under the leadership of Communist Chinese Party, which subjects domestic companies to broad intelligence and national security laws and lacks an independent judiciary and rule of law to protect companies and consumers. Governments, telecom sectors, and network users should prioritize security when building out their 5G networks. We applaud Romania's efforts to secure its 5G networks by barring untrusted vendors through legislation that was passed in June of 2021, and will continue to work closely with Romania as a partner on these issues. Romania continues to establish itself as a regional leader both on 5G in cybersecurity and also in emerging and developing technologies. I'd like to congratulate Romania again, and I have in multiple forums, for the establishment of the ECCC, the European Cybersecurity Competence Center, which is really going to position Romania as a regional leader in innovation, development, research, and technology on cybersecurity issues. And of course, cyber and digital affairs has been a pillar of our decade-long strategic bilateral partnership between the US and Romania. Romania has also been a steadfast partner in disrupting malign networks. I'm glad to see that Romania's hard work in supporting responsible state behavior in cyberspace is recognized through the creation of this center. And as I mentioned, we very much seek to continue this partnership with Romania and also to advance our agenda of creating an interoperable, transparent, and accessible internet and digital communications infrastructure for all. Thank you very much.
I know that after this event, you will all become so good friends because you passed through so many things together, which means this conference. I know that everyone is tired now after a very, very intense day. We're gonna take a break, the last coffee break. We have the last panel, but very important panel about human trafficking with very good speakers, and the dinner will come at 7:30. I want to thanks again to all the experts in this panel. Thank you very much, generals. Thank you, Your Excellency, Dan, John, Sohan, Megan. You were great. Thank you for bringing us so much expertise and set up the milestones for the future projects that we look forward to now after 25 years of strategic partnership. I truly believe with the tremendous work that Romania did through its policy, we have the framework to talk about prosperity and business between our countries and a better economy for our citizens. I look forward to that. Thank you very much. Congressman, please.
You have the declaration page, if you take a look at that, and supporting the Ukraine members of parliament. And then give that to Lucas, if you could sign that. If you have any comments, we had some small additions, commas, and a little phrase to put in. But welcome your support. Have a brief break, if you would, and then we'll have a good dinner. But don't miss the next panel. It will be very chilling and sobering, but something you need to hear. Thank you. People who are very engaged in protecting and securing the lives of 40 million people who are caught up in human trafficking, many of them being exploited by terrorists. I would like to introduce the chair of the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum Task Force on Human Trafficking will be Ann Basham. Serving on this committee and joining us today are Karen Bradley, a member of the UK Parliament and co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Human Trafficking and Modern Slavery in the UK. Roshan Abbas is Executive Director of the Campaign for the Uyghurs. Ioana Bauer, President of Iliberar and Foreign Policy Advisor in the Office of the Prime Minister. Rosalia Biro, Chairwoman of the Committee of Foreign Affairs of the Chamber of Deputies in Romania. And Davis Opuku, Member of the Parliament in Ghana. Thank each of you for your incredible service. One of the great black marks that's taking place in our world today, and we hope you will show us how we can be a greater collaborator with you on protecting these lives. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Congressman Pittenger. And can I thank you for all you do and for putting on these incredible events that bring together parliamentarians, academics, and leaders in the field in these incredibly important matters. And can I also thank everybody here in Romania for your incredible welcome. It was commented on earlier about the spectacular room that we are in. It is quite an honour to be able to speak to you and address you from this stage underneath this incredible dome and knowing the history of this building. So thank you so much for your welcome. I'm the first speaker on the panel on human trafficking. And I'm very proud to be a member of the Human Trafficking Task Force of the Parliamentary Intelligence and Security Forum. We formed last year to make sure that this issue got real focus across the world, because this is a global problem. This is not a problem that any one country can solve unilaterally. It is a problem that affects every single one of us and every single country. And the fact that we heard from Congressman Pittenger that there are estimated to be 40 million victims of human trafficking and modern slavery around the world today should be a stark reminder to all of us why this is such an important issue. And the task force has allowed parliamentarians from across the world to meet virtually and to meet in person so that we can work together on joint campaigns to raise awareness of this issue. Because wherever there is a security issue, there will be human trafficking. The definition of human trafficking, according to the United Nations, is the recruitment, transportation, harbouring or receipt of people through force, fraud or deception with the aim of exploiting them for profit. Now, I think it's really important that we focus on that last word, for profit, because this is a financial crime. And that means that organised criminality, terrorist groups and others are exploiting human beings for money. And immigration status is an important part of why someone becomes vulnerable to becoming a victim of trafficking. But this is not an immigration crime. This is a crime of a financial crime. This is a crime of someone making money out of somebody else. And it's a crime that affects all of us. It can affect people from all walks of life, from all educational backgrounds. It does affect more people who are deprived, have not had the educational opportunities, that live in communities that are badly affected by climate change, for example, that are looking for a better life and are prey to the victims, prey to those traffickers, those organised criminals who will use that vulnerability to exploit them. And of course, one of the great opportunities for traffickers is war. And we're gathered here because we're talking about Ukraine and what has happened in Ukraine. We've heard today that there are 12 million people displaced. 60% of all Ukrainian children are displaced, either internally within Ukraine or living in neighbouring countries. And I know that being here in a neighbouring country, it is those countries on the front line that are feeling that most acutely. We have to remember that when somebody is displaced, when they're undocumented, when they are somebody who is vulnerable, that is when the traffickers will move in. That is when they will take that vulnerable young person or old person and they will exploit them. And they're doing it all for profit. Now, in the UK, we take this issue incredibly seriously. I was a minister in the UK Home Office, and I brought in what became the Modern Slavery Act in 2015. And I have worked on this issue ever since, because it is an issue that you can't escape, but you don't want to escape. If you ever meet a victim, you ever meet anybody who has been through this crime, you want to do everything you possibly can to help them. And that means that in the UK, we do have systems and we have processes in place. They're not perfect. There's lots that I would like to improve about them. But we have what we call the National Referral Mechanism, which makes sure that victims are identified by the state and are given support. And that is incredibly important, because if we don't give support to the victims and we don't make this a victim-centred approach to this crime, we will never catch the perpetrators and break the cycle. And of course, we are a country in the UK that sees victims of trafficking from other countries. And I'm sad to say that Romania is one of those other countries. And the close working relationship the UK has with Romania is incredibly important to stopping this crime. We need to work together, because Romania is the EU country with the highest number of victims identified in the UK. That is something that we all want to eradicate, and we can do that by working together. And I was particularly interested to see that there is a push to introduce new legislation that would help to make sure that displaced people did not become prey to criminals who are already on a sex offenders register in Romania. I think that kind of innovative thinking in law is incredibly important and will help us all to tackle this. So I'm just going to conclude by reminding us all that we're talking about human beings. We're talking about people, children, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, husbands, wives, people who are loved and who are exploited. Wherever there is disaster, wherever there is issues in the world, crises in the world, be it war, be it climate change, be it famine, we will see migration, and that will lead to opportunities for traffickers. We can only tackle this if we work together. I'm so pleased that we have the task force of parliamentarians working together to combat this. We've got a long way to go, but I know this is the kind of initiative and way of working that will help to make a difference, and I want to thank you for listening. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all. Thank you, Congressman Pittinger, and all the honorable MPs from all around the world, and everyone behind the scenes who made this great event possible. Thank you, Anne, for leading the Human Trafficking Task Force and this panel. In the introduction on the booklet, it says, I am a Chinese Uyghur. I would like to correct that. I am Uyghur. We are not Chinese ethnically. And because we have our own language, culture, and our religion, which is the reason today my people are facing full-speed active genocide by the Chinese regime. Beijing's ultra-nationalistic policies combined with racism and cutting-edge technology in our homeland have been confirmed not only through Beijing's own leaked documents time after time, but also by hundreds of experts and the survivors' testimonies. This pressing issue of human trafficking is one that I can relate to beyond a professional manner. It is a personal cause for me that's affecting my people with all aspects of it. I am speaking today out of necessity. I'm a mother who had a fulfilling life with a successful career. I never thought I would quit my job and become a full-time activist. And I never thought I would have to fight for my own sister's freedom. And I never thought in the 21st century, China will conduct a genocide on your watch. And China is completing this genocide with concentration camps and the modern slavery. In 2018, my sister, Dr. Gulshan Abbas, was taken by the Chinese regime as a hostage 6 days after I give my first public speech, participating on a panel like this in Hudson Institute, one of the think tanks in Washington, D.C., talking about China's genocidal policies and outlining the fate of my in-laws. Today, I am advocating for my people and speaking to you at the cost of my own sister's freedom. My sister is a retired medical doctor, and she's a kind, peaceful, non-political person. When I raised her case, when I became very vocal in the media, the Chinese state media accused me for stealing other people's photo and claiming my missing relatives and spreading rumors about China. Then, a year and a half later, in Christmas Day 2020, the Chinese Foreign Ministry confirmed that she was charged in 20 years in the prison terms in a terrorism-related charges with no trial, no evidence, no proof of life, and no information on her whereabouts. It's almost 4 years now. With Beijing's genocide, Uyghurs have been subject to state-sanctioned human trafficking and atrocities. Millions of Uyghurs are held in concentration camps where they are subject to harsh indoctrination and torture. Almost 1 million Uyghur children are taken to state-run orphanages. China has made Uyghur women's bodies a battleground of this genocide with forced sterilizations, forced abortions, as well as physical and sexual torture. They are facing government-sponsored mass rape under the name of forced marriages, while the regime offering Chinese men money, housing, and the jobs to marry those Uyghur girls. If the Uyghur women refuse such forced marriages, they are sent to the concentration camps and labeled as Islamic extremists who refuse to marry non-Muslim Chinese. Where are the feminists supposedly protecting women's rights while Uyghur women are facing rape on their own beds? Yes, you heard me right. On their own home, on their own beds. The Chinese state media reported 1.1 million Han Chinese cadres, mostly men, deployed into Uyghur homes and live inside of their houses, supervise and monitor their daily lives. And the Uyghur women are facing sexual abuse in their own bed, in their own homes. Where are the respected religious leaders while China is calling your faith, Islam, and any other religion a mental disease and a cancer to cure for? Chinese government's war on humanity is belated. It is a war on women and the children. It is a war on religion and the free thought. It is a war on human dignity and freedom and democracy. I recently heard someone saying that, quote, if we don't end the dictatorships will end us, unquote. The crimes committed by Russia against Ukraine is an example of what happens when we continue to appease a dictatorship government and refuse to take action. What China is doing to Uyghurs can be seen as a testing ground for what they wish to do to the world. What we are witnessing today to the Uyghurs is not something that's happening thousands of kilometers away within China's borders, and nothing to do with us. Don't think that, because Chinese government is here in Europe, in the West, in the Middle East, in Central Asia, Southeast Asia. They are everywhere. China is a threat to the world, threat to our fundamental rights and freedom and democracy. Everyone is silent, from Hollywood celebrities to Muslim kings and the CEOs, profiting from genocide of my people and making the Chinese genocide a profitable venture. No one has the guts to condemn Chinese genocide. You know why? Because China's blood money from my people's sweat and tears. Not just that, the blood money from innocent Uyghurs' body parts from forced organ harvesting. What does that mean when you see these heads of the states, leaders, corporations, NBA, FIFA, academia, celebrities, and talk show hosts, who are usually so vocal against any kind of social injustice, are voiceless when the perpetrator is China? The world leaders willingly self-censor because of the profit they are making from China. And that's a threat for democracy and the freedom the world worked so hard to establish for the past 70 years. These leaders are not just giving up their freedom of expression and freedom of speech, but for the long run, eventually they are giving up their sovereignty. When it comes to the global effect of human trafficking, Uyghur forced labor is one of the largest forms today, and it's double dangerous due to its state-sponsored nature. Report after report has shown that 20% of the world cotton supply, 1 out of every 5 garments, would be tainted by Uyghur slaves' forced labor. Because of the genocidal policies of the Chinese regime, Uyghurs have been made dispensable, cheap labor, transferred around China as the government and its state enterprises, please. In 2021 alone, Dr. Adrian Zanz of Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation in Washington noted an estimated 3 million Uyghur forced labor transfers occurring. Companies using Uyghur slaves, turning you and myself complicit with China's genocide. My sister, Dr. Gulshan Abbas, could be making your shirt that's on your back. Famous Uyghur writers, professors, successful business people, philanthropists, and the pop stars could be picking your cotton. There are perpetrators and the enablers of this genocide. China is the perpetrator, and those companies using forced labor are turning all of us the enablers while we use their products. Ever since the UFLPA, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, came into effect, most, if not all, have been focused on how detrimental that could be to the consumers or the companies. We need to remember and never forget that genocide and slavery is our red line. No item should ever enter Europe's borders that are made with slave labor. China is attempting to export their worldview and authoritarian system globally. What China is doing to my people, to Tibetans, Hong Kongers, is a preview of what we will see should we allow China to continue their crimes. If we allow China to continue its path, the world that has been built on the foundation of freedom and the democracy and the human rights will be dismantled before our very eyes. If we do not face China's regime today and hold China accountable for the genocide, it will be your children and the grandchildren that will deal with the consequences of an illiberal world. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ioana Bauer, and I have the privilege of leading a Romanian CSO actually working on anti-human trafficking called Eliberare. We work in preventing and hopefully making human trafficking the exception. We are also part of the Rescue Freedom network that has partners in over 29 countries around the world. And before I start my intervention, I just want to extend a huge thank you to the organizing team, Congressman Pittenger. Thank you for including this topic always in these events. Thank you to the international team of the forum, to the national team as well. This is a lot of work. And also Anne Basham, thank you for the work that you're doing with the Human Trafficking Task Force, always making sure that this is a subject that's being addressed. Really appreciate your tireless work and dedication for our safety, basically, and for the safety of those who are maybe some of the most vulnerable people, just like we've heard. It's very moving to hear all of my panelists. So I'm going to try to be brief and tell you a little bit about the work that we're doing in the context of the Ukrainian war. And I'm also going to let you know that I'm launching more questions than I'm going to be giving out facts. So hopefully this will also be a challenge as to what are we going to do next. As we've heard throughout the day, and as we have each lived basically personally during the past few years, our world has been constantly changing, and what we have come to experience in our day-to-day life seems to challenge our idea of what the normal actually looks like. A few things, however, have gone without much disturbances. And one of those is the organized crime activity of human trafficking. Even more so, while most of us have been struggling to grapple with the situation caused by first the pandemic and now the war in Ukraine, certain categories of people have classified this as a business opportunity. I don't think I need to remind you again that over 12 million people have left Ukraine, and out of this massive exodus, 90% of the people were women and children, actually. Now, while there was a massive deployment of resources and a mobilization at governmental, community, and at individual level, another phenomenon on the rise was that of searching for data online for Ukrainian porn, Ukrainian escorts, and Ukrainian women being raped. Of course, we cannot separate the two. The categories of people who are fleeing Ukraine, those escaping the war. Thomson Reuters actually did a study in the beginning of the war, so the numbers may have increased since then, and saw that these searches actually spiked. We are not talking about isolated searches or cases. We are talking about a 200% increase. During the same time, Russians were dropping bombs in Ukraine, and the husbands of these women, about which people were searching this information, were fighting. Also their fathers, their grandfathers, and so on. Now, while there was a lot of talk about human trafficking, even at the beginning of the war. Everybody and anybody was talking about this. It seemed like everybody was trying to give out a flyer or bring the issue somewhat in a sensationalized way to the agenda. Unfortunately, this did more harm than good, because what ended up happening was that people in Ukraine were writing on their Telegram groups that they shouldn't cross the border, for example, into Romania, because traffickers would be snatching women and children at the border. While this is the Hollywood version of the story, we have come to know that trafficking is more nuanced than this. And a lot of times, traffickers don't go around in white vans, but disguise themselves as the people willing to help and go the extra mile. Hence, without a clearing vetting system for volunteers, housing or transportation offers, and a tracing mechanism, we might have been exposing those displaced by the war to other dangers lurking right where we are sending them for help. And we have heard about different legislation that's trying to add certain ways of being able to vet that. But hopefully we'll be able to do that in a more universal way. Couple this with the trend of lesser identified victims and a continuous decrease in prosecutions of traffickers worldwide, what we get is a perfect storm, where victimization is becoming the norm rather than the exception that is severely punished. The war in Ukraine is not happening in a vacuum. It comes on top of a proliferated culture of impunity, of a lack of proactive identification, and of major reforms in the field so needed and yet so delayed. We cannot ignore that countries like Ukraine or Romania or Moldova were source countries for victims of human trafficking even before the war, just like we heard. We cannot ignore that apart from internal trafficking, victims are oftentimes moved to 4 to 5 different countries before they reach a somewhat final destination where they will be exploited, and then they will most probably be moved again. We cannot ignore that resources allocated to combating this phenomenon in the system of victims have been scarce and few in between. The question is, are we actually ready to liberalize the protection of the victims and of the survivors of human trafficking? Are we ready to ensure a safe passage for everyone, whether we're talking about the people who are displaced because of the war, or because of people who are economic migrants, or women and girls who just lack the circle of safety to keep predators away? Is this a time in which we may reach political consensus around, let's say, a transnational referral and identification mechanism that would mean that all countries are adhering to the same indicators of human trafficking, the same pathway to ensure that traffickers are punished and that victims are ultimately protected regardless of where they are being identified? Are we at a point in which we are ready and able to recognize the importance of working together and ensure that we are keeping victims and survivors of human trafficking in the center, not only figuratively and in our speeches, but in our funding exercises and in our resource allocation? I'm aware that, as I said in the beginning, I'm launching more questions and more challenges, but I think that it's very important to join hands at the Liberare. We've been working tirelessly, and we're very thankful to international partners, some of them present here, to other NGOs. For example, in Romania, there's a platform of 22 specialized CSOs working on the issue of human trafficking. And from the beginning of the war, we've been working on raising awareness about the issue, but in a way in which we give people actionable steps to actually report if this crime happens, and also giving them information of where they can find help, building the capacity of Ukrainians who are coming in to identify the risks themselves. And also, at Liberare, we have created around 400 individualized safety plans. That means that we're actually accompanying people who are fleeing the war, and we're creating a community around them that protects them. But this is just the beginning, and I know that we will continue to do so for as long as we are needed, and we have the capacity for it. But we also need your help to ensure that the momentum that exists now will continue, and that we elevate the issue of human trafficking to a whole of society issue, and we keep it front and center on the agenda, as it not only impacts the victims and those near them, but it impacts each and every one of us by making our communities a place in which exploitation can happen. So let's not allow that anymore, not during our time. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you all for staying till the end of the day. I know this has been a long day, and I really appreciate you being here right now. I wanted to start by thanking Congressman Pittenger for elevating the topic of modern slavery at these forums. Really, the task force, while I did start it, it was really birthed out of his heart and desire to really put a focus on human trafficking as a security issue as well. I also wanted to thank Pavel Popescu and others here in Romania for coordinating this event. It's wonderful. It's my second time back in Romania this year, and I absolutely love it here. So I have the privilege of serving as the chair of the Task Force on Human Trafficking for PISF. And we are a new but growing group of parliamentarians, government leaders, policy experts, and survivor leaders whose ranks have quickly expanded in the last month to include 25 members from 12 countries and 4 continents, a few of whom are here today. Most of the panelists here today are members of our task force, but I also did want to recognize other task force members who are here in the audience, including MP Shipe Salimi from Kosovo, MP Arta Dade from Albania, and Dr. Ekaterina Kostiakina from the United States. So currently there are 27 armed conflicts around the world. As the British poet John Donne wrote, "No man is an island." And what happens in these countries impacts Europe, the United States, and the entire world. These wars feed the global rise in mass migration, and in many instances, these wars are both stoked and leveraged by terrorists, human traffickers, and other bad actors who instigate and then capitalize on chaos and human suffering. Terrorists and traffickers work under the same animating force, an abuse of power. A criminal offense whereby perpetrators assume a position of authority in order to take unjust advantage of vulnerable individuals or governments. As we consider Europe's role in addressing human trafficking, it's important to establish how terrorism and trafficking are interconnected, and more specifically, how human trafficking funds terrorism, strengthens terrorist regimes, including state-sponsored terrorism, and contributes to global and local vulnerability. In addition to the terrorist attack in Oslo a few weeks ago, an act of European terrorism that hit even closer to home for many PISF members was the recent death of UK MP Sir David Amess. If you are not familiar with Sir David Amess, he was a beloved MP from the UK who not only served on PISF's steering committee, but also provided the keynote speech on terrorism at PISF's Budapest Forum last September. Tragically, he was murdered just 5 short weeks later by a terrorist in his own home country. Human trafficking is one of the primary sources of funding for terrorist groups around the world. For example, Boko Haram, which is also known as ISIS West Africa, has systematically targeted schools in Nigeria. Their violent attacks feature kidnapping of schoolgirls who are sold for money and then trafficked as child brides. And how did ISIS fund their operations in the Middle East? They raided Yazidi villages, among others, in Iraq. They stole an entire generation of women and girls, and they put them in underground rooms where many of them did not see the light of day for years. And then they sold them every single day to be brutally sexually assaulted by men. Yazidi women and girls were sold to ISIS fighters for between just $200 to $1,500 a day, bringing in a significant source of income for the organization. And let me pause here for a second to clarify that human trafficking is the treatment of another human being as a commodity, as Karen Bradley mentioned, for profit. But it includes not only sex trafficking, but also forced marriage, organ harvesting, and forced labor. And actually, forced labor accounts for more incidents of trafficking than any other kind. I want to first of all applaud the European Parliament for acknowledging and tactically addressing labor trafficking in its ban on products with forced labor as enacted just last month in June, and for Europe's increased grassroots efforts to prevent labor trafficking, not just sex trafficking, in light of the increase in mass migration. You heard Roshana Boss talk just a few minutes ago about China's forced labor of the Uyghurs. China's egregious state-sponsored labor and sex trafficking exploitations are of course well known by now throughout the day to PISF members. But what many do not know is that Russia too engages in state-sponsored labor trafficking. And Russia's state-sponsored labor trafficking may now be a component in its efforts to stabilize an economy reeling from the costs and consequences of Russian aggression against Ukraine. Russia actually has a formal agreement with North Korea, a United States recognized terrorist state that enslaves over 10% of its population in forced labor. And Russia receives 20,000 North Koreans every year for labor exploitation in what the US government deems slave-like conditions. This arrangement between Russia and North Korea has been going on since the 1970s, and it really shouldn't surprise anyone, as the mindset of terrorist leaders and human traffickers is the same. They operate via abuse of power. North Koreans pay hefty recruitment bribes for the perverse privilege of working long, crushing hours in construction, manufacturing, agriculture, and other sectors, while living in substandard North Korean government-monitored work camps, and having their wages broadly garnished by the North Korean government. And so why would the Russian government want to exploit North Koreans? Because cheap labor aids Russia's turbulent economy, especially now, as it feels the pressure of the mounting costs of its military campaigns against Ukraine and the global economic sanctions. So what can we do to systematically counter the exploitation of human beings, not only in Europe, but in North Korea, which has labored under exploitive conditions for nearly 50 years? We need to look beyond Russia to China, to its ally. We should not view these countries as operating entirely independently of each other, but rather supporting each other's economic aims, even when they clearly involve slave labor and human rights abuse. So on February 4th of this year, just 20 days before the invasion of Ukraine, Presidents Xi and Putin unveiled an agreement against the West, which few are talking about, but one that is extremely important. Among other things, in this agreement, it was stated that there are, quote, no forbidden areas of their partnership. Their shared values are evidenced in the graves of Ukraine, as well as the labor camps of China. China and Russia are bonded and have pledged an allegiance to each other with the shared goal to bring down the West. We should not view China as wholly separate from Russia. 1 million Uyghurs are in forced labor camps where they are sexually abused, physically abused, and trafficked on a massive scale. Yet, Russia remains silent, just as China gives its silent assent to the Russian invasion of neighboring Ukraine. So my encouragement today is to look ahead to the prevention of another invasion like Ukraine by also focusing on the prevention of human trafficking. I hope that we can also agree today that modern slavery is not only evil, but it is also inextricably linked to the security of the world. It is not separate from global security issues, rather it is at the heart. China is a vast economic power that is far more formidable than Russia, and the security of Europe, the United States, and the world is threatened by China's human rights abuses, which are tied to business partnerships all across the West. As Ms. Abbas mentioned, we recently passed in the United States the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, and it went into effect just a few weeks ago in June. This human trafficking prevention policy aims to ensure that goods made with forced labor in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region of the People's Republic of China do not enter the United States market. This law was passed with an almost unprecedented level of bipartisan support from both political parties in the United States. And what this demonstrates is the advantage that we have here in the West. We may disagree on many policy issues, but with human trafficking, there is unity and almost unanimous consensus. There is almost unanimous consensus in the United States, but here in Europe as well, and in many allied nations, that modern slavery is wrong. Effective changes in public policy always begin with effective changes in public opinion. The response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine has demonstrated this. There is perhaps nothing that has dealt the financial blow to Russia, as John Strand had pointed out in his speech just a few minutes ago, like the voluntary massive withdrawal of businesses and corporations all at once, with no mandate or legislative requirement. The grassroots public outcry was so great in the United States that major corporations issued their own version of sanctions against Russia because they recognized the threat and took decisive action. Laws such as the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act are very helpful, but I would also encourage the consideration of how to effectively encourage corporations to voluntarily take their business elsewhere. No one says, I support human trafficking of human beings, and we can all be united in this. So thank you so much for listening and for staying until the end of the day. I look forward to continuing our collaboration with you. Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are very honored that we have the opportunity to have you here in Romanian Parliament. And I have to say thank you for Mr. Robert Pittinger, for Congressman, for his initiative and his huge work to build this network, which is a real heritage for us in our days. And congratulations for Anne. We are very, very grateful to initiate this working group, which is great support for our country too. Thank you. Please allow to me to continue in Romanian language. Stimată audiență, m-aș fi bucurat să vă pot afirma astăzi aici că de la acest microfon faptul că traficul uman, munca forțată, exploatarea sexuală sunt fenomene care nu există în țara noastră. Dar, așa cum a menționat doamna parlamentar din Ucraina, Iașco, trebuie să spunem lucrurile pe nume. Astfel, trebuie să afirm că și în România ne luptăm cu acest fenomen nedemn pentru secolul al XXI-lea și, din păcate, în momentul de față ne aflăm la nivelul 2 de rating, conform Departamentului de Stat al Statelor Unite în ierarhia țărilor analizate. Problema majoră pe lângă cele menționate în evaluări este că nu recunoaștem ca și societate, nu discutăm, nu vorbim despre aceste fenomene și dacă nu vorbim despre acestea înseamnă că nu există. Dacă nu există, nu putem să găsim măsuri sau să facem pași pentru a le soluționa. De aceea, astăzi îmi propun să vă prezint foarte pe scurt acei pași pe care România a putut să facă în anii precedenți, în ultimii 2 ani, pentru a îmbunătăți această situație. Și le-aș enumera doar foarte pe scurt, pentru că timpul este limitat și ziua de astăzi, într-adevăr, a fost una foarte lungă. În primul rând, am lucrat la îmbunătățirea structurii specifice de combatere a traficului de persoane. Serviciul de combatere a traficului de persoane s-a dezvoltat și funcționează Infracțiunile sunt investigate de procurori din cadrul celor 14 servicii teritoriale, în cadrul a 26 de birouri teritoriale. În al doilea rând, cadrul legislativ a fost modificat recent. Legea penală a fost amendată în favoarea identificării cazurilor de trafic de minori. Prin această modificare legislativă s-au creat 2 noi forme agravante ale infracțiunii de pornografie infantilă. Au crescut numărul de cazuri anchetate de trafic de ființe umane. În anul 2021, 1470 de cazuri anchetate, 1240 de persoane la care s-a început urmărirea penală, 175 de persoane condamnate la pedepse care însumează în total 495 de ani. S-a extins cooperarea internațională. În cursul anului 2021, DICOT a cooperat cu autorități judiciare și autorități de aplicare a legii cu alte 23 de țări. Trebuie menționat că totodată s-a accentuat ritmul de creștere și de instruire a specialiștilor în domeniu. Astfel, aproximativ 200 de diferite cursuri, specializări, webinarii, workshop-uri au fost organizate în cursul anului 2021, categoriile profesionale instruite fiind procurori, polițiști, judecători, inspectori de muncă, specialiști în asistența și protecția copiilor. Trebuie menționat totodată și încerc să nu vă dau mai multe cifre, faptul că s-a îmbunătățit metodologia cadru privind prevenirea și intervenția în echipă multidisciplinară și în rețeaua de situații de violență asupra copilului și de violență în familie. Astfel, s-a întâmplat asigurarea unui cadru legal adecvat și comprehensiv care să sprijine identificarea proactivă a diversilor situații de trafic de copii, inclusiv a celor care s-au produs în cadrul unei instituții publice ce asigură protecția specială a copiilor. Formularea unor prevederi legale clare să sprijine stimularea identificării și semnalarea muncilor periculoase în mediul rural. Împreună sau pe lângă acestea, putem să subliniem importanța faptului că s-a îmbunătățit cadrul legal privind serviciile sociale acordate victimelor traficului de persoane. În 2021 a continuat înființarea și dezvoltarea compartimentului pentru sprijinirea victimelor infracțiunilor de către direcțiile generale de asistență socială și protecția copilului din subordinea consiliilor județene. Și aici trebuie menționat faptul că, având în vedere lipsurile care au existat și care mai există în ceea ce privește serviciile de care au nevoie victimele, pe de o parte, pe de altă parte familiile lor, trebuie să aducem apreciere și mulțumire pentru ONG-urile din România care oferă servicii complexe și foarte bine specializate în domeniu pentru victime. Și în ultimul rând aș menționa măsurile de îmbunătățire a identificării și protecției victimelor traficului de persoane prin operaționalizarea sistemului integrat de monitorizare și de evaluare a victimelor. Se asigură monitorizarea permanentă a implementării procedurilor de identificare și referire incluse în Managementul Național de Identificare și Referire. Cu toate acestea, trebuie să menționăm că pașii care s-au făcut sunt pași importanți. Rezultatele sunt importante și sperăm foarte mult că acesta va asigura o înaintare și o îmbunătățire a aprecierii țării noastre în ceea ce privește această problematică vastă. Cu toate acestea, drumul încă este foarte lung. Ceea ce este necesar este schimbarea mentalității societății noastre, pe de o parte. Pe de altă parte, prevenirea, deci ample acțiuni de prevenire, atât în ceea ce înseamnă domeniul de educație, sistemul de protecție, solidaritate și atenționare. Și, în ultimul rând, acceptarea unei responsabilități comune. Măsurile proactive care trebuie luate sunt pentru și trebuie să fie pentru reintegrare în viața socială a victimelor, reeducarea acestora, adică a celor care au încălcat legea și asigurarea unui loc de muncă, asigurarea condițiilor de un trai normal pentru victimele traficului de persoane. Sunt convinsă că împreună, cu această solidaritate care se conturează în cadrul acestei conferințe, putem să parcurgem acest drum care este unul lung, care este unul complex, dar care este un drum care trebuie parcurs cât se poate de repede. Vă mulțumesc mult pentru atenție.
All right, good evening. First, I want to say a very big thank you to Congressman Robert Pittenger and the Romanian Parliament for the invitation. I also want to thank Anne Basham for putting us together on this task force and working closely together. I remember last year when we met in Budapest, I showed interest in human trafficking, and we got in touch, and it's been a wonderful story to tell. I mean, today in Ghana, have been a voice on human trafficking, putting together parliamentarians, who are also interested in the field. We've been engaging media to raise the necessary awareness and also bringing together stakeholders in an attempt to put a stop to human trafficking. But today, I am here to bring to your attention some human trafficking activities in West Africa, the Sub-Saharan Africa. Human trafficking in Sub-Saharan Africa varies on a sub-regional basis in terms of the profiles of victims and the forms of trafficking predominantly pursued. Yet, similarities exist region-wide in terms of operations of traffickers and factors the factors contributing, such as child trafficking in Sub-Saharan Africa is significantly higher than any other region. Human trafficking within the region is heavily intertwined with terrorism, and traffickers take advantage of various push and pull factors which contribute to trafficking. Across the region, terrorism is heavily intertwined with human trafficking and other forms of organized crime. Traffickers and terrorists often capitalize on victims' desire to immigrate, and terrorists leverage control of irregular migration routes to traffic persons. Terrorists traffic persons for a myriad of reasons. One, to booster their numbers via false conscription of adult males and boys. Two, to sell on the black markets to finance their terrorism activities. Three, forced marriage and rape of trafficked women and girls by traffickers. Anne spoke about the story in Nigeria where Boko Haram is seizing a lot of a whole community and all of that. And so many other reasons. In fact, conflicts and terrorist attacks are pervasive in the region, and every sub-region has an active conflict or terror situation. This conflict displaces people, causing them to become very vulnerable to traffickers. Beyond the political reasons, some social economic activities or factors such as poverty, starvation, and environmental reasons push people out of their homes and make them susceptible to being trafficked or joining armed groups. West Africa is an extremely volatile region as it is home to both the Sahel and the Lake Chad Basin. The sub-region contains central crossroads in the irregular migration routes, such as the Agadez region. The sub-region has therefore become a hotbed for tourists, ergo human trafficking activities. And the region is home to groups such as Boko Haram, the Al-Jabhat Nusrat al-Islam wal Muslimin, and the Islamic State for West Africa, all competing for control in the Sahel and the Lake Chad Basin. Despite a 1.2% fall in global deaths to terrorism in 2021, the sub-region was responsible for a 17% increase in the number of terrorist attacks. An increase in terrorism-related deaths was recorded in all countries in the Sahel, save Mauritania and Chad. Political instability as a result of coups in the sub-region has motivated these groups and has weakened security alliances such as the G5 Sahel framework, which Mali recently pulled out. The sub-region, therefore, maintains the highest record of traffic victims in the sub-region. Forced labor is the predominant form of trafficking in the sub-region, and children are the most trafficked to work in farms and fishing communities. In fact, I brought some slides and a video, and I wanted to show it, but probably maybe after the presentation, we may have the opportunity to do that. But like other parts of Africa, the impact of the Russian-Ukrainian war has really hit us very hard in West Africa. In fact, the combined effect of COVID, conflicts, droughts, and famines have occasioned a food crisis which has affected over 27 million people. The energy and food crisis triggered by the Russian invasion has exacerbated an already dire situation as food reserves in the region begin to dwindle. Prices of staples such as wheat have skyrocketed due to the decreased supply from Russia and Ukraine, who supply up to 50% of wheat to West African countries. Further, aid from Western sources have been redirected to cater for the Ukrainian refugees. The impact of this is dire, and the economic situation triggered by the European conflict in West Africa and the sub-Saharan region, coupled with local pressures, has created increased demand for immigration, which influences trafficking. Fears that conflict in Sahel may spill into coastal states have been realized with increased terrorist activities in Ivory Coast, Togo, and Benin. Terror groups are exploiting political turmoil in these coastal states to expand their scope and steal more resources. Traffickers are simultaneously trafficking people, especially children, to work in parts of their countries and in other places in the sub-region. Traffickers exploit freedom of movement protocols of ECOWAS to traffic people across borders. In fact, Ghana has had a very difficult history with human trafficking. Ghana remains a source, a transit point, and a destination for human trafficking. Child trafficking has been the most prevalent form of trafficking, with children being sent to coastal communities to partake in coastal fishing under hazardous conditions and on farms. Other popular forms of trafficking of children for domestic servitude and trafficking of girls from northern areas to act as porters in markets in the south. Externally, Ghanaian women are lured into Middle Eastern countries as well as other countries within the sub-region where they are subjected to forced labor and sexual abuse. Ghana has particularly been hit hard by the conflict in Ukraine after narrowly fending off contraction of the economy during the COVID-19. Soaring food and energy costs and the attendant spike in general prices has left inflation at an 18-year high of 23.6%. The government of Ghana has recently begun engagement with the IMF to support an economic program by the government. Economic pressures have deepened a demand for cheap labor and therefore a demand for child laborers. Balance of payment problems have further affected government's financial support of anti-trafficking campaigns. Economic pressures have deepened for a cheap labor. Security situations in West Africa and the threat of spillover into the coastal countries like Ghana has drawn significant government resources into boosting security capabilities. Inadequate financial resources have further affected financial support for anti-trafficking activities in West Africa. The way forward, there's a need for a cross-regional harmonization of anti-trafficking legal framework, and it's important for us to enhance cooperation between governments and businesses to address the use of forced labor in supply chains, and also to enhance the support to address vulnerabilities in societies across the region. Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute.
Before we end here today, if we could put the video back up and just show the first 1 minute and 41 seconds, I think it's really important. Is that okay? Can we show that video? Just 1 minute and 41 seconds of it. Don't even need to show the whole thing. The one from Lake Volta, there was a video. The first slide, sorry, the first slide. Yep, just the first 1 minute, 41 seconds. All right, if we can't get it to work, we'll ask, oh, you can get it, okay. Oh, there it goes, okay. Audio, do we have the audio for it? Okay, we'll wait till we can get audio for it. I did want to ask, I know that we're running short on time, but people often have questions. Did anyone have a question from the audience for the panel? We really have time for one question and not really comments right now. Go ahead. Is there a microphone out there? There was a microphone earlier. I think there's a microphone right there, or either side.